Rah, darling. Surprise communism!
Keep it up.
Rah, darling.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Hello, my darlings. Welcome in. And/or welcome back. Hi. I forgot to unlock my fucking wrist from my hip. Oh, shit. Hi. Give me them pounds. Wait, I must. Ooh, sticky hearts. First thing in the morning, please tell me they're loaded with caffeine. Ooh, wait, I can't eat the pals. Don't eat the pals. Don't eat the pals now. Don't do it.
TauTassieTiger.
Hi, lovely Reaper. How are you, sweetie? Thank you ever so much, darling, for subbing with Prime. I can't believe that you're using your Prime. I'm so thankful, honey. Thank you so much. Hearts for you. Hearts for you. Thank you so much, sweetheart. And also uppies for you, lovely Reaper. Good Reaper. I also saw that we had another resub, I believe. Sweetest Sofa! You as well. Thank you ever so much, darling, for continuing your subby as well, hon. I do appreciate it. That is absolutely incredible. Hold on, I might turn down the background music just a tad more. There we go. How's everybody doing, cuties? It's so incredibly great to see you. I can't go all the way. We have so many stories to get through today, so I probably am not gonna be able to do my usual like hour-long chatties, but I do want to just kind of scroll and say hello to everybody. I might not read what you have said. I'm so sorry. I feel really bad about that. These streams are always so they're incredible and I love them, but they are very time consuming and very focus demanding. Also, Joyous Joseph, thank you so much for gifting us up to the lovely Lolbit, darling. I so appreciate it. Thank you ever so much. Thank you. I will give some ubbies to the precious pals who have requested them as much as I can. Sweetest Solar, damn, not only a resub, also 108, oh wait, I can't read. 100, this bodes very well for reading for 6.5 hours. 160 stream streak. Thank you so much. We have a lot to read today. I need to fast track stuff on my end as well. Oh, sweetest Strat, I hope you get some fucking sleep. You guys, we really should be thanking Strat. He's edited a lot of stories, and I gotta say, there's a lot of he's sent me stories, and they are not in the order necessarily that you submitted them, because in an effort to allow as many precious pals to submit their stories as possible, thank you for the googly eyes a little more, in an effort to let as many pals submit their stories as possible, a lot of you write beautiful but tragic stuff, right? And I don't, and Strat as well, doesn't want to like bring the mood down and be like sad story after sad story after sad story after sad story. So he's kind of made the executive decision, and I totally agree with it, where he's basically been like, okay, we're trying to keep it as close to the order that they came in as possible, but if there's like 3 sad or depressing or dark stories in a row, he's interspersing like a happier or warmer or lighter hearted one, okay, in between there. So I'll tell you what the order is that he has given me, but please don't provide any pushback on like, hey, that's where my star, why is my star should be 3rd, you know, or something like that, okay? Also, I noticed that a lot of you were not listening to one of our rules. And like this one time, Strat has been so generous with his time and ability. But you guys, you have to remember, you cannot be submitting a part here, and then in 3 days, a part here, and then in 3 days, a part here. You cannot do that. What will happen is I will only read the final part, okay? Yeah. Let me see here. Yummy Yuki, darling, it's so good to see you again. I've missed you. I've been thinking of you. I hope you're doing incredibly well. I hope that you don't have any migraines or ear infections or discomfort. I hope you're having a good time back at work. Eisen, I sent you a DM. Do you mind reading it real quick, sweetie? I don't want to just blindside you. Feel free to let me know if you're comfortable with the thing I suggested or not. Let's see. Hi there, dearest. How are you? It's so good to see you. Oh, we're doing the return of 1.0? Okay, all right. Yeah, we definitely are not going to be able to do, we're definitely not going to be able to do a catch-up. Hold on, this is going to take a few seconds. I did space, fixing that. Hold on. I gotta get everything set up real quick. Now you guys, I will tell you, I do like literally have to go. Today is a hard end time, at, about, like, I have to be ready to leave the house at about 4:45. So that gives us, from right now, that's about, let's see. So 40 minutes until 11. 11, 12, 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4:30. So we have about 5, almost 6 hours from right now. Okay, so I cannot guarantee I'm gonna be able to get to everything because you guys submitted so many things and I loved it. It's
wonderful.
So incredible.
Tau-Chan, just getting back into the chaotic groove of hospital life, but I now am super excited to spend my time with the pals in the Traumhafte Tau-Chan.
Yay! Lovely Yuki! Thank you so very much, darling. I so appreciate it. 14 months is crazy. And 6 months as a tier 3 sub! Oh, thank you so incredibly much, darling. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, lovely Yuki. You are such an angel. Thank you so much for the outstanding support of a tier 3 sub. That's crazy. But so appreciate it. And thank you for your amazingly kind words, darling. It's so good to have you back in chat.
I hate to cut you off, but I need to get on the road, as I've dropped my PC off to my tech guy. Sorry to cut the uppies queue as well, but may I have them quickly before I put my car in drive?
I'm gonna have to give everyone global uppies, I think, because I have to do the return of 1.0. So let me give everybody giant uppies, many uppies. Ozzy, I hope that you have a safe time and that your guy can fix that PSU. Yee, good precious pals, all of you are so good and sweet. Yes, Yuki is a medical expert. It's true. Okay. Sorry, give me just a second. I keep on seeing my mic peeking. All right. I need to do... fuck. 1 sec. Okay. I will exit out of this. 1 sec. I'm disappearing so that I may reappear. 1 second. We must reappear as 1.0. There you go. It's what you requested. Scary stuff. Oh, I'm also like in the dark. Here, I'll turn the lights back on 1 second. Okay. All right. I also saw that the wonderful, there she is, cut in half yet doubly cute. Thank you. You're so sweet. Thank you, lovely. Thank you for the plugs, lovely Zalrag. I appreciate it. Okay. I do want to read this because this warmed my heart so much this morning, lovely Eisen. If you guys didn't see, Eisen, put a good news, warm vibes message in the Discord today. And I wanted to start off our stream by saying such a sincere thank you, because I don't know if you guys realize how much, like, you know, I really do want this community to truly revolve around you. This place would not be, it wouldn't even be, like some people say, oh, it wouldn't be what it is without you. It wouldn't be, period, without you, okay? And it makes me so incredibly happy when you guys are so incredibly happy to be here, right? Eisen put a very sweet and thoughtful message in the good news, warm vibes. I love looking in that channel, by the way. Big fan of seeing all of the wonderful things you guys get up to. I did ask Eisen if I can read this out loud. It is publicly available if you want to go and respond to it and like put some hugs in there, some hearts and stuff like that. Eisen said, and I really hope that this is a sentiment shared by a lot of you, because it's certainly a sentiment shared by me. Hi, every pal. I've been thinking about making this post for a while now, since I wanted to share some warm vibes with the pouch. And after yesterday's stream and being surprised with a VIP badge from Tal, which I'm still shocked in a good way about, I feel now is a good time to do it. Please don't mind this, but it's a little bit of my personal backstory. I started this year with a resolution to be more sociable, and I plan to do it via streams to just get out of my shell a little bit. In a short amount of time, I found myself in a bunch of different streams feeling overwhelmed. Then a couple of months ago, I ended up getting a gift sub to Tal, and my intention was to simply say thank you for it, hang out for a few minutes, and sort of fade into the shadows. However, that obviously didn't happen, and there's one reason for that. This entire community. Not only was Tao extremely welcoming, but so were all of you, my precious pouch pals. Over these last couple of months of getting to know everyone and trying to find my place in this community, I can genuinely say you're all such incredible people. There's no doubt about that. The way everyone jumps into action when things get tough, or just hangs out and jokes around when things are nice and cozy with a mild bit of chaos, it's truly something special and damn near impossible to recreate. And this may be a bit parasocial to say, but as I was saying to Strat in the offline chat before stream started yesterday, I genuinely feel like I found a home here amongst all of you. So thank you all so much for that, because in the eyes of my time here, I am still just a baby pal, and there are days I still feel like the shy kid on the first day of school, wondering if I fit in and if I bring enough to this amazing community. Then that feeling always goes away once we're all together, hanging out, throwing pal attacks, and simply enjoying the cozy, chaotic vibes. Now with that said, even though Mazebot would disagree with me and say hugging everyone isn't a valid target, it will always be a valid target to me, because there's not a group of people I'd rather spend my nights and occasionally ruin my sleep schedule with. You're all amazing. I will never let you forget that. And thank you for letting me be a part of this cozy, chaotic journey with you all. Your sappy but thankful pal, Eisen. So fucking sweet, dude. I welled up when I read that. That was so adorable and thoughtful. So thank you so much for such a sweet message, lovely Eisen. I hope you know how, like I said, I give VIP badges. You cannot earn a VIP badge through channel points or through gift subs or through contributions like that, okay? You earn it if I feel like you have had a very long extended period of just portraying the kindness, the warmth, the welcoming vibes. I want people to look at my VIPs in chat and be like, that is how I want to behave. You know, that's how I use my VIPs. I know everyone else has like their own thing, but that's how we use them here. But yeah, lovely Eisen, thank you so much, cutie. That was so beautiful to wake up to. You have an idea? Okay, hold on. I'm not crying, you're crying! Right, Zeller? Right? Hold on, check your DM. Let me see. Okay. Oh, that's so cute! I love that strat. The only problem is I don't know, like, for that context, I really love that, but I don't know how it would function in, like, other contexts. You know what I mean? I could rename it to like Pouch Pal though. That could be, oh wait, actually I just realized I can't really rename, unless, can you rename, how do you have to be an affiliate to rename your channel, or can it be not? Anyway, oh Zeller, thank you so much for the 65, oh you can't see my hands, sorry, 65 streams. Thank you so much. It's the truth, you're all amazing. You're amazing, lovely Eisen. You guys, I know that, and I want to reiterate something, because I've seen this kind of behavior and I want to kind of nip it in the bud, as well as remind you guys, this is a place for everyone who is willing to be inclusive and kind, right? So I know that there are some like OG pals and people who have kind of developed a bit of a clique. I understand that, but you have to make sure that you are giving other people a chance. Just because they initially might seem uncomfortable or trying to find their place in the community, if they are not being outright hostile or rude or nasty or whatever, please give them a chance, okay? Don't judge people based on their first interaction. Okay? Yeah, please. Let me see. I've renamed my channel. This name is a little more me. Hey, I like it. Why is there a timer? Oh my God. Wait, where's the timer? Oh, in the chat. It's so that I can go back to my true form. But you guys, thank you so very much for coming in. I'm gonna scroll up and just say hello to everyone, because I want you to feel acknowledged. I want you to know that I'm so happy to have you. I won't be able to reply to everything because we're already half an hour in, and I think we've got way more stories than that we have. It's the countdown until the popcorn is done. I love that, Red. But yeah, I want to make sure that everyone is aware. Yeah, rapid fire hellos, go. Oh, actually, I first have to say thank you so much for the pal tax. Scroll. Yes, Joseph. Exceptional engage. Incredible Eisen. Yummy Yuki. Awesome Aussie. Incredible Eisen. Thank you for the sticky hearts. Exceptional engage. Incredible IC. The pallet tax. Incredible IC. Eisen. Sorry, Eisen. Lovely light. Zeta Solar. Okay, and I think that was everybody. Yeah, no, it's Nyx as well. Thank you so much. All right, rapid fire hellos. Here we go. Sweetest Shadow Princess, welcome on in, gorgeous. Exceptional engage. Hi. How are you, sweetest Star? How are you? It's so good to see you. Yummy Yuki, how are you doing? Lovely little more, welcome on in. Radical Red, hi. How are you doing? There's Donna, I hope you're doing incredibly well. Let me see here. Incredible Eisen, how are you? Lovely Nyx, Potato Slice, Jam Slice, how are you doing, sweetie pie? Zealous Zelor, hope you're doing incredibly well as well. Joyous Joseph, how are things going? Zealous Zelor, thank you so much for the plugs, as usual. I do appreciate you, darling. Dearest Daniel, uppies for you. Swedish Stevie, thank you so much for contributing to the movie night. And welcome on in, Daniel. Cutie Conde, how are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. Sweetest Solar, I hope things are going incredibly well for you, darling. And of course, the dearest Dustin. Let me see. Gorgeous Geeks, how are you? You didn't submit anything. All right, that's it, you guys. We have to delay. Sorry, this is a very short stream, actually. We have to delay. I need Geeks to submit something. Geeks! How dare? How dare? No, that's okay, hon. Beautiful Bricky, how are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you for coming. Little more, how are you? It's very good to see you as well. Many uppies for the sweetest Shimmy, for the lovely Joseph. Let's see. Uppies for Incredible Eisen, Excellent Eugene, Awesome Aussie, Incredible Icy, Dearest Dime, Exceptional Engage, Reaper! CD, thank you so much once more for the resub, and uppies for you. Okay, that's as far as it's gonna let me go up, but I also saw Excellent Eugene. How are you doing? Did I already say that? I'm so sorry. I have such bad memory. I sometimes just say things very, very quickly. Oh, Shadow Dragon! Hi, lovely Shadow Dragon TV. How are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for the lurk a little more. Model 1.0, I see. Tao is showing baby pictures. Yeah. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, this was the OG model. The very first stream went live with this model. I made this model by myself. It was my first ever live 2D model. I spent 3 months on it, and I almost gave up and didn't stream because I was so overwhelmed by the process. But I guess I got it, poorly, but I got it, sorta. And I think we were in this form for like a year and a bit, year and a half. Nyx, uppies for you. Tao, it's okay to stream. I'm good, thank you for the very warm welcome, of course, to Shadow Dragon. I'm always worried when you speak so fast. I'm always like, breathe, Tao, breathe. It's okay, I'll be okay. Thank you so much for the Belly Girl voice line. I appreciate that. Let's go. Okay, and now I will, freeze. Okay, I will turn off this model, and then we're gonna go over to my other model, and then we're gonna start our reading because we have a lot of stuff to read. Again, I'm not sure if I'm not positive that this is gonna be like a stream we get through absolutely everybody's stories. But I will say that I think in the future we're gonna have more strict my hands blew out. That was weird. Hi, welcome back. We're gonna have more strict rules because we've had some people who were, like I said, disobeying the rules about posting a part of their thing, and then the next day they're posting a different part of their thing, and then another part of the thing. Don't do that. That's already in the rules. I'm not really sure how to get that through to you guys, that you really do need to be listening to the rules. But additionally, we're gonna implement the formatting rules because I've been getting so many block texts and blocks of text and Strat has been editing them all. and he's very sweet for doing that, but it means that he's gotten like 1 hour of sleep, and we cannot have that in the future. Yeah, so in the future, it's literally gonna be like, hey, if you don't format this properly, I'm not reading it, you know? Let's see, let's go back. Taylor, hey babe, how you doing, bestie? Dear Teresa, how are you? Beautiful Tao, how are you today? And what am I currently looking at? You are looking at me preparing to do a storytime stream for you guys. Let me see. Yeah, more strict guidelines, I guess so. I just have to hope dinner isn't ready before my story gets read. That's fair, hun. I mean, the VOD's gonna be up, so don't even worry about it. Naughty not pals. We must be punished. I would never punish our pals, but I would make it clear that, like, we aren't reading your story unless you resubmit it with proper formatting. Just make sure you need to submit one file for each story, not different chapters in different files. Yeah, that's also annoying. Please don't do that. It's hard for me to read it. Hello, sweetest Sarita, how are you? Start reading at the last posted stories. So we're starting at chapter 42 on this brand new story. Hope we're not confused. Yeah. Obbies for you, lovely little bit. What's wrong with no space or punctuation, Tao? Look at that, I read it. I guess you proved me wrong, Engage. That's totally fine. Yeah, great job. All right, let me see here. So hi for reading. I'm so excited to get started. We're gonna start right now. Okay. So I'm gonna tell you the order of operations, and like I said, these stories are they may not be read in the exact same way that they were submitted, because we want to make sure that we break it up to make sure that pals are feeling comfortable, right? Like, I don't want anyone to feel like, wow, this is so depressing, I have to leave, right? Like, I don't mind having like sadder, darker stories. As I said, totally cool as long as it's still within the bounds of like the rules of the pouch and everything, and nothing like triggering, but it can be a bit sad, right? So we don't want it to be like too sad, like overload on sadness, am I right? Also, I am turning off all of our sound RDMs besides the commands. If you guys abuse the commands, so far you guys have been really good. I don't think we've ever had to turn those off. But if you guys do make them like during the story, if you do use them during the story repeatedly, I will probably have to turn them off as well. I am turning off our TTS. I'll leave on like your googly woogly eyes and like, oh, I also probably should turn off our palate talk. Hold on a second. I shouldn't have done this earlier, but I didn't get much sleep last night. Oopsie. Oh my God. Let me see, anything that makes sound. Yeah, turn off the palate talk. Let's see, we're gonna turn off our accent redeems for now. Oh, I'll leave on your balding. Sticky hearts, I'll leave that on. Let me see. I will turn all of those off. And I'm actually gonna turn off the return of 1.0 because I might it might take a little bit if I oopsie. It might take a bit to set it can't have that. Yes, absolutely, Strat. You're so right. Let me see, is this the thing? Yeah! Yeah, there it is, Budge. That's what I'm looking for. Don't turn off our head pats. Oh, I don't think I did. Did I turn off the head pats? I hope not. Mama! Hi, Magnificent Mama. Thank you so very much for the 15 studies. Straight talent. It's so good to have you. I know it can be a bit overwhelming to you. So today is probably a good day for you because today we're just reading stories. You guys, this is a really good opportunity for if you feel like, you know, just chilling, vibing, relaxing, and not gluing your eyes to a screen. This is the perfect stream for you to just like literally lay back, close your eyes, and relax. Or just have me on in the background because we're not playing anything. I probably won't be showing many, if any, like images or anything like that. No videos, etc. Let me see. Hi, sweetest Shadowgun. How are you? Yogi, I don't know how to read this story. True. Oh, lovely lie. Thank you for my head pat. Thank you, thank you. All right, sweetie. Pies, I am going to start your music. We're gonna turn our beautiful snivy songs down. The only negative about watching this as a VOD is gonna be that you will not be able to hear the music because we were getting copyright struck even on stuff that was royalty free, so can't have that. There was a birthday pal in here. Wait, I have to say happy birthday. Wait, who is it? I'll get to work and chill while I hear you read. Sounds good, sweetest Strat. And gorgeous. Thank you so much for contributing movie night. Just throwing the submitted picture books right in the trash, are we? No! But hopefully the pictures are optional. Jetstreak! Happy birthday, Joyous Jet! Would you like me to sing you a happy birthday song or a different one? You've been here long enough that you probably know what's in the Tau Sings redeem. It's up to you, or I can just say happy birthday. You can use the Siamese song as the background when we don't have stuff up. That is true. I will try to remember to do that. Time to relax to some amazing stories from other pals. Absolutely. You may have officially gotten older yesterday. Wait, it's also your birthday, hun. Happy birthday, Cedar Storm Talon. Would you like me to sing you happy birthday? Or would you like to pick a song from the Tau Sings list? I have no other songs? Okay. Jet! One sec. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jet. Happy birthday to you. And anymore. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Yay! Happy birthday, CD Pie. I hope it's awesome. Yes, but before yesterday, I wasn't a Heinz brand steak sauce. What does that mean? Did you want a birthday? Did you want a birthday song, or did you just want a happy birthday? The two-faced Italian is 1 year older. Is that what you call yourself? But yes, happy birthday, Sweetie Pies. Oh, Heinz 57. Oh, dang! That's awesome, Storm. Oh, that's so cool. Marilyn Monroe? I can't do a Marilyn Monroe impression, damn. Okay, well, let me know, Storm Talent, if you would like a birthday song or a different song from the Redeem. And in the meantime, I'm going to load up Storm Talons. It is your birthday. We might as well do you first. I'm just kidding. That was already gonna happen. But I mean, it's so fitting, is it not? Storm Talon, do you want voice acting or narration style? It's up to you. ASMR happy birthday song? I could try that. Happy birthday to you. Yay, Aizen! Hilariously, the birthday people are 1 and 2. 1 and 2? Am I dumb? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Okay, she's a professional singer, so the free song is especially valuable. Engage, I'm gonna die. There is Marilyn Tauro. Oh, wow! Okay, so ASMR is just Marilyn Monroe. Hi there, Sweetest Saint Saturnas, how are you? Okay, well, maybe Storm Talon does not want me to sing to them, but I will wish you a very happy birthday, sweetheart. It's such a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us the day after your birthday. I hope that your birthday itself was outstanding. All right. Let's get started. I'm gonna dim the lights. Boom. Dimmed. Lights dimmed. Message on. Tau. Wrong hand. Booked. All right. Oh yes, and Stormtown, let me know if you would like I'm gonna assume if you don't say anything soon, that you want like VA, because there's dialogue in this, but yeah, let me know if I'm off on that. Ah, my eyeball. Lights, camera, action. Cutie County. All right. First birthday is a big milestone, but I hear the terrible twos is rough. Oh no, Tarasa! Oh no, I thought it was a link. I'm so sorry. Go with VA? All right, you got it. All right. Nom, 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 nom. Snivy! Hello, gorgeous! How are you doing? It's so good to see you! Can I get a slash shout out for sweetest Snivy? Listen, she hasn't streamed for like over a year, but God, she's worth following, you guys. She is an angel. Snivy is one of my best friends, genuinely. Yeah, we chat offline and stuff. She's incredible. And she's such a sweetheart. And trust me, the second that you get a going live notification from her, or like a new video on her YouTube channel, you're gonna wanna click that shit. She's adorable, she's so multi-talented, incredible animator, incredible artist, incredible musician, incredible friend. I love her so much, dude, holy shit. I hope you're doing so very well, Sita Snivy. Okay, let me read, sorry. Set on the path. Allie sat at one end of a stained and abused bar in the seediest pub she'd ever been in. The glass of whiskey in front of her remained full and untouched, despite her having ordered it over half an hour ago. A few tables away, a brawl lay on the verge of eruption as a pair of bikers tried to shout over each other. And then, all sounds around her faded to the merest of whispers, as if someone had turned the volume down on reality itself. All but that of a woman's voice approaching from behind her. Well, aren't you just the most delicious-looking mageling I've ever seen? And, well, far too long. Out of the corner of her eye, Allie saw a blonde woman in a dress of black lace and deep blue eyeshadow take the bar stool beside her. Allie grumbled. Mageling? Like, what, a witch or something? Lady, magic's not real. If it was, my family wouldn't be dead. And yet, here you are. Brimming with an absolutely preposterous amount of magic flowing through every single part of you. The blonde woman's gaze came to the rest of the barely visible bloodstains on Allie's dark hoodie. For that matter, you yourself should be dead by now, twice over, in fact. Nobody survives blowing their own brains out, but you did, she whispered. Before Allie could react to ask how in the hell this stranger could know that, a slip of paper was pressed into her right hand. Go to this address. There's a library there that keeps, well, odd hours. Ask for a man named Silent. Will he help me die? He might not be able to, but he certainly knows who could. Allie stared for a few moments at the strange blonde woman before getting up and heading out of the pub. After she left, the blonde woman was joined at the bar by two other women who looked and dressed exactly like her. Are you sure? Wait, actually, a different character, huh? Are you sure we shouldn't have had her tell Silence who sent her this way, Morgan? The first one took a sip of the whiskey Allie had left behind. You know he doesn't trust any of us, Morgan, she smiled. And to think, we're actually doing a good thing this time. Isn't that right, Morgan? Mister. She addressed the other of the trio. The third woman placed her hands on the shoulders of the other two. You are fantastic, my apprentices. Now, which one of you wants to be present when Merlin gets word of her and who she will be learning from? Ooh, a very interesting opening there. Very interesting indeed. Thank you so very much for the submission there, sweetie. I appreciate it. No, you stop. No, you stop it. That was very cool. I remember this story, one of my favorites from last time. Yeah, it was really interesting. I guess this one's just the, this was the, like, an alternate. I probably should have mentioned the CW. Sorry. I'm sorry. I should have mentioned that. That's my bad. Not Storm Talon. Storm Talon provided that. Okay, let me react to this strat in our little chat here. Morgan Le Fay is a bit extra in that setting. Okay, now we've got one by Jet. Okay, we've got Jet's next. If it'll download, there we go. All right, this is a 5-pager. We can do that. Thank you for being gracious. I will also not push that button. Hold on, I gotta. Okay. Trigger warnings for this one, mention of death or loss of life, okay? Oh, intense. I like it. Very cool. It's short this time. It is shorter. All right. Jet. VA or narration? VA? Okay. All right. Let me see. I'm gonna do this, do that, and do this. Okay. This one's the Tale of the Midnight Man from Jack. All right. Oh shit, no, you're right, Solar. There wasn't a place to find out what order we're doing it in, but I did say I was going to tell you what order we're doing it in, so let me tell you. And also, I think Strat is literally currently reading through some more as we speak. So we've just finished Storm Talons. Then we have Jets, okay, followed by Calnes, Dustborn Devils. Then we have Azazel's Canis. And then we've got Nyx's SCP-5110, which is a Nyx original. Then we have another submission by Storm Talon, Catfolk Space Empire, an elaboration on that one, I believe. Then we have one by Azazel. I listened to the to Bach at night. That's that one. Then we've got another one from we've got Shimi's next, Nixie the Pixie. Then we have Sweetest Solars within Hubris, chapter 001, Your Best Friend. And then we have Patricia's. This one looks like it might be hard to read. I'll read. I'll do as much as I can with that one. But that's where we are at the moment. But don't worry if you've submitted something else. Strat is sending those my way. But that's where we are right now. Okay. Okay. Hopefully that's helpful. Yeah, big shout out to Strat for everything. Absolutely, 100%. This would not be possible without Strat, to be honest. All right. Nope, just wondering. Thanks, Tao. No worries, sweetie pie. No worries. Oh, and yeah, in case anyone's arrived late and you're like, wait, that's somewhere in there is where my story was. Strat made the executive decision for the comfort of the pouch to we will still read it, but to make sure that some of the like if we have like 3 dark stories in a row, like tragic stories in a row or something, he's interspersed it with something that's more lighthearted, so they don't just have like darkness for, you know, like an hour and a half. Okay. Let's see. All right. The Tale of the Midnight Man. Present day Texas. This is by Jetstreak. A family is camping in the Texan wilderness. It's late at night, and a campfire is burning in the middle of the site. The family of 2 young boys, their parents, and their grandfather are just finishing up dinner. One of the boys, Dylan, asks, "Grandpa, can you tell us a spooky story?" The second boy, Miles, adds on, "Yeah, Grandpa, tell us a super scary story." Grandpa chuckles. "Oh, I have a very scary story. It's been passed down for generations." The father looks at Grandpa. "Dad, I don't think that story is a good idea. It's too scary for them," he suggests. Grandpa laughs. "Nonsense! If it's a scary story they want, it's a scary story they'll get." Dylan and Miles cheer and get ready to hear Grandpa tell one of his many stories. Grandpa begins. "Have you both heard of the Midnight Man? Legend says he has pitch-black skin, sharp claws, and bullet holes ripped throughout his body. Many people have seen it, and nearly all of them haven't returned." Dylan shudders a bit. "Where did they go?" he asks. Grandpa shrugs. "I have no clue. But let me begin my story, all right?" he responds, smiling as he ruffles Dylan's hair. Grandpa starts again. "Okay. The Midnight Man was never always a demonic being. In fact, he was an outlaw by the name of Lucien Almonte. He was born in Louisiana in 1844. And there, my boys, is where our great story begins." The Tale of the Midnight Man. Part 1. Innocence Lost. 1852 to 1860. Chapter 1. Humble Beginnings. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 1852. 8-year-old Lucien Almonte lives deep in the Louisiana bayou with his mother, Angelica. His father died in the Mexican-American War, and now the Almontes are left with a small cottage with some food and clothes left over from his passing. They're known for their flowing black hair. But not everything is terrible for them. They live in a nice community, and Lucien has lots of friends. Lucien is walking through the city with his mother when his best friend Sierra yells his name. Lucien's eyes light up. "Hi, Sierra," he responds with delight. Horse carriages roll through, and boats blast their horns, signaling they have arrived. Sierra asks Lucien,
Do you want to play with me at the river?
Lucien nods excitedly. "Sure!" They run down to the river, where a bunch of men on horseback are letting their horses drink. Lucien is amazed by how the cowboys look at the horses. He points at them and yells, "Awesome!" The men look at him and chuckle. "You like the horses?" one of them asks. Lucien nods very quickly. The man chuckles. "Well, thank you kindly." He hands him a black cowboy hat, too large for his head, but Lucien treats this as a treasure made out of gold. The men depart, leaving Sierra and Lucien puzzled and amazed at the same time. They've never seen so many people on horses before. Sierra whispers, "That was so cool." Lucien nods. "It was," he responds. Ever since then, he's been obsessed with becoming the best rootin' tootin' cowboy. Chapter 2. Beer at the Bayou. A couple of weeks later, Lucien is invited by a bunch of older boys to try to ride a horse. He ponders and inquires, "Y'all sure?" Wait, couple of weeks? Okay, yep. "Y'all sure I'm all ready to ride him?" The older boys give him the thumbs up and help him onto the horse. Lucien is so ready. He grabs the reins, and the horse dashes off. At first, he can hold his ground, but it's too fast for him. He falls off, landing hard on the drought-stricken ground. The boys laugh at him. "Even my Nana can ride a horse better than you," one of the boys sneers. Lucien tears up, running home. Angelica sees him in this state and hugs him tightly. "Sweetheart, what's the matter?" she asks. Lucien is filled with snot and tears and just mumbles a bunch. Angelica gives him a kiss and a small prayer, hoping for his recovery. Lucien asks, "Mama, why do you even say the prayers?" Angelica gives a small smile. "It's just a hope that you'll get better, my dear." She pats his head. She takes him inside. "Come on, let's get you patched up." She splashes some alcohol on his scratches and applies a cloth to them. Lucien then says to her, "I wish those boys would fall into a ravine somewhere." Angelica rubs his arms. "Darling, don't say things like that. Karma always gets people in the end. All you have to do is wait," she responds. Lucien knows his mother is right. She knows everything, after all. Angelica drinks some whiskey and sets the glass down. She looks up and pleads, "God, can you please protect my boy?" Lucien is confused, but shrugs it off. Chapter 3. Farewell, 1855. After spending 3 years in Baton Rouge, Angelica decided that it's time to move west to land in Texas. Lucien, now 11, hugs Sierra a final time. He says, sniffling, "Don't worry, we'll meet again. I'm sure of it." Sierra cries on Lucien before Angelica takes him on the horse carriage with many other settlers. Lucien is scared but excited about the new things that await him. They arrive 2 weeks later, and the people immediately get put to work making a tiny community. Angelica puts Lucien in charge of getting water for the wild stock, which he does a great job of. Angelica rubs his head after he's finished and says, "You're doing an amazing job. You're as strong as your father." Lucien smiles at the compliment and watches the other people on horseback. Even though 3 years have passed, he's still the same at horseback riding, always falling off. He thinks he'll never be good, but he still strives to be the greatest cowboy the West's ever seen. And as the years go by, Lucien and Angelica gain more respect for the community's people, and they go around helping people in their settlement. Even though Lucien misses his friends back in Louisiana, he thinks he can reinvent himself in this new place. Chapter 4. Crashing Down, 1860. Everything seems well for the Almontes until Angelica comes down with an illness. At first, it was a simple cough, but now she's coughing up a storm every couple of minutes with blood spewing out. Lucien, now 16, is taking care of her every day, panicking about what to do. He asks his mother, Mother, what happens if the doctors can't help you? He says with fright in his eyes. Angelica smiles. Just pray for me, Matthew. She coughs. Lucian steps back in fear, trying to hold it together. He asks the sky for God to heal his mother as he looks back at her withered state. Lucian searches around the town for any remedy. He then sees the newspaper. South threatens secession. Lucian half agrees with what the South is doing, but knows he can't deal with a civil war in the state with his mother's life on the line. Many little houses surround the desert town with a little oasis in the middle. Lucian is scared about everything going on and hopes for everything to go away. He hears his mother coughing again and comes to her aid. She mutters weakly, I think it's my time. It's my time to go. Lucian stares at her. No, you're not leaving me alone, he responds. Angelica touches her son's face. Eventually, my boy, you will have to be out on your own, she expresses to her son. Lucian starts tearing up. But, Mother, I'm scared, he replies. Angelica smiles weakly. Everyone is scared. Lucian, how did our ancestors live without feeling fear? I see great things in you, Lucian. Don't worry about me, she states. The townsfolk chatter about Lucian. Maybe we should talk to Jefferson about him. He'd be a perfect soldier for the new army. Lucian does look strong, 6'2" with strong muscles, making everyone surprised why he's just a simple farmhand and not something more. That night, Lucian is eating a pig he caught when somebody taps his shoulder quickly. Lucian, it's your mother! Quick! He shouts with terror. Lucian rushes to the cottage to find the town doctor tending to his mother. Lucian looks in pure horror as he sees his mother looking a lot worse than before, coughing up a storm. Lucian tears up and runs to his mother. Mother! He yells. The doctor holds him back. No, we don't want you getting sick too. Lucian looks at his mother and hears her spit out, Lucian, I love you, before going back to coughing again. He runs outside and just cries out there, knowing his mother is about to die. An hour later, Lucian gets the confirmation. His mother is gone. Lucian just cries, knowing his life as he knows it is over. Chapter 5, A Sign from God. Angelica's funeral is held the next day. The town is filled with sorrow, looking at her getting buried. Lucian is covering his tear-covered face with his black cowboy hat. The townsfolk give their respects to Lucian, even though they think they're helping. They're not. Lucian just can't believe his mother is gone, and his mind just breaks. The calm persona is now gone. He's an enraged, grief-stricken boy. One little girl goes up to him. Are you okay, mister? Lucian glares at her, his brown eyes turning dark for a moment. Fuck off, he growls. She screams and runs away. Lucian loosens his brown suit and just looks at everyone in anger, especially the doctor. Later, he confronts the doctor with a very angry tone. Why couldn't you save my mother? Now look, she's 6 feet under! The doctor looks into Lucian's eyes, their gaze locking. Lucian, I did all I could. I told you consumption had no cure, and your mother was doomed to die. I'm very sorry, he responds with a bit of fright in his voice. Lucian just walks away and goes back into his cottage, crying in his bed, trying to get over the loss of the one and only mentor he had in his life. The next night, Lucian travels to an open field after visiting his mother's grave. He screams in anger, Those angels got me hoodwinked! Mother always said to pray, but help never showed up. How could they fail her? How could they fail me? He asks, skeptical about what he's been told all his life. Lucian starts slumping over and cries again, his body tired from all the screaming and crying he'd done all day. Then, the sky gets dark, pitch black even. Lucian is confused and looks around. Hello? What's going on? He inquires. Suddenly, a choir is heard, and a bright light comes down from the clouds. Lucian covers his eyes at the light blinding him. He then is stunned to see a man in white robes, blonde hair, and blue eyes hovering down from the light. The man has long white wings. It's an angel. Lucian's jaw drops at the sight. He cannot believe it. The angel starts speaking. Fear not, dear Lucian. I am your salvation. With me, you will become the strongest man walking on this earth. Even in death, you will be most respected and dreaded. Lucian just stands there, stunned, and comments, Now you come? After my mother is dead? Is this some sort of practical joke? The angel shakes his head. No, my boy. I have heard your cries from up above. You now have nothing, which is very upsetting indeed. But fear not. I can make you the greatest cowboy on this earth. Lucian looks at him and actually smiles for the first time in months. He says, I would love to be a cowboy. Ever since I was young, I always wanted to traverse the West by horseback. The angel gives a soft smile. Then take my deal. All you have to do is take some people's souls that I want up in heaven. In trade, I will give you all the power and skill you'll ever need. He replies. Lucian just shakes the angel's hand immediately, not even thinking a moment further. His veins turn black, feeling power surge through his body. His suit becomes a black cowboy's uniform with 2 pistols and holsters on his hips. Lucian looks at himself. It's incredible! I'll do what you say, Mr. Angel! He shouts with pride and appreciation. The angel gives a soft smile again. Call me Lucifer, my boy. He gives Lucian a list and starts walking away. Lucifer speaks a final time before vanishing. I hope you will be very successful, my boy. Lucian watches him go with astonishment. He now knows he is not Lucian Almonte anymore. He's the cowboy legend he was always intended to be. What'd you guys think? That was a really interesting one, hey? And welcome back, Awesome Aussie, and welcome in. Thank you so much for the 5 stream streak, Beauty Caution. I appreciate it. Thank you. Holy shit, Storm. Well, it has been 500 streams in a row since that day back in February 2024, where I found a Tasmanian playing through Baldur's Gate, finding delight at the story, the art, the voices, much as I did. I found a kindred soul, and we have been there for one another since. The community supporting each other when needed, kindness and empathy being the 2 main draws of being here. Thanks to you all, it's still a calming community to be a part of most of the time. I hope that the only times it's not calming is when we're doing Cozy Chaos, and then that makes you still happy. That is my wish. Seriously, Sweetest Storm, thank you so much for a genuinely astounding 500 stream streak. You are by far the most stream streaked, top streaker in the chat. No bars, wait, bars? No holds barred. Yeah, that is incredible. Thank you so much, Sweetest Storm. I so appreciate it. Absolutely outstanding. Yeah, that's a massive streak. 2 years of days worth of days attending streams. It's true. Dinner is ready and the fam is waiting. Can my story be postponed until I get back? Yeah, we can rewind and do yours after Azazel's. Sure. Yeah, we can do that. Sure. I hope you enjoy your dinner. Storm, thank you so very much for being here. Sweetest Save! Can I get a shout out for Sweetest Save? Lurk, enjoy stories and congrats to the Stormy 500, which I believe is some sort of race car or car race. The Stormy 500. Ozzy, can we get that going in honor of Storm's 500 stream streak? The Stormy 500. You guys, if you haven't checked out Sweetest Save, please do. He's an absolutely outstanding streamer, a dear friend of mine. He's the reason we have our mobster redeem. He's on my head on Fridays. He is lovely. That story was friggin' wicked. I liked it. Let's go. I mean, we're not calming during horror stream. Oh, that's true. That's a fair point. But yeah, Sweetest Storm, thank you ever so much for 500 astounding streams. I am so grateful. Through thick and thin, you have been here, and I cannot articulate how grateful I am to have such a wonderful pouch pal here. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, and I hope that we will have you for another 500, darling. Let's see. I won't be long. I'll announce when I'm back. No problem. Sounds good. All right. Let me see. What mobster dream? It's the one that you came in and said, "What's going on, Bublin?" It's the one where I've got the Joey hair and I talk like this. That's the mobster redeem. And all of our redeems that make sounds or modify my voice are off for today, but that's been on there for the last like week. All right. How'd you think it was? I thought it was. I think it's the best one you've written so far, Jet. I do think it's the best one you've written so far. So well done, hun. Your writing is getting better. Well done. All right. We will rewind to Calne after we do. We got 2 chapters of Canis. Let me see here. Is this the one? I believe this is the one. Okay, this is a long one. So, oh, actually, we probably need to go on a break first. So let's go on a break first. And then when we get back, we will read Canis. All right, cutie pies, we do have to go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, and maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your medicine line in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I will see you guys in literally 3 minutes. So, yeah. It's terribly. We'll see you soon. Mwah! Hello, sweetie pies. I'm back. Once you guys finish your words, we will return. Pretty lady. Pretty lady. Ah! All right. Hey. Well done, you guys. Your words are killer. Well done. All right. We will go back over here and we will read Canis. You guys, this was one that was submitted. The original chapter was really fascinating. And so we are jumping to chapters 2 and 3 now. Let me give you guys your stream avatars. Oh yes, we can have some ubbies. Some ubbies for Ozzy. Good, Ozzy. And for Nyx, ubbies. Yes, good, Nyx. And Yummy Yuki. Hi, sweetie, welcome back. I'm gonna give you uppies. Yeah, you get them, Yummy Yuki. All right. Okay. Thank you for the pal hat, sweet ass face. Thank you. All right. Hi there, fabulous frostbite. How are you? Yummy. Yummy. All right. Oh, uppies for you, Engage. Good, Engage. I'm glad you're doing all right, sweetie. I hope it can make you feel even better, though. The name Edmund, I forgot to mention with the initial chapter last time that it's pronounced the French way with the silent D. Edmond. Edmond, like that. Edmond. We were in today. We are Gorgeous Gecko. Welcome on in. I hope you are here to enjoy. Yeah, okay, Edmond. I will do my best to remember that, sweetie pie. You guys, there are quite a few content warnings for this. Body horror, death, depictions of murder and violence, depictions or mentions of homelessness, and conversation involving morality, okay? But hopefully nothing like, you know. Basically, the rules are really genuinely triggering stuff we don't really want. But I would say that while those could be triggering in specific cases, I think it's probably gonna be okay. All right. Let's see here. Depictions of topping a professional singer. All right. Let me see. What hand is this? This is not that hand. It's this hand. All right. This is chapter 2, Dog Days, Drift Away. Oh, voice acting or narration, sweetie pie? Lovely Saint Saturnus. VA, you got it. All right. I may or may not have forgotten what voices I used last time, so you might have to bear with me while I rediscover them. Okay. I might turn the volume a little bit down. Hopefully it's not too loud. All right. There stood Canis, the lowest of the low, adorned. Hold on, I'm gonna make this bigger. There we go. Adorned in his cassock of shit-stained trousers and vomit-crusted shoes. He at least had the luxury of saying they weren't his. He overlooked Dagus Street Station and its many abominations, flying things, luxury vehicles. The world was going to end for a second time, and the rich would still find a way to fuck everything up. The hill he stood on overlooked Galatea Avenue, one of the many bustling business sectors in the capital. Businessmen frolicking with their cigars, probably with the sign of Elube tucked beneath their suits and ties. Blasphemous fuckers. Bookstores that proudly advertised slop. New 10-page or less novels. Buy 10, get the 11th for only 100 sen. His muzzle reflexively twitched, and he let out a long, shuddering bark that pierced the morning air. Even the covers looked lazy. Cash grabs among cash grabs. He saw some of them, the novels that was, littering the street, dumped with heed before the door that self-same bookstore. Well, you get what you deserve, after all. Slop to the trough. He grinned, a flat tombstone grin that earned him no favors, all teeth, no gums. He watched from his position on high, and he saw it all from beneath his hood. He watched men, much like himself, canines, march and gab, guffaw and grin as the sun beat down upon them. He wished, if this world was different, that he could have maybe been a part of that world, but as he was lowborn, once a pup nursed on the shores of Cadman Lake, that would never be his future, his fate, his anything. Jealousy twisted maddeningly in his guts, coiling his intestines around its fist. He knew he was a man he could be proud of now. But he wept softly. If there was merit in changing, why do I have to be so miserable? He waved a large paw over the city. He saw bustling apartment blocks, hab stations as they were called, towering things with large tinted windows. Each roof had a bent, squat chimney. They spewed thick, horrid clouds of black smoke, which joined arm in arm with the tenebrous smog that shrouded the city, if not the whole world. There stood Canis, the lowest of the low, adorned in his cassock, herald of the world's second end. He wept for the unknowing flock who would blindly walk into their own absolution. The world was ending. His eyes spiraled in on themselves as he viewed the tender, fleeting rays of Epimetheus, folding in on themselves, twisting whirlpools of despair and hope that had no end and no beginning. His first step, he surmised, was to usurp Daedalus Bridge, storm Elysium Hill, and kill the Emperor. Though that required someone who was close to the Emperor. He turned his wicked gaze upon the hab station nearest him. Was she ever truly happy? A strange thing to ponder first thing in the morning, sure, but when it came to strange questions, let's just say she wouldn't be the right hand of His Majesty. May the grace of gold ever be upon him if she couldn't ponder strange questions. She stood at her window. The linoleum of her apartment was surprisingly cold this morning, made her hooves tingle. She lingered at the window, which wasn't a taboo in the capital. Her loose-fitting sleep shirt was starting to slough off like scales, but she surmised that the man who spent the night would love the view of her bare shoulders. She was very aware that he loved her stripes, the white upon the tan. Just then, an impish effect came over her countenance. She willed her tail to move, coiling it upwards, pushing up and crimping her shirt's bottom, revealing her slender striped legs and her ass. Luckily, she had stole a pair of his boxers, so she wasn't bare. Not that he'd mind. He, as obvious as it was, just enjoyed seeing her ass. She watched as the morning migration started in earnest. The Tenban, painted black by all the government workers making their way up to Elysium Hill. She watched as Daedalus Hill climbed, spiraled high, higher still into the air. Its large mechanical gears clicking and churning as it produced endless clouds of white steam, which as it so happened became rain further down the road. In an hour, Daedalus Hill will recede and become another tourist destination. But for now, it was the only way to get to heaven. She could picture now the face of the Emperor, may the grace of gold ever be upon him. He looked grumpy in her imagination, and she figured he had been caught smoking or indulging in pursuits of the lower world again. She nursed her coffee. It was semi-sweet like a good chocolate, and went down smoothly enough. Though soon the Tenban was silent, and had fled of its black hue, and was now a cold gray slab that stretched for miles under the watchful eye of sleepy Epimetheus. Prometheus wasn't set to rise for another half an hour, so she had time to enjoy her coffee before the high-necked suits, namely Gregor and that damned fool Gaspard, blew up her transceiver. Those two probably prattling on and on about the rumors, the hooded man, Canis. Whatever, it was a load of bullshit anyway. An unsubstantiated urban legend. That wasn't to say she wasn't unsuspecting of any person she saw wearing a hood, or clutched her purse and her pearls a little tighter. Then came the soft sounds of sleepy paws trudging from her bedroom, which helped ease and take her mind off the thought of Canis. Each step was slow, controlled, and measured. The exact amount of pressure to make sure not to make the floor creak. Oh, Edmond, she called without ever turning around, watching now the Thopters take off from their terminals at Dagus Street Station. The station which stretched far into the sky, so brown it resembled earthware, if exaggerated. She found it fascinating, said to be the last of the marvels in this continent. It gave rise and power to the buzzing Thopters that flew in and out, up and off. These things, as all things, were designed with form over function. It wouldn't be the capital if it wasn't. So they were sleek and black, and with 4 thrumming wings, trundling legs like the ancient spiders who once roamed this land. She could hear them buzzing, whoosh, 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 and then thum, thum, thum. It made the large window hum. There was a large one, a liner, steadying before takeoff like a large birdful perching, its thin, spindly legs grasping the runway. She watched them, all of them, seated there in that liner with her jealous eyes. So they buzzed off into an unreachable dome sky, possibly to that one nation to the far, far south. What was it called again? Jezebel? Whatever it was called, that's where she pictured them journeying. The paws stopped patting, as if a burglar had been caught in the home. I won't bite, sweetheart, she giggled. Come, join me at the window. She wondered, as her lover approached, why the sky was a dome, why the world was so drab and gray, and where her parents had gone. The okapi turned sharply and glimpsed him, the handler of the aces of Kahara, a muscular tiger, decorated, or in her mind, gift-wrapped by scars. His broad chest a tapestry and banner to his many travels. He, too, like Holly Jolly, had a missing eye, and his other wasn't much to parade around, a small pinhole of a beady blue glass that observed very little, and what was perceived seemed to only earn ire. That was all except for her, Marquesa Ecognio. He went to her and coiled one strong arm around her waist, kissing her temple. He was always so gentle in these early mornings, perhaps blamed on the dim silver light of, oh God, this word again, Epimetheus. There we go, sorry. The okapi sank into his embrace and smiled up at him. You smell like my bed, she giggled. Would you prefer I smelled like your coffee? He playfully grabbed one of her wrists and kissed her lips, shortly, sweetly. Something she pouted through. She hated these small kisses because it was always leaving her longing, and her yearning for his touch ever further. You're lucky. If you were wearing a tie, I'd have pulled you into a kiss after kiss after kiss. She kissed him in return and felt him melt into her shared affection. His love was so warm, it was almost hard to believe he was born, raised, and worked in the capital. She stood up as far as her hooves would allow, looping her arms around his neck, kissing him deeper now, with all teeth and tongue, just the way he liked it. When they broke apart a minute later, they looked almost sunburned, so red, panting. Edmond smiled and said with a small chuckle, his claws softly raking through the small patches of fur under her eyes, Is there a reason you say we can't wed, dearest? He asked of her, and her gaze fell upon the floor for a moment before finding his beady gaze. Well, my work, she muttered. Surely the Emperor can find another right hand. He is a centa, after all. It would be fairly easy for him to do. He has hundreds of hands. Edmond laughed at his own joke, which only made Marquesa pout. Sorry, love, sorry. Oh, wait, sorry. Wrong person. Sorry, love, sorry. Shall I fix you anything? Hey, don't change the subject on me, she blurted out. I just fear what everyone would think, you know? I'm not exactly highborn. He whirled on his heels, and for the first time in the relationship, he looked upon her with a flash of ire. Less at her, but the way she viewed herself. Don't you dare say that about yourself, he growled. He reached out to grab her, but she moved back, her hooves clicking. Sorry, He straightened and kissed her head, leaning over. There was one thing he was grateful for his height for. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, my love. It's okay. She looked at him again, and he regarded her as he would a special species of butterfly, one he wished to show the world and keep safe. She was his favorite color, it seemed. Baby, he sighed. Come here. I'm sorry I snapped at you. He held his arms open, and the okapi tepidly took his embrace, sinking into his muscle. I don't care if you were born in Zea, or Thebel, or Arqua, or Samael, he said, quieting. Point is, you are mine, and I love you, and it's my duty to protect you. You'd be the first highborn to ever say that to me, then, she said, not unkindly, burying her face in his chest. I know, sweetheart, exceptions, not the rule. He rubbed her back, taking special care about her shoulders, tracing the jagged, bolt-shaped stripe. Now, you want me to fix you something? We still have Marianne's eggs. Sure, I could go for an omelet, she said, hugging him tightly. Her coffee all but forgotten, having been placed on some piece of furniture. But her lover's mention of Marianne made her wince. Marianne Reed Weathers was her neighbor, in all but address. An elderly hen who lives on the street outside of Marques's apartment block. She gets by selling her eggs. Though the taste is something to be desired, the poor woman can't exactly be rid of the horrid smog outside. And Marquesa felt the reflexive twang of pain, thinking what if the hen had children? And why the hell weren't they helping their mother? Bastards, Marquesa muttered. Dirty fucking bastards. What was that, love? Nothing, baby, nothing. Shall I put the kettle on? Another pot of coffee before work would do you some good? Eddie, her voice low, why is this world so cruel to Marianne? Edmund looked at her bemused, and he folded his arms, his brow knitting. He was silent for a long, suffering moment, and then he said, Because the world is the greatest villain there ever was. It gives, it takes, it laughs at you. Malingering benevolence, all are permitted, and all are disavowed upon this fucked up pile of dirt we call Gaia. He sighed and took a seat on her couch. He beckoned her over and sat her on his lap. When this world was created, Elu Bay, the thunderous creator, bestowed upon us the ability to reason, to think, to lie, to steal. He laced his fingers with hers and was kissing each finger, each knuckle. Nobody in this world is purely good or purely evil. And he wanted to continue his sermon, but Marquesa began to cry. Her thick, sloppy tears smeared whatever makeup their passion the night before hadn't, and she threw herself into his chest, screaming, You didn't do anything to cause Marianne suffering. And Marianne likewise never did anything to warrant her homelessness. She was just Love's punching bag, it seems. What was supposed to comfort was only nails to her senses, and Marquesa sobbed, retching and screaming. When Marquesa finally calmed down, her sobs tapered off into sniffles and throaty whines. Edmond had taken the liberty of holding her hand and leading her to the kitchen. He set about fixing her a simple breakfast as she sniffled and wiped her eyes. Oh, baby, he cooed over his shoulder. He turned a quarter towards her and gestured towards her large, round glasses. Apparently, they were called Coke bottle glasses, but nobody seemed to know why. Someone forgot her glasses again, he teased, but stopped when he noticed her gaze didn't move from the floor. She was probably in her own head and her own way once more, finding ways to blame herself for Marianne's situation. He lightly cupped her chin and brought her gaze to his eyes. You'll grow wrinkles if you worry too much. Why not after breakfast go say hello to Miss Weathers? I think she'd appreciate that. Marquesa nodded, softly relenting. Yeah, she said, sheepish. Her round purple eyes stared into his, and she saw the power in his face. There was a reason men feared him and women adored him. Then, against her better judgment, she added, You heard the rumors about Canis going around, right? He looked slightly offended, his visage soured like lemons left in the sun. Yes, darling, yes I have. Why? She took a small step towards the stove, plucked her glasses off the counter, and fiddled with them. Well, my department has been abuzz with that news recently. Nothing but gossip. You think it's Cassiel, huh? No! The Okapi blushed and dropped her glasses suddenly, causing them to fall back down to the counter and shatter on impact. She pouted. Well, maybe. I don't exactly trust him, she said. I know. Neither does Holly. That tub of lard and hate doesn't really like anybody. Edmond barked laughter. But I know Cassiel. He's a good egg. It isn't him. Without turning, he thrust the plate of scrambled eggs towards her. His fur crackled, stood on edge. Static electricity was being pulled away from her appliances, and was now under his thrall, boiled around him and made spires of his fur. If that fucker does show up, I'll protect you. Anash de Talar. I swear to God. Edmond turned towards her, his pinhole eye fiercely gleaming, and she squeezed on his large paws. "Thank you, baby," she said quietly. She ate silently, watching the large window, watching the world, the smog, the thopters. He was watching the world with her, but the world he saw was different, gilded in a way hers wasn't. To him, as Epimetheus and Prometheus traded places, the world was alight and golden. He could see, if very little, of the clock that stood proudly on the face of Degas Street Station's tallest spire. Though the small moment between them, fingers entwined, didn't last long. Edmond's transceiver rang from somewhere in the adjoining room. He gave her a lamb's grin and excused himself. From the next room, she heard bits and pieces, as well as the sounds of him piecing together his work outfit. "Yes, Cassiel has a job with us. Thank you, Almus. Send my regards to Miss Patrica. No, that's fine. I'll be in the office in an hour. Tell Cassiel to wait for me." She heard him sigh. "No, Almus, that will be all." He returned, his large form a shadow in her bedroom doorway. "Dearest," he began. She fixed her gaze upon him, not turning her head. "I have to leave for work. I'm sorry. I know I promised to spend the day with you, but I understand, Eddie." They met in the middle of the flat, arms about the other. Her hands trailed his back, and she had the sudden urge to not let him go to work. But she knew that his job was one of those jobs that kept the less savory aspects of society well oiled. He kissed her head, pulling away in a moment. "I'll see you later, love." "Yeah, Eddie?" she started, watching him leave. "I love you." He smiled as he entered the elevator, turning just as the door began to shut, and he repeated her affection, but she didn't hear it. She took this as a great She took this as a great a sign as any to get dressed and head to Elysium Hill. She could already imagine the look on the Emperor's face. May the grace of gold ever be upon him. He probably contort some of his vestigial legs into eyebrows, conveying his disapproval, while also contorting some into thumbs up or okay gestures. He was a man of many stripes, and she guessed that's why she at least tolerated him. Getting dressed was as simple as finding a button-up, black tie, and slacks. Though, when it was all in one place, she stood in front of her mirror, in awe of who she was now. She was no longer an urchin in Hod, scrounging for sen, or having to fight off adults for scraps, or sleeping under bridges to save herself from aberration attack. She was an advisor now, and she liked the sound of that word. It had merit to it. Yes, merit. But as she was now, she couldn't recognize herself. This world changed her, made her evolve in a way she wished she could take back. Tears threatened to come, but she blinked them away. Everything is okay. She left, turning off the lights before she went out. When she stepped out, the scent of iron hit her suddenly, fresh blood. There was no mistaking it. Her hands began to clutch at her purse, and her eyes went wide, feet poised to run, carry-over instincts from before her father's father was even born. She turned the corner, and there was the splayed body of one Mary Ann Reed Weathers. She was crucified, her body strung up on the wall outside the Hab station, a message scrawled below her, but with bleary eyes Marquesa made no sense of it. Yet, the strangest part of her murder was that she seemed almost joyful in her death. Marquesa screamed and dropped her purse, taking steps backward, pinching herself, hoping that she'd wake up in Edmond's arms. Thud. She had backed into something, and she hoped that it was just one of the ornate planters that were common all over the capital. But as a clawed paw wrapped around her shoulder, that idea was quickly killed. She was suffering. The hand tightened. I know that, Marquesa whimpered, a loud tongue click in rebuke. Oh, sorry, this is Canis. You knew, yet you didn't offer her any aid. How sacrosanct are you? Canis taunted. All I did was ease her pain. Now, let's get down to brass tacks. Take me to the Emperor, and I will let you live. Simple. Ooh, this is so good, dude. Okay, yeah, we also have chapter 2, I think. Wait, was that chapter? Wait, did I read these backwards, dude? Hold on a second. I've got chapter 2 and 3. Okay, no, yeah, cool. Chapter 3 is here. Got it. I was like, oh fuck. Did I read these backwards? I did not. Hold on, I'm gonna have a sippy of water. Magnificent Milgram, thank you so much for the 7 stream streak.
Hello, Tilda. I hope you are doing well today. I can't believe it's been almost a year and a half.
Thank you so much, lovely love. Thank you so very much
Pretty
for 17
lady.
months, darling. That is absolutely incredible. Thank you ever so much. I can't believe it. 17 months. Absolutely outstanding, darling. I can't believe it's been almost a year and a half either. I am doing very well. I'm having a great time with these stories so far. I hope you can hang out with us for a bit today, darling, but I hope you have an even better day ahead. Thank you so, so much. Is there a fiction reading going on? There is, Acne Nerith. I hope I'm saying your name right. Hi there, amazing Acne. The community, this is a thing that happens with relative frequency. It's not like a weekly or fortnightly thing. But you guys, in fact, you know what I need to do? I'm going to complete this as your guys's community goal, and that way you guys can start saving up for the next one, okay? So this is a storytelling stream where you guys, the community, if you're a writer, you get to submit the stuff you have written. Absolutely no AI. Don't use it for writing it. Don't use it for researching it. Don't use it for editing it. No. But if you are a writer and you like to write lyrics, poetry, novels, short stories, whatever, this is the place. I am a professional narrator and voice actor, so I have a really good time giving back to the community like this. Storytelling stream. The classic is back. Let's see. Once this is complete, we'll be reading your stories again. Yay! All right, I'll make this like a 3-1-0, 1, 2, 3. All right, you guys, that is now live. Boom. Okay. Let me see here. You're back from dinner, Cutie Calendar. Okay, awesome. You had beef and noodle stir fry and a banana and pineapple pina colada. Ah, that sounds so good. We are still reading Canis, but once we finish that, Cutie Calendar, we will read yours. Okay, hun? You guys, please do start contributing if you enjoy these streams and you would like me to read some of your work. I would love to. It'd be an honor and a privilege. Let me see here. Tao also will read public domain stories the community wants to share too, not just original writing. That is true. If you are a fan of, I don't know what this is like. I love Edgar Allan Poe, so like I know he's in public domain and he's very well known. So like for example, you could submit something like that. Also, it gives everyone trouble. Whatever floats your boat works fine. Oh, that's okay. Okay, all good. I'll probably call you Acne. That's okay. We're all putting our points towards this, right? I think so. All right. But Acne, I hope that you enjoy hanging out with us, darling. If you haven't been here before, I'm Tao. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am also a professional artist, so if you come on in on Fridays, Aussie time, which is yesterday, you can help me decide what we work on, what we draw, and then also request music as well. We're also doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal and Final Fantasy XIV Heaven's Ward, so please no spoilers for those, but if you would like to see a newbie play through either of those, please come on through. Tomorrow is our Persona day. We also do, on Tuesdays, we do a demo day where you guys once more get involved by sending me demos you would like me to try on stream. We play them on stream. It's a grand old time. And we, of course, have these fun little community challenges. But it is such a pleasure to welcome you in, amazing Acne. I hope you enjoy the vibes. And I hope that you all enjoy the reading so far. All right. Same story. We are on the 3rd chapter. Here we go. And then we will move over to Cutie Calnes. Chapter 3, Dog Days, Howling at the Moon. Cassiel walked for a while until his paws hurt, and until he could no longer hear the distinct purr of Holly's overstretched limousine. Then he turned ahead and towards the lighthouse, and as he made his approach, Prometheus began to retreat, and the sky of the capital's outskirts began to crawl into darkness. Slowly, and steadily, purple at the tips like the fledgling fronds of a newborn eaves tree. Inky dark soon swooped in, chasing the purple away, and countless cyclopean stars glittered in the sky. They were close enough to see, yet too far to touch. The clarity to which he could see the countless forms, I think maybe that's which. The clarity to which he could see the countless forms was staggering tonight. He could see them clearly tonight. Fired porcelain would have looked foolish next to them, though these things, the products of the paws, the men, oh, was this Menzies? As are most things, they too were ignoble in his eyes. Rolling balls of fraud and malingering and wasted money that spoke of the misbegotten brains that sat upon the misbegotten heads of all those high-necked, high-collared, high-strung fuckers up in Elysium Hill. Elysium Hill. Oh, Elysium Hill. With your golden spires and your high-necked collars and the face of the Emperor flooded all that he knew. That smug, gilded bastard. He clicked his tongue and trudged along, though as he did, he was greeted by the ever-present trundle of the stars and their tracks. If he was unlucky, this whole desert would turn into wet slate if those gears expelled their cooling tanks. Just another note that would rain on his parade. He pulls the meat pie from his pocket, which from the day's events so far had left it rather flat, a meat pancake, so to speak. He took a bite, spraying grease onto his chambray shirt, and as if on cue, Epimetheus soon trundled along on its own set of celestial tracks, set aloft with the sound of clicks and clacks as gears both came into connection and let go. Then the large yellow sphere sat at the apex of the domed night sky, as artificial as anything else in the capital, or in Hod, or Samael. He took another bite, and the leathery, rubbery taste of aberration meat hit his tongue. It was oddly salty, and this pie, which was in a green package, was most often he had picked out these blue packages. Had a rather surprisingly pleasant melange of spices. Left a nice burn as he swallowed, but it didn't make the walk to the lighthouse any less grueling. After finishing the meat pie, he stuffed the package into his pocket, emboldened by the countless pieces of litter that stuck up from the surface of the sand. Sure, he didn't like this place, but it deserved better. As he crested a hill, colored in the same barren gray, he ruminated upon the question Holly had asked in the car. Does the name Canis ring any bells? This thought entered to forefront of his mind, inflated, and then popped. He didn't know Canis, or at least some form of that name. Sorry, he did know Canis. That's an important oopsies distinction. He did know Canis, or at least some form of that name, years ago, when he was just a whelp. Each dune he walked over came another memory that was long since buried. Terrible memories of the slums in Keter. He knew walking into this base would bring almost all of them back to bear. So, he walked. He trudged along as Epimetheus flitted down soft, silvery light. There was a strange lack of clouds on today's nighttime sky. Probably the dome runners got bored of clouds. There were the soft clicks and chirps of desert hoppers playing softly somewhere overhead, trilling and blending with the sounds of the dome sky's gears. Click, 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 to chirp, chirp, chirp. The wind sowed across what was dead or dying, picking up the dry bones of cacti, sending them hurtling, skipping across the sand, like stones across water. The wind, it seemed, laughed. When he finally arrived at the lighthouse, the thought had yet to leave his mind, and he wondered just who, or what, this Canis person was, and why Holly, of all people, knew their name. He raised one of his paws and knocked on the door, and as he waited for a greeting, he became all too familiar with the graffiti that sprawled across the wind-buffeted and rust-eaten walls. A drawing of the leader here, albeit crude and depicted with far too many shaky lines. He, in his mind, could see perfectly a scene of Almus drunk, giggling as they held the spray paint can, saying, "Check this shit out, I can draw myself!" Below the possible self-portrait was a swirling series of black lines that did not meet, nor did they form some kind of shape. They were just formless chaos, the perfect macrocosm for the scavengers as a whole, but especially the aces. The door came open, and there stood a waifish crane of a girl, her long beak and gimlet dagger's eyes gave her the air of one raised on the Ripper's guides in Hod's poorest slums. An air of knowledge, especially around a blade, wafted off of her palpably. And it was sour. She, in all aspects, resembled a killer, yet in all manners befitting appearances she was far nobler, the sort that the sands between Samael, Hod, and New Elysium, and by proxy Elysium Hill, have ever seen. She wore a silver band atop her head, and had a few strands of her plumage pushed back. Perhaps she was the new receptionist on her day off. The few that they possibly are.
What do you want?
The waifish crane asked. Cassiel Hazelbub.
Oh, God damn it! We weren't expecting you so soon, she said.
So soon, but Cassiel sighed and pushed his way through the door. The crane threw a look that he wouldn't soon forget. Hold on, I'm just figuring out who's talking.
Anyway, Alma's to be in their office, and Sunday and Bansforth to be in the lounge. You need anything else, asshole?
Is Edmund in?
The handler? No, should be here soon. If you need to discuss payment, just talk to Almas.
That, Cassiel sighed, is the problem.
I'm sure they are pleased to see you again, too. They never shut up about you, you know. Don't fuck this up.
And she retreated to some curving side hallway that branched into a set of rooms. Possibly crew quarters, and they were utterly alone. The interior of the lighthouse was as similar in essence as the exterior, loud colors and random exclamations of danger. It seemed as he passed certain newly painted sections that the colors black and yellow were almost the unofficial colors of the aces. The smell of rotting sweat, raw iron, and the faintest whiff of scant produce already turning. From these few notes, he already had a clearer picture in his mind of it all. So this was how Almas lived. It was certainly no grander than himself, he thought, and was reminded, like a smack to the jaw, of a palimpsest. Oh, palimpsest. What is that? Hold on. I don't know if I know that word. Yeah, it is palimpsest, a written document, manuscript, or surface where old text was scraped or washed away so the material can be reused for new writing. Oh! Kind of like when you erase something with a not very good eraser on not very good paper. Sorry, I had to look that up. Okay. Palimpsest. An ill feeling that sank into his gut. These smells hid one that he could and didn't want to place. Gold. It was pungent and heavy, and his nose just wouldn't stop taking big whiffs of the air, which earned only further lungfuls of the scent he did not like. It was Almas's scent. There were other smells, however. It wasn't that these select few notes were the only scores to the symphony, or discordia, whichever you like, rather. It was lightly accented by a few less harmonious of notes, steel and gunpowder, and the sterile scent of dead aberration. He could hear the faint memories of conversations past. People lived here, worked here, as he and Almas once did. Then there were the many photos, none of which Cassiel liked looking at, and two, they all featured him in some regard, possibly with an arm around Almas. Pups, then, smiling wide as the lighthouse had yet to earn its first brown splotch of rust. Oh, how the years were unkind to them all. He touched at a scar on his temple, hidden by his twisted locked hair. Almas had given it to him, and it still sucked to remember. Down another flight of stairs, the porthole windows displayed the underground in all its sandstone glory, black, yellow, and that was it. Perhaps there was something more exciting these windows were once meant to stare out at. Almas signaled D. Patmos, the leader of the top-rated scavenger team, the Aces of Kahara. There was a lot there that could be said about Almas, but boring and delicate weren't either of those things. He raised a paw and balled it and lightly knocked on the door. Hey, Almas, it's me. I'm here for that job Holly told me about.
Huh? Oh, right!
Then the door came open. There stood Almas, tall and well-built, with a handsome yet beautiful muzzle decorated with chains that connected their most front fangs. Scars lined from the top of their left temple to the bottom of their chin. In the same effect as Holly, they appeared as though they had no care, no worry about where their next meal would come from. Their eyes bore the same pinhole glass bead effect, and on principle, Cassiel avoided their gaze, or rather, glare, in this case. Their suit was always well pressed and smelled faintly of Far Eastern flowers' ash pear blossom, wonderful this time of year. They gripped their tie and loosened it before rounding their desk. They ran a hand through their long gray hair and urged Cassiel inside. Their tail went slack against their pant leg, and they stood behind their desk, knuckles braced against the wood. I am going to change his voice because I was giving him like snotty brat vibes, and I'm getting not snotty brat vibes from this. 1 second, I gotta plug in my phone. 2 ways to erase. Either the good eraser rubs the writing out, or the cheap eraser tears a hole through the entire paper, and then you gotta get a new piece of paper. True. All right, let's get down to brass tacks. No, wait, sorry. This is not Cassiel. This is, no, this is Cassiel, sorry. All right, let's get down to brass tacks. Their beady eyes fell upon Cassiel. So, just business? No, hey, Cassie, been a while. Oh man, I missed you. Where's my hug at? Should have thought of that before you killed my father. Wait, no, it is, hold on. Oh, I understand here. Okay, I am so sorry. I understand. Almost is non-binary and uses they, them exclusively. Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. They, them. Got it. Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize that they were teasing. They're teasing. Okay, got it. Okay, let me reread that. So this is. All right. Let's get down to brass tacks. Their beady eyes fell upon Cassiel. So, just business. No, hey, Cassie, been a while. No, man, I missed you. Where's my hug at? Should have thought of that before you killed my father. Almost snarled. You're fucking lucky I haven't thrown you out already. You're lucky Edmund likes you. Really fucking lucky. The chain connecting their front fangs jingled as they spoke, creating a distinct clink sound. I tried explaining it to you before. Whatever. Cassiel slumped into his allotted seat. What's there to explain? He was dead at your feet. Don't get moody like some fucking child. Face this tribulation like the man you are. Alma slammed their fist upon the table, scattering unfiled paperwork, which earned a sudden look of remorse and a blush upon their face. Pardon me. How improper I've become, they muttered, gathering up the rogue letters and other to-be-filled files. They placed them upon the desk, and saw that they were improperly stacked and tapped them a few times on the desk's edge. Only after determining that they were perfectly symmetrical now, they placed them on their desk, face down. Normally, Cassiel wasn't the type of person to enjoy the company of people whose livelihood reside on that side of the desk, but he could at least try, for a while, to make an exception for Almas. He would save his little mental jabs and quips for the officious marmot. If he survived this job, then again, that would probably earn a sucker punch from Holly Jolly, which didn't exactly look survivable. Well, let's get one thing straight. This mission will be dangerous, hence why you're here, Almas said smoothly, and they nervously bounced their fingers across their desk. Look, this job. Most of the details were lost on Cassiel as he stared long and hard around the room and only caught every second word. This job. Dangerous. Nest. Artifacts. Find a site? Cassiel asked, his attention half torn between Almas himself and the poster on the wall that read, Hang in there, depicting an aberration cutely clinging to a steel beam. He wondered, as he spoke listless, what kind of asshole would do that to an aberration, let alone a hatchling? Aren't you listening? Almost asked, nearly snapped. I am, I swear. Yes, we found a site. Well, I did. It was in the no man's land at the east, miles from here. Stumbled upon it and knew I needed the aces on this, but Almost sighed. The whole time I was down there was this unshakable feeling. Hence why I sent for Holly to fetch you. You know me. I wouldn't do that unless I think someone will die without you. I may hate you, but I am an honest to them. Almost straightened their tie, When that was done, they began to toy with the change heading out of their jaw, flicking it idly. I need the work just to make sure you pay, I need the work just, okay, hold on. I need the work. Just make sure to pay me the emergency rate, Cassiel said, and then added, and what was up with that bird at the door? I've never seen her before. Ah, Patty. Yes, she's a new hire for the paperwork and boredom side of things, they tittered. Give me it straight, Almus. Will I need to use my magic on this mission? Retry, they asked. Probably not. But your elemental magic most definitely. You never know. Wait, hold on. Who is talking here? As Almus asked something, and then you never know. Holly mentioned something. Okay, I think Cassiel's talking here? You never know. Then a pause. Holly mentioned something called Canis on the ride over here. You know who that is? Almus shrugged. All I know is whatever rumors are floating around New Elysium. So, not much. It's most larger with the suits. Holly's type. Edmore would know more. Look, Cassiel began after the conversation tapered into awkward, crude stares. I never said it before, but for what it's worth, I am sorry about your father. And? What the fuck do you mean, and? Precisely that. Look, I don't get why you still think I killed him. Whose word should I take? Yours? Or what I saw with my own eyes? You killed him! He was right about you. You always were just a junk dog. I didn't kill him! Obviously, I would remember if I killed him. I never forget a kill, he said without pride. Without much effect, really. And he sank into his, without much affect, really. And he sank into his chair. Almost his muzzle soured, and they let a small, yipping chuckle. Oh, I guess that just exonerates you then, huh? Almost slammed their hand down on their desk once more, this time mindful of their unprocessed papers. Think that's probably almost still. I don't know what he sees in you. Firstly, if it's about the masked man you saw that day, don't bother. It's a lie. Almost rounded their desk and offered a wicked glare after leaving in a huff. The office was completely still afterwards, silent and still. Cassiel kept his eyes fixed on the poster on the wall, the small aberration clinging helpless to the branch, pleading with him. Its smooth, featureless face asking 1,000 requests. He stood and went for the door. I didn't kill your dad, Almus, he muttered, his voice soft, even to himself. He wasn't even aware he was speaking. I'm not Canis. Ooh, I'm so sorry. I got very confused with some of the who was talking at certain points, but that is such a cool story. I love this world. It's so dark and so interesting. I just looked at the alerts and I see storytelling stream, challenge complete, and I'm like, you guys have not completed 300 and however many yet. Have you? You could. I bet you could. Thank you so very much. That was awesome. I really like the immersion of the world in this story. Is it based off something or completely original? Perfect time for a break. It is actually a perfect time for a break. And when we get back, we will rewind over to Calnez. But that was fantastic, Thylacines Eternus. Thank you so much for that. Sorry I fucked up on a few of those deliveries there. I got a little bit confused who was talking a couple of times, but I absolutely love this world, this story. These characters are so fascinating. We got really deep point pockets and can easily complete a storytime challenge. It seems like it. Yeah, it's a great story. It is really good. It's fucking sick. Hi there, Cutie Cloak. Welcome on in. How are you? I wanted to also see here. Acne. Hello, sweetheart. It's good to have you here. You'll be back in a bit. All good, sweetest Solar. Thank you for the lurk, amazing Umbra, and welcome on in. Welcome back, sweetest Space Cat. Vash, darling Vash, thank you so very much for the 275 studies. That's amazing. You're finally home. Welcome home, darling. It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. All right, you guys, we gotta go on a quick break. When we get back, we are going to go straight into Kalne's story. Hey there, sweetest striker. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. All right, cutie pies. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. Dongs. This is also a mesomin in case you need to get medications or vitamins. For those of you who are new here, or acne, in case you're still here, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. It's not very long, but it is just long enough that if you don't want to miss any content, but you also can't afford to or do not wish to subscribe, you still don't have to worry about it. Here, subscriptions, I want to make sure they're literally just to support the streamer. They don't like afford you anything special besides like, I guess you get to play more games during the break. And you do have access to the emotes, which is cool, but I can't do anything about that, so. All right, I will talk to you guys in 3 minutes. Love you lots. I miss you dearly. See you soon. Mwah. Hello there, my darlings. Welcome back. Once you finish your words, we will jump back over. You guys can keep on playing with your boss, if you like. And then we're going to be reading Dustborn Devils. By Cutie Kelme. Well done, and over here we go. Okay. Cool. Hey, welcome back. Next middle slash down slash abbies. Good next. Welcome back, lovely la. Yummy Yuki, Apis. Yes, good Yuki. Welcome back, Valiant Va. Thank you so much again for the 275 stream streak. Insanity! Thank you, uppies. Good Vash. Hi there, terrific Talon. Welcome back, and hello, Swedish Shadow Prince. Oh, welcome back. Welcome back, Swedish Strat. Eisen. Uppies for Eisen. Good Eisen. Mass uppies. Okay, mass uppies for all pals who have not requested or gotten direct uppies. Good pals. All right. Let me see here. Oh, I also probably should turn this one down. All right. How's our volume for everything, by the way, you guys? You pretty happy with it? These stories have been really good. They have. They're so good. And we have so many more awesome pieces of writing to go as well. I also want to make sure that I can slot in at least a couple of chapters of Cacto's book as well. Also, a terrific talent. Thank you for the 50. It's 33. Oh, Vash! Sweetie, thank you ever so much for gifting that sub to Cutie Calne. Thank you so much for your amazing generosity, darling. Thank you. That. Thank you so much, sweetheart. And Cutie Calne, welcome back to the plush pouch. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and handmade emotes. Okay. Let me see. Dustborn Devils. I'm gonna use my other hand. Yes, this hand. All right. Cutie Calne, VA or just narration? You have a preference? Gift sub so sudden my stream lagged. Boo! Boo! VA as always. All right, great. All right, this is by Cutie Calne in the chat. Here we go. You know what I might do? I might drag this over here. And sorry, hold on. I'm just trying to get this situated. Okay. All right. Prologue, Chapter 1. Ooh. Haven't you had enough yet? The Demon King smirks through his attempts to get air. The three heroes of the land badly beaten. The Demon King in the same shape. The battle taking its toll on each one of them, chipping away at their health slowly but surely. He looks to his sides, seeing his companions unable to move. Finding the strength he didn't know he had, Otto rises up once again, standing to meet his fated rival. The survival of everything he knows dependent on his actions. Really? Still up for fighting? You just don't know when to give up. Otto didn't wait for his monologue to finish. As the Demon King was speaking, he slipped under his legs, getting behind him. Otto went straight for the back of the neck. With a quick sweep of his blade, the Demon King's spinal cord was severed. All he could manage was a small gasp before falling to the floor. Blood pools on the floor as the life drains from his eyes. The Demon King, dead in his palace. I don't know who a lot of these characters are and whether they have like mask or femme voices, so I'm gonna have to make it up. I apologize in advance. Yeah, I don't know, but we'll see. Hey, are you too good? Well, that was the single worst beating I've taken, Umloth, the party's armor, says. Let me check on Longears. As Umloth goes over to the third member, Otto goes to take his prize. He drags his injured body over to the Demon King's body. One is female, Otto is male, the third member is non-binary. But which one is one? I don't think I know the character who's speaking when they say, hey, are you too good? Because it hasn't been mentioned. So I'm not sure who's talking. Is that the female male or is that the, I guess Umlath is male. So Umlath is male. Got that one. Umlath, oh no, Umlath is female? Oh, okay. Okay, do you want to tell me what who's talking? Because I actually don't know. I don't understand. I don't know who says, hey, are you too good? Or let me check on little long ears. I'm assuming that it's the same person who says that, but it could be the first and the third person, maybe. So we have 2 female and 1 non-binary? Is that right? Oh, wait, no. So Umlath is female. Sorry, Otto is male. Got it. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so Umlath is a Goyle. I don't know who says, hey, are you too good? Or let me check on little long ears. But it's Umlath talking here. I tried to make it unknown, and I did too good of a job. That is A-okay, hun. I will guess that, so wait, but surely Umlath is not saying, hey, are you too good, and let me check on little long ears. Because I know that, well, that was the single worst beating I've taken is Umlath, because he's mentioned that, but I don't know who, hey, are you too good, and let me check on little long ears. Is that Otto, or is that the third member? Back with your sandwich? Ooh, enjoy, Red. Enjoy, yum, yum. I suggested sliced cheddar and a smooth peanut butter on wheat is great. That sounds quite, decadent, rich. Oh, Otto is asking. Okay, Umlath is checking on little long ears. Okay. 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 All right, Otto is asking first, and then it's Umlath, and then even though it's on a completely separate line, it's still Umlath? Is that right? I'm gonna guess, since you said Umlath is also checking on little long ears. Okay. Yes, it should be. Oh, okay, okay. We're just going with the flow. Okay, I will try. Okay. Hey, are you too good? Well, that was the single worst beating I've taken, Umlath, the party's armor says. Let me check on little long ears. As Umlath goes over to the third member, Otto goes to take his prize. He drags his injured body over to the Demon King's body. Raising his blade above his head, he swipes down, making a clean cut, decapitating him. The severed head rolls slightly before coming to a rest at Otto's feet. May you never rise again. Turning around, Otto sees Umlath picking up the third member from the ground, slinging them across her shoulder. Blood from multiple cuts on their body bleeding onto Umlath's armor. The body flops around as if it was lifeless. Are they? Otto points to the assumed corpse, his eyes welling up, awaiting the bad news. Umlath waits for a moment, her face unchanging, the atmosphere chokingly thick. As she goes to speak, a small, nervous-sounding chuckle comes out, breaking the tension. No, they're all right. Might wake up with major pains, but alive, she responds, feeling relieved. Otto stares at Umlath as her words set into his brain. This is not the time to joke like that, Otto yells, tears falling from his face. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Umlath apologizes, feeling bad that she made things worse. The atmosphere goes back to normal. Otto wipes the tears off his face, steadying himself. He wraps the Demon King's head in a burlap sack. Then he goes over to the body, giving one last kick to the corpse. They bid farewell to the demon fortress. Walking past the corpses of the underlings they had to fight their way through, they leave behind the slaughter as they walk back to the Empire. As day turns to night, they set up camp. Cooking the meat they brought along just in case, as Umlath would say. Joking and eating, the third one wakes up. What happened? The third member stirs awake. We were fighting the Demon King, Evinen, I think. Evinen, Otto responds. As if by magic, as soon as the Demon King was spoken, Evinen stands straight up, ready to fight. Whoa, long ears, calm down. We won. Umlath jumps to sit Evinen back down. We won? Yes, we did. Now sit back down, you're hurt. No, The adrenaline wears off, Evanen's body finally telling them how it feels. Sitting back down, Evanen's aches and pains make themselves fully apparent. They cast minor healing on themselves, but it isn't enough. Otto grabs some healing salve and helps Evanen apply it to their back. Otto yawns as he rubs in the salve. Umlath having trouble keeping her eyes open. Bed? Otto asks. Bed, the other two reply. The three nearly fall asleep as they prepare their animal skin furnishings for the night. The forest is quiet. The demonic energy once prominent in this land is finally gone. The first time no one has, I think that's meant to be the first time no one has had to keep watch for demons while the others sleep. Falling asleep has never been easier for the three, taking mere seconds to be transported to dreamland. While the other two sleep with no issues, Evan starts dreaming. This isn't a peaceful dream, no. They dream of the water in the oceans disappearing. They dream of the green fields burning to ash and cinder. They dream of kingdoms crumbling into dust. They dream of death and destruction. They dream of the end of the world. Evan wakes up last, looking like they knocked back a few mugs of ale the night before. As starts rolling up their beds, Otto checks on Evan.
Rough night, huh? You have no idea.
They pack up their meager campsite. They head off to the head of the Demon King stinking worse than it did the previous day. Nothing a few spells can't handle, though. Walking to the closest town that still had a population, they grab a wagon back to the Empire. It takes about a day to make it back to the Empire. There isn't much to do during the ride. Making small talk with the driver can only stave off boredom for so long. Evan elected to sleep the whole way, as Otto and look out the back of the covered wagon, watching the world go on behind them. Evan wakes up just as they get inside of the Empire.
Hey, Evan, what you gonna do now that the Demon King is gone?
Speaks.
What?
Evan rubs their eyes, still half asleep.
You have any plans now that the Demon King is dead?
Otto repeats.
I guess I'll have to go back home. It's been a while since I've seen my family.
Yeah, I feel that. Probably gonna do the same thing before oh, sorry, wrong person. Yeah, I feel that. Probably gonna do the same thing before I go back to the church, responds. Evan turns to Otto.
What are you gonna do?
Well, I want to settle down. Don't know about you two, but I'd like to marry at some point.
That might be nice.
Evan ponders the possibilities in their mind.
You have someone special in mind?
I had a childhood sweetheart when I was growing up. Hopefully the spark is still there when I get back. Evan glances over to Umlath. Umlath chuckles before they even speak.
Nah, you can count me out of that one.
The other two sigh. We know, Miss Paladin, they both say at once. Umlath laughs a hearty laugh. I guess that one was obvious. The Empire was the same as it was before the heroes left. Everyone living in fear of the Demon King, yet still trying to live a normal life. While the energy in the city doesn't change immediately, the presence of the three heroes sparks quiet talks between the townsfolk. None of them speak out loud, just in case they misread the situation. The three climb the numerous stairs up the castle's entrance. A mighty quest in its own right. Umlath violently pushes both doors open. The sudden swinging of the doors scares those inside. They confidently walk into the building, past the people they scared, and straight to the throne room. Barging into the throne room wasn't met with much fanfare, as the three interrupted an important meeting. That all changed as soon as the king realized who they were. No words were spoken. They were unnecessary. Otto tosses the bag to the king's feet, where a guard snatches it up, unwrapping the Demon King's head. The room explodes into cheers. Those well-mannered found themselves jumping like little kids. Eons of constant battles for basic survival. Gone. Eons of disappearances and deaths of the innocent. Gone. Eons of living in constant fear. Finally, gone. The king summons the people to the foot of his castle. He walks out onto his podium with the three following behind. The king looks around at the faces of the people. While they are all either smiling or neutral, he knows what they all feel. The unease still hard set into his people. He couldn't wait to shatter it. The Demon King is dead. Chapter 2. No more words necessary. The people erupted into a flurry of cheers. It spread all over the kingdom, even to those that couldn't make it. The Demon King is dead. The Demon King is dead. It's finally over. The sound spread to the small villages outside the walls of the kingdom. No more will they have to live in fear. Otto Vang, the adventurer, Evenin Waterfoot, the Dark Elf Witch, Amleth Bashuk, Orcish Paladin of the Church of the Iron Maiden. I can't thank you enough for what you have done on this glorious day. The king bows deeply to show his respect. The people below do the same. The next few days were a blur. Plans for statues to be erected in honor of the three heroes were made. A national holiday was created to celebrate the Demon King's death. Bards were quickly coming up with new songs to share the tales of the heroes to those far and wide. All this celebration was too much for them to handle, so the three elected to pack it in for the night. The three elect to reside in the inn with the Adventurers Tavern attached. When they walk in, they see there are a number of quests up on the board, still up for the taking. They take a look at the jobs, but deep down, they know they are done with this life. After defeating the Demon King, they just want to rest. The hype dies down as the weeks pass by. Life eventually goes back to normal, just with less fear in the air. The feats that they went through are still celebrated, but not as loudly as before. The final night comes, the last night they will spend as a party. They agreed on the date before, but couldn't believe that time had come. On the last day, they enjoyed a nice time out in the town, meeting all their friends to celebrate their victory, buying their wagon tickets to wherever they wanted to go. One last dinner and a room together before they leave. Forever. But fate felt like playing a joke. The morning comes. Evenin wakes up first, as they usually do. Dressing themselves in their traveling gear, they make their way to the exit. They stop as they get to the door, their eyes drifting down to the envelope slipped through the crack at the bottom. A seal from the elemental church glistened as the daylight hit it. Evenin's face curls up in anger and disgust. They know what this means all too well. Another quest. Another quest directly given to them. Another quest directly given to them on the day they agreed to split up and enjoy life. Another quest directly given to them on the day they agreed to split up and enjoy life that could not be ignored. The room gets quiet despite the loud snoring coming from Umlath's bed. Evenin holds their heads in Evenin holds their head in their hands. Their ears turn red, steam pouring out of them, deeply inhaling to bury their rage before they burst out in a flurry of swears. Walking over to Otto's bed, Evenin gives him one good slap on the face, waking up instantly.
Ugh! What the hell is that for, Evenin? We were given another quest,
Evenin says as they walk over to wake Umlath.
We're done. Didn't anyone get the message? We told everyone we know in this
Evenin holds up the envelope between their fingers, showing the seal to Otto.
We can't ignore this one.
Evenin gets over to Umlath's bed, the legs slightly bending from her sheer body weight. Slapping her on the face once isn't nearly enough to wake her up.
What could the elemental church want with us now?
Otto says as he goes to get dressed.
Let me wake this buffoon up and we'll see.
Evenin climbs up on Umlath's bed, using their staff to smack her in the face. At first, it didn't seem to work, so Evenin lines up another shot. Before the staff makes a connection, Umlath catches it, knocking Evenin onto the floor.
What was that for, long ears?
Umlath says, quite threateningly, rubbing her face.
Ugh, we've got another quest.
Greg! Hi there, lovely Greg! Welcome on in! Oh my gosh, how are you? How was Goose Goose Duck? How was Hearthstone? It is so good to see you! Welcome on in! You guys, this is the wonderful Neo Greg who is showing even more support. What a freaking sweetheart! Thank you so much for coming in with our raid strat. I can stop lurking in your chat now. You guys, this is the absolutely astoundingly awesome, gorgeous Greg who hath descended from the realm of Goose Goose Duck, bringing tidings of Hearthstone Arena and other diversions. This casual connoisseur of rhythm and card games doth grace us with speedruns, analysis, and education. From Enter the Gungeon to Dench Attack, their streams be a veritable cornucopia of gaming delights. Hi, what are we reading today? Gorgeous Greg, what an excellent question. We have a ongoing, whenever it gets finished, we start it back up again, an ongoing Channel Point community goal called Storytime Stream, where when it is met, you guys, the community, get to submit stories for me to read. And it doesn't necessarily have to be something you've written. Ideally, it would be. But if you're not much of a writer, as long as it's in public domain, you can send it through. So if you're like a fan of Edgar Allan Poe, for example, you could send that through to me. And I will read it for you because I am a professional narrator and VA. So I am happy to do that for you. And I ask you guys whether you want me to voice act it or do like an audiobook narration type of thing. So far, we just want VA stuff, which is totally cool with me. But yes, gorgeous Greg, how were your wins in Hearthstone, hun? And how was Goose Goose Duck? How was it? How was it? Thank you ever so much for coming in. Any fanfics? As long as they're appropriate, although I am tempted to read you the one that my dear friend Snivine444 made the most incredible Tau X corn. That's right, C-O-R-N, my favorite snack, right? Like yellow kernels corn. An incredible fanfic of us. Absolutely astounding. Cacto, yes, the corn fic. It was so fucking good, dude. She outdid herself. I almost don't just want to read that because, oh my God, it was so fucking funny. Rainy, hi there, lovely Rainy. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, it was so funny, dude. I got to like, that story was fun. It was really funny. I kind of want to just go find it so that I can read you an excerpt just out of nowhere. I'll do that. You know what? I'll do that for you. Just for you, Greg. I'm just going to tab through. I'm just going to, oh wait, oh my God. Okay. This is literally the clip. This is the clip. If you want to listen to it, it's so funny, but I will do a quick live performance, for you. Let me see. Did you send me Snivy's story strat or was that just in the writing channel? It might've just been in the writing channel, actually. But you guys, please do check out the wonderful and gorgeous Neo Greg. What a fucking sweetie, dude. He has banging music playing all the time, truly. And hey, if you're a sub, you can actually go on in there and request a free song a day. Also, he does a lot of Hearthstone. He's an extremely exceptional top tier Hearthstone player. He does a lot of arena, kind of like Save. But then he does a lot of really cool sponsored segments as well. How did you enjoy your Japan Drift Forza in Japan thing? How was that, Greg? Did you get to do that as well? You sent it to me, Strat? Okay. Check your DM. I linked it to you. Perfect. Thank you. I will just don't worry, we are going to go back. We are going to go back to Calnes, but because Greg asked and Greg very generously brought in his incredible community. You guys, please go support Greg. Honestly, what a fucking angel. He's so sweet and such a cutie pie. He has been so supportive of this channel, dude. Like he raids in like at least twice a week. He is so sweet. He is a huge part of our partner push. Like our we're not like announcing it or anything, but like we're trying to push for partner and we couldn't do it without lovely Neo Greg. So please go and show him some appreciation. He's so sweet. The drifting game was cool, a lot harder than Forza, but a heavier focus on drifting. Do you like the drifting mechanic? Okay, I'm just gonna read this. I'm just gonna read this one segment for you real quick, okay? This just for you, Greg. This won't make a ton of sense, but there's really not a lot of backstory you need for this, so it's fine. Later, as promised, the two met once again under the moonlight, but gone were the playful words of yesteryear. As Corn and Tiger gazed at each other, the silence between them betrayed their longing and passion. Minutes went by before one of them spoke. Corn-chan, Tau said, TauTassieTigerly. I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, splendid. Just like Aladdin, Corn-chan said, a tear sliding down her leaf. Her heart had long known what it would choose in the end, but now she had finally made peace with it. I'm ready, Tau-senpai! Take me with you! With the strength of her boundless love, her roots tore themselves from the soil and flailed through the frigid night air. Braving even the sting of her raw, exposed epidermis, she resolved to shake free of the ground that once caged her. Corn-chan fell into Tau's waiting arms with an emotional cry. The maze knight wiped her tears tenderly. Of course, my cute, caring, creative, clever, cozy, calming, cheerful, capable, colorful, charismatic, celebrated, classy, chivalrous, competent, constructive, courageous, cultivated, curious, consistent, courteous, circular, corny, corn-chan. I'll never let you cry like this again. From now on, nobody can tear us apart.
Kia!
The maiden squeaked.
Can you do one more thing for me before we run away, senpai?
Of course, dear. What is it?
I want to see you flex your amazing muscles.
Tau flexed. The contraction of her muscle fibers was so strong that it emitted a mild shockwave.
Oh my gosh!
Corn-chan swooned. And there's your excerpt. Imagine you raid someone and then you get this greeting for the other side. Listen, if it wasn't Greg, I wouldn't have done it. But it's Greg. I hope you enjoy that.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game. Partner push, good luck, and I'll try to help when I can. Greg, you were so sweet. I really, really appreciate your generosity and kindness and support. You were so delightful and appreciated here, darling. Thank you so much. When is your next stream? And are you going to do any more sponsored stuff as well, so that we can also join you for that? Thank you for the care package, incredibly every day. Clap. Thank you, Cacto. Thank you. Is that 50 Corns of Grey or 50 Shades of Corn? Neither. It's fanfic, and it's my favorite fanfic I've ever read. Cutie Snivy is outstanding. She's a great writer, though, genuinely. But God, she's so fucking funny. If you do want to hear the entire story as it was read before, remember, you can do so here. It's about a 11-minute story, and it's hilarious. It's 444 Shades of Snivy. It's true. And they lived happily ever after. Exactly, Sina City. Next Monday is my next stream. Gonna take a weekend off for that R&R, as you deserve to, gorgeous Greg. 100%. You guys, please, 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 like I said, go follow the gorgeous Neo Greg. What an absolute angel. What a sweetheart. What a cutie pie. What a supportive, darling guy, honestly. Oh my God. You will have the privilege of spending time with him next Monday. He's gonna have some time to rest and relax. Well deserved, if I do say so myself. But yes, Craig, thank you so much for bringing everybody in. If you guys do need to like run away, totally fair. But if you would like to stick around, this is just a reading stream. We're reading all the pals. Like all of these things that the pals have sent in. So if you would like to stick around and just get absorbed into the fictional worlds that we find ourselves in, then please consider doing so. And one more time, you guys, go turn on those notifications for Greg. Go follow him. Go check him out. Total sweetheart. Thank you ever so much for the very generous raid. Please go. I know you've been streaming those long hours, because I have seen that timestamp pick up all day. So please, 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 gorgeous Greg, go ahead and eat, sleep, be merry, and especially have some exceptional R&R, okay? You deserve it. You very much deserve it. No problem. Good luck with all the readings today. I'll be around. Incredible. So excited to have you on. Thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it. Can I get one more shout out for the lovely Neo Greg? I might have to do an exclamation point shout out. I think that I think that it probably won't, the slash shout out just recently happened. So all right. Yay! Please check him out there. Use this as a link, please. All right. Let's see. All right, Cutie Calne, we are back to your story. I need to see what hand this. Nope, that's the wrong hand. On this hand. There we go. Thank you for my pal hat, Yummy Yuki. All right. All right. Let's see. The magic book. It's true. It's true. Oh, this is not wide enough. Okay. Dude, seriously, Greg is so sweet. Please go support him. He's so lovely. All right.
What was that, long ears?
Wait, wrong voice. Hold on. What was that, long ears? Umloth says, quite threateningly, rubbing her face.
We got another quest.
Evelyn says on the floor, massaging the back of their head. What do you mean?
This one has the official seal of the Elemental Church.
Ugh, really? Umlath gets out of bed and helps Evelyn up. You two get dressed. I'll open this while you do.
Jeez, that hurt.
Evelyn tears into the envelope. Oh, sorry, wrong character. Was not clear, sorry. Okay.
You two get dressed. I'll open this while you do. Ugh, jeez, that hurt.
Evelyn tears into the envelope as Otto and Umlath get dressed begrudgingly. Opening the letter, Evelyn notices that it is lacking in any actual quest, which is strange, especially for a letter from the Elemental Church, whose quests are usually over-detailed in the most useless way. Dear Umlath, Otto, and Evelyn, your presence is requested by the goddess of water. Please bring all your best gear. More will be revealed when you arrive. The location of this meeting is at the bottom of this page. Make sure you are not followed. May the elements be ever in your favor. Matana Destard, Elemental High Priest.
That's it?
Otto says, confused.
That's literally all it says. Here.
Evelyn hands the letter to Otto.
Nah, that can't be. Let me see that.
Umlath snatches the letter from Otto, rereading it out loud. They finish getting dressed in their usual adventuring attire. Evelyn and Otto both help Umlath get into her plated armor. The tone of the letter was something none of them liked, bringing everything they could fit into their packs to prepare themselves for the roads that potentially lay ahead. They have no idea what could be in store for them, and they weren't rushing to figure it out. Walking through the town in full gear felt wrong. The wagon tickets expiring with each step they took. Other parties that knew they were retired stared as they went. Some would come up and ask them what happened. Even after answering, the nosy continued to pry. Umlath had to scare away a few that refused to leave their side. They get to the Elemental Church on the outskirts of the main city, yet still inside the castle walls. It's clearly one of the first Elemental churches built, being somewhat modest compared to most others they've been to in the past. It was clearly not used in a while. The walls are covered in multiple layers of faded paint, with a thick layer of dust on the insides of the windows. No one would suspect that this is where the heroes of the land were summoned to.
I know you're a paladin of the Iron Maiden, but I gotta ask, what do you think they meant by your presence is requested by the goddess of water?
Umlath looks back over her shoulder. Otto, the gods I fight for have always been in the clouds. None of the scriptures I've read have told of gods coming down to mere mortals for any reason. Yet no matter the faith, it's still a request we need to see to. If you ask that question again, I will slap you.
So what you're saying is you don't know,
Otto cheekily retorts.
I should punch you.
They push open the church doors with a deafening creak. The interior as modest as the outside would suggest. Only 4 rows of pews sat in front of a podium for reading scripture. Magic torches gave off a small amount of light, giving the room a dark yet comforting feel to it. A nun comes out from the staff room. Oh, thank goodness you came. I am Sister Jarit, a fire nun. The nun rushes to greet them.
Well, it was signed by the church, so we didn't have obviously.
Sorry, wrong person.
Obviously, we would come here if it's at the request from the Elemental Church.
Umlath cuts off Evelyn before she can. Oh, okay, that's also not.
Sorry, okay. Let me try again. That's not clear. Sorry. Okay. Well, it was signed by the church. We didn't really have a.
Obviously, we would have come, especially if it's at the request of the Elemental Church. Umlath cuts off Evelyn before she can finish her sentence, flashing them a nasty glare as she does. Sister Jarit continues, pretending not to hear what Evelyn said. We had to use one of our older buildings for this meeting. If our followers found out the gods came down here, we wouldn't be able to talk. Come now, follow me. The 3 follow her down into the basement. A massive stone portal was in the center of the room, clearly having been there since before the church was built. Multiple other nuns are in the room, making it appear smaller than it is. The door closes behind the 3 heroes when they enter. The nuns that were already in the room make their exit, leaving Sister Jarit as the only nun left in the room. Okay. Welcome, heroes. A voice larger than life itself rocks the foundations of the church. The wall above the portal glows a deep blue. An ethereal wormhole appears right before their very eyes. Sister Jarit gets on her knees and clasps her hands in prayer. A goddess, a real goddess, appears before them. I am Aigua Voda, the goddess of water. Please don't be afraid. Umlath kneels in a sign of respect, Evan the same. Otto doesn't. Yeah. Wait, who's saying this? Oh yeah, I think, yeah, okay.
Yeah. What's this quest about?
Umlath grabs his head and pushes it to the ground. Please excuse him. The goddess, instead of being mad, chuckles, throwing everybody off. You may rise. The three stand up. A small cut on Otto's forehead starts bleeding. Evan casts minor healing as Umlath speaks. I am Umlath, paladin of the Church of the Iron Maiden. I humbly ask thy holiness, what is this quest? You have defeated the Demon King in this world and have saved many lives in the process. However, we have a problem. Another world is in grave danger. Life itself is at stake.
So, you failed.
Otto's question pierces through Aigua's speech. Umlath goes in for a punch, but stops as Aigua speaks. Yes, we did. We all did. Everything goes quiet. Sister Jarit slightly shakes at hearing about the ones she worships admitting to failure. Trying to keep balance in two worlds at the same time is not a simple task. Eventually, we had to let one fall to chaos as to not lose both worlds. While the other gods said the second world was a lost cause, I cannot let it go. Please, hero, I beg you, help restore order to this world. They have to let the words sink in before responding. The gods letting another world die so that theirs can survive did not seem real. It just didn't make sense. Gods are all-powerful beings. How could they fail? Umlath stays quiet, thinking of a response. Otto keeps his mouth shut as Umlath's fist looms over him. Evanin breaks the silence.
Why us? Why not make a hero in this other world?
I tried to. I gave them everything that I could. They tried their best.
So why us?
They all failed, either dying without making progress, or joining the forces that killed the world in the first place.
Then why not give them magic?
I gave them everything I could offer. Yet giving someone magic doesn't mean they will actually learn it. Second, those that actually learned magic became slaves if they were found out. When they rebelled against their captors, they were killed. I need seasoned heroes, heroes that have proven themselves. Your party has everything needed to save this world. The three don't speak, because they know there's no one else that could help this world. Having a water witch on the team already qualified them for the job.
And what if we refuse?
Otto asks while shielding himself from Umlath. Well, I would be disappointed.
That's it?
Well... Aigua smiles and it turns slightly sinister. If you happen to wake up in another world without knowing why, don't come to me. Beads of nervous sweat drip down Otto's face.
Well, if we don't even have a choice, then if we accept, will we be supported by you?
Evanin interjects. Of course. if you willingly took on this job, I will support you to the best of my ability. Evanen looks at both Otto and Umloth, all of them wide-eyed.
Can we have a moment?
Evanen asks Aigwa, the nervousness spreading to them as they start sweating as well. Of course. Please, talk it over. Just keep in mind I need an answer before you leave here. They quickly huddle together, the nun and Aigwa still in the room with them. They keep their voices down so as not to be heard by either one of them.
What do we do?
Evanen speaks fast under their breath.
Well, it doesn't sound like we got much of a choice here,
Otto whispers.
Well, if we don't have a choice, then we accept it graciously so as to not get on Aigwa's bad side,
Umloth says.
That's easy for you to say. You're a paladin. I wanted to settle down at some point,
Otto says, hoping that Aigwa can't hear him as he raises his voice slightly. After a few more sentences thrown back and forth, they come to an agreement. They all turn back to Aigwa.
How long will this quest take?
As long as you make it be. Aigwa responds cheerfully. Otto sighs a deep sigh. Looking back at Evanen and Umloth, they nod in agreement.
We accept!
Umloth shouts defiantly. Aigwa is visually pleased with this. The nuns come back in, almost as if they knew they accepted Aigwa's quest. Each of them are handed a cloak of freezing and unbreakable water skins. As they receive the gifts, Aigwa gets a look on her face, like she forgot something. Evanen, you do have spells to summon water, right?
Yes, Aigwa, I am a water witch. I have spells to summon drinking water. I can also summon rainstorms, and I even have a higher tier spell to create a tsunami.
Aigwa nods her head. Have you used these spells in the desert? Evanen gets a puzzled look on their face.
Yes, all these work without issue in the desert. Why do you even ask?
You're going to need it. Evanen's eyes grow wide, realizing that Aigwa was keeping details hidden from them. The three share unconvinced looks as a portal opens. The three are unceremoniously pulled into it. Otto shouts as loud as he can as he realizes he's about to leave his sweetheart behind again.
I just wanted to settle down!
The free fall was like nothing they had experienced before. The portal's tunnel bends at a sharp angle, bouncing the three of them around like a spring in a box. They keep going further away from the world that they knew and into the unknown. That was amazing. Did you like that? It's a technique I used in one of my most recent projects. They were like, so it'll actually sound a lot better if you just like don't leave it to us. Just move away from the mic. And I'm like, gotcha. I'm glad it worked on stream too. Amazing effect. I need more people to write stuff with people being sucked into portals or falling or something. So I go, bouncing the three around like springs in a box. They keep going further away from the world that they knew and into the unknown. The fall comes to an end. The three heroes are dropped out into their doomed world. Evanen falls on their back while Otto lands on his face. Umloth stands her ground and lands kneeling as if she were praying. She picks herself up and takes a look around, seeing only one thing: golden sand. And lots of it. A desert as far as the eye can see. No signs of life anywhere near them. No obvious direction to go in. Nothing.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Evanen rubs their head, opening their eyes to the same sight.
That was a bad idea.
Otto picks himself up and introduces himself to the view they're all seeing.
What the hell is this?
To be continued. I love it. These are very cute characters. One short story all about falling. Exactly. It's one paragraph. One paragraph precisely. That was awesome. Whee! Portal travel.
Hey, Yugi, I've seen a place like this before.
Welcome to the Golden Sand Beach Resort. Thank you so much. That was awesome. I think my only critique is if you can make it clear who's talking, that'd be super handy for me if you want me to do VA stuff. But that was awesome, hun. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to learning more about what they get up to, these little rascals. Let me see here. Okay. Oops, I am way at the bottom here. One second. Okay. Oh, did I not? Oh wait, no. Cool. Okay, Cutie Calne is done. Thank you so much. And after reading For Doing Good at Job, You Get More Job, I just realized my story is about a CEO moving his employees to a failing company. I love that. That's a very fun realization. I enjoyed reading this a lot. It was a fun little mid-adventure. A little mid-adventure. The We Failed made me think of a game called A Medieval, where you play a champion of the gods in destroyed worlds. Oh, that's pretty cool. That sounds interesting. Yeah, I have it in my notes to make it more clear. Thank you so much, Cutie Calne. I can't wait to read more of it. I hope you'll send in another chapter when our next storytime stream is funded. All right, we have a Nyx request that has been created by Nyx, and I think it's gotten some editing. Hopefully, is that right? I think. If this isn't too long, we'll probably read this first, and then we'll go on a quick break. Let me see here. How long is this? Let me check. Oh yeah, it's just 2 pages. Yeah, I think we can do this in probably 6 minutes. Oh, is this more? Oh, it's more. This is cute. It's more SCP stuff as related to the pouch. See to settle. Thank you so much for contributing to movie night. What do you do with the stories that we don't get to? Well, that's never happened before, actually. I think what we're gonna do with the stories that we don't get to, I will request that if we don't get to certain stories today, keeping in mind we do still have about 4 hours, over 4 hours, 4.5 hours. So we'll see how far we get. There's no telling with 4.5 hours left to stream. But I think I'll be asking those who, I will be forewarning those who we don't get to send their stories through first thing, so that they really are the first ones we get to in the end. Although I will say, for the next storytime stream, if we don't get to everything today, I am gonna add some very clear rules, to the point where, like, because you know, I do have in the rules, these have to be like formatted and edited and stuff, because otherwise it's very hard to read. And I might start just saying, Strat, don't edit these, because a lot of these he's actually editing to make sure that they are readable. And it's taking him hours and hours and hours, and I don't think he needs to be doing that, especially since it's your guys' job to make sure it's properly formatted and properly proofread. So next time I might just say, if it is not properly formatted and proofread, we will not be reading it. You know what I mean? But it kind of depends on how, if there's enough time to get through all of these, and therefore there's enough time to like edit them, then that makes sense. But you know, as this channel gets bigger, as this goal gets bigger, we're going to have more and more scenarios where you guys are going to be like, you know, if we have 50 stories to get through at some point, I'm gonna have to start being like much more strict about what kind of stuff we're reading. Do you know what I mean? All right, let me see here. Acne, ignoramus moment. Not at all, darling. Always happy to provide some guidance. What kind of length is generally requested for readings? It kind of depends, hon. If it's like double spaced size 12 font or something, you could probably go up to like 20 pages. If you're only submitting one story. If it's size 8 and single space, probably like 10. We do have a thing where if you can submit multiples as long as they are 2 pages or less. So if you have like 3 stories, but they're all very short, like 1 to 2 pages, I can read all 3 of them. But if you have 3 stories and all of them are like 8 or 10 pages, you're probably gonna have to pick one. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? we are still kind of figuring this bit, this part of it out, because I didn't realize how popular this would be. It makes me so happy that it's this popular, because this is one of my favorite community streams, to be honest with you. But yeah, we are still kind of like workshopping what happens when we, when we get more and more pals involved, which makes me super happy. But it also means we have, I can't be reading and voice acting for like 12 hours or something. Suda said, thank you for contributing movie night. That was amusing. Wasn't it good? That was the prologue. You have no idea what's in store. I'm very excited. It is a short one. All quest givers are just secretly managers finding work for freelancers. That's also true. This is the SCP addendums. Okay, yeah, we give them priority next time. Exactly. Basically additional notes. Okay. Hi there, Razanka. Welcome on in. If the gods are CEOs and the characters employees, does that mean life is a corporation? That's depressing. I'm going to say I don't want to believe that. I was able to speed read every entry during validation in about 1.5 hours. Slowing down to read at normal pace, I think we will probably barely make it in the time we have. Damn. Okay, fair enough, Red. Oh, shit. All right, thank you, hon. Yeah, you guys, my mods do an outstanding job on proofreading this stuff. So let's say very, very serious thank you to Red and Strat. Let's see. Got the message loud and clear. Make it. Oh, sorry, no, Cutie County. I'm not trying to single you out or call you out or anything like that. That happens for yours is readable. Like, just so you know, yours is readable. I was not confused about anything that was happening there. I have read stories in the past from other pals, and I am not specifying who, because I'm not trying to call anybody out publicly. That would be kind of shitty of me. Like, I want this to be a warm, accepting, cozy place, right? And I would not be going against my own rules about that. So this is not actually directed to you at all, okay? But I'm just saying there are other pals who I've been like, it's not just like, who's talking here? It's literally like, I can't read this because it's just literally 15 pages of a block of text. Like, there's no one has pressed return. No one has added quotation marks. No one has added punctuation. It's really hard to read those. SCP stories are always a good time. This is true. Let's see. Any sort of word count expectation? I have some snippets of a story, but also some abnormally formatted material that's closer to a mini novella. Cool. Also chapters from longer work. Just want to make sure it doesn't cannonball through time constraints. Oh, that's okay, Akne. The other thing is if you were to submit something that's like 50 pages, I would just be like, okay, I'm not gonna like disregard it. I'll read like however long it takes to get through, 5 or 10 or 15 pages, depending on how easy it is to read. You know what I mean? Yeah, as long as you're willing to just look at the little rules that we have in our Storytime stream thread on the Discord, and make sure that your writing acquiesces to these requests, then yeah, feel free to submit them. All good. We're doing the trial and error phase, yeah. My story isn't long, it's more of an introduction. I really hope it doesn't take too much work. I really try to edit it. Oh, that's okay, Light, don't worry. I really hope that I'm so sorry if I'm coming off as like being critical. I truly do not mean to. You guys are sharing your heart and soul with us when you write this stuff, you know what I mean? When I'm saying like, oh, I'm having trouble understanding who's talking, I hope that's not coming off as me being like, you suck at writing. That's not what I'm trying to say at all. I'm letting you guys know that if I'm getting caught up on something, this is the reason why, It's kind of like how when I accidentally press the page down button, I'll go, these are called by their, oh, sorry, hold on. I just pressed page down. Hold on, I gotta find where I was. Like it's just that kind of thing. It's just me saying, this is the explanation for why I've just gotten caught up. It's not me trying to critique you, okay? Let me see here. Still, as someone who would like to publish in the future, I think it's still something to keep in mind. I mean, it's wonderful. This is a great stream for people who want to kind of learn how people might read their story, right? Like, I know that Red has used this stream in the past. He's an outstanding writer, my mod, Red Tempest. And he has used the stream to kind of hear auditorially where pauses should be or where they should be removed, or where a breath might be taken and stuff like that. And he's like, oh, okay, I'm going to modify this sentence to be this way and blah, blah, blah. So it's a great opportunity to just kind of be like, how does someone with fresh eyes read this? It's the same as when an artist is like, hey, you guys, here's my drawing. And I spent 50 hours on it. And because I've spent 50 hours on it, I am like blind to my work. I cannot tell that something is off. And then someone will be like, what is that in the background? I mean, what is that? What is that? Is that a horse? And then I'm like, no, that's a squirrel. Only OGs will know that reference. Anyway, um, let's see. I would actually give up my pen if I ever wrote a story that didn't have punctuation. Oh God. Already gave Umbra and Red credit for beta reading and Red with help with editing, but still thank you so much. Oh, yay. Okay, awesome. All good, Sita Sarita. I hope you have a good one, darling. Thank you for humoring the information requesting. Of course, no worries at all. Thank you so much for asking. You're always welcome to seek clarification. I have no problem with repeating myself. Let me see here. Bye-bye, Sita Sarita. In past experience I've had in reading other people's work, this is not criticism towards anyone in the pouch, the biggest thing anyone writing can do to improve readability is space paragraphs out. Yes, very yes, that is correct. I do find, especially because when you are reading, I think everyone kind of does this, but when you get trained to like read audiobooks properly, you are expected to kind of memorize and on the spot come up with like the inflection for that sentence and the next sentence. So you are always reading a little bit ahead, okay? So whatever I am saying, my brain is already reading about a sentence ahead. And that way I can, assuming that it is, you know, well written and grammatically correct and stuff like that, I can, being a fluent native English speaker, I can just kind of know instinctively how that sentence is going to go. So when I get caught up on stuff, it's usually because there's either a typo or I skipped a line with my stupid eyeballs. I can't stop using the enter key. I don't know long paras. I do love that. I do love that about your writing, Cutie Calendar. I think we take a break before we get to the one from next. Yeah, I've been talking for too long. You're absolutely right. Yeah, let's go on a quick break, cutie pies. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom, darlings. This is Elsie and Meds Amanda. In case you need to take any medications or vitamins. When we get back, we will be doing we will be reading Nyx's SCP, followed by another one from Storm Talon, another short story from Storm Talon on the Catfolk Space Empire, which was really cool last time. All right, cutie pies, I'll miss you terribly. I'll see you in 3. Mwah! life is not the most precious of pearls. Welcome back, cutie pies. I'll let you guys finish your words and then we'll jump back into some reading. All right, let's get back over here. And hello. Let me welcome back. Awesome Aussie Abbies. Oh, also, sorry. Bit loud. I'll turn that down. Let me get this one. There we go. That's what I want to do. Uppies for Yummy Yuki. Good Yuki. Nix Matos Slice Jam Slice. Welcome back, sweetheart. Uppies for you. Yeah. Good Nix. Welcome back, sweetest Solar. Well done on your boss, you guys. And uppies for you, terrific Talon. Yes. Good Talon. Lovely laugh. Uppies. Good laugh. Thank you for the care package, sweetest Spice. Much appreciated. Oh. Yummy. Good old water. Welcome back, lovely light. I still have the falling into portal sound effect in my head. Welcome back, sweetest Sadhu. It is so much funnier to actually watch my model move as well, because obviously when I'm like in my booth, you don't get to watch me. I do it, but like you don't get to see me going, ah! But on stream you do, and it's really funny. Welcome back, sweetest Sapa. You guys, are you aware that despite me not having a save has me on his stream stalking him. I'm over here going. We need to win the shout out war with Save. Can I get a / shout out for that guy? For that lovely man. Read away. It's arting. I'm arting. It's nice background music. It is. It's pretty good. Okay. Tao throwing her body out the door for authentic SFX. Exactly. And the number of times, like when almost was like slamming their fist on the ground. I mean, like on the desk. I was like, I want to do it too, but I'm like, oh, I don't actually. Hangman! Hi there, lovely Hangman. Welcome on in. How are you? Oh, did you come in from lovely Greg's channel? It's a pleasure to meet you, hon. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing very, very well. We're reading some fictional stories submitted by the community. I hope that you enjoy. All right, let me see here. I'm gonna switch hands because, well, actually, I don't know. Yeah, no, I'll go with this hand. Okay, so next one is an SCP from Nick. If I could find the right hand. Okay, all set. I will read this in that like computer voice for you, okay? SCP-1110. SCP-5110. Addendums. Reminders. SCP-5110. Tau. SCP-51102. Pouch Pals. SCP-51103. Paladins. SCP-51104. Tau's Necklace. SCP-51105. Pouch Kingdom. Addendum A. It was discovered that SCP-51102 are named or called by their usernames they had on the platform named Twitch and or on Discord while in SCP-51105. Addendum B. Staff recently observed and confirmed that SCP-5110 can use SCP-51104 to communicate with extinct animals. The ones that were called upon were the dire wolf and the Falklands Islands wolf. It is believed that SCP-5110 did so at the request of two SCP-51102, one which is mainly blue, known as Bublin, and one which is mainly black, known as Umberkit. Both SCP-51102 had wanted to see the extinct animal. It is unknown if SCP-51102 can understand the extinct animals, but staff theorized that SCP-5110 was translating for the extinct animals since staff observed SCP-5110 making the same noises as the extinct animals and were able to understand and communicate with SCP-5110. Addendum C. We were able to convince a staff member to become SCP-51102 of their own free will. They were given a body cam and then directed to make an SCP-51102 with a body cam to get footage of SCP-51105. When the staff returned, the body cam was damaged but working. When staff went to watch the footage, it showed SCP-51105 in its entirety. The staff member went around recording SCP-51105. The staff member recorded a castle, a lake, a very big, healthy tree with even more locations, with the landscape changing depending on what SCP-51102s wanted and needed. The main castle in SCP-51105 is ever-changing, always adding more rooms for SCP-51102 to live in, with each room especially made for each SCP-51102. While the staff was observing an SCP-51102, which was gray in colorization, known as Aussie Petrolhead, the SCP-51102 found the staff member. The SCP-51102 instance became suspicious of the staff member. When the SCP-51102 noticed the staff member's body cam was on at all times, it ran to SCP-5110 to inform them of the staff member's suspicious behavior. When SCP-5110 went to the staff member, SCP-5110 observed the staff member, and it seemed that SCP-5110 somehow knew that the staff member was only there for research purposes, not actually to be a part of the community. The staff member confirmed this. Then SCP-5110 told the staff member that it is acceptable to research in the Pouch Kingdom SCP-51105, but that recording other pals SCP-51102 is not acceptable. The recording suddenly stopped approximately 10 minutes. After the body cam stopped recording, the staff member came back to the location he originally was when they became SCP-51102, entirely unharmed. The staff member had no knowledge of the contract nor of becoming SCP-51102. The footage from the body cam was intact but damaged, and from it we learned more about SCP-51105. Since the staff member already had their mind wiped of the experience of being SCP-51102 by SCP-5110, there is no need to use amnestics on the staff member. Addendum D. It was discovered that SCP-51103 Paladin is a voluntary role that SCP-51102 can become. The way that an SCP-51102 can become an SCP-51103 is by showing qualities that reflect the qualities of the SCP-5110 wants for its community. SCP-51103 can voluntarily leave its role as SCP-51103 to become SCP-5110 with no known ill effects to SCP-51102. Whew, that is a lot of numbers. Very cute though, hun. Thank you very much to Red and Strat for editing, and thank you so much to Nyx for writing that. Let me see here. I love how it includes some of us. I know, isn't that cute? We are sub SCPs. It's true. We are SC pals. Always want to be an SCP. Tau, I think this cadence would be perfect for like a voice you hear over a PA system. I will not confirm or deny if I've done some PA system stuff. But that was cute. I'm glad you think so, Red. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the submission, Nyx. Fun little bit. It is indeed. Secure Contained Pals. That's what SCP stands for. Cutie County has unlocked it. Let's see. Storm Talon. Okay, we have our Catfolk Space Empire once more. Let me get your music up and running, my dear. There is a content warning for death on this one. So please, if you are currently in a sensitive space regarding death, maybe mute for a little bit.
Let's see. I really enjoyed writing it. Awesome! Only Tao-chan can contain us, and she can't contain our love for her, and I'll protect you guys so viciously. Viciously. Only for a brief moment, wishing everyone well. Have a good one, lovely Aussie. I hope you feel much better very soon. All right, let me get the Catfolk Space Empire. Nice. Oh, this one you have done some work on this one, haven't you? This is a nice long one. I'm excited. It's really not that long, but like, you know what I mean? Like, it's, I think when we last read this, it was like literally what, 2 pages? I think it was like barely 2 pages. So I'm excited. Hey there, precious Patricia. Welcome on in. How you doing? Stories have been great. All right. Let me see here. Nope, wrong hand. This hand. All right. Catfolk Space Empire by the lovely Storm Talon. Part 1. Oh, Storm Talon. Sorry. Narration or VA? Actually, don't see a lot of... There's a little bit of dialogue. Okay. Yeah, let me know if you... I assume VA, because you did want VA for the first one, but... yeah, I'll make sure that I do as you wish. VA, if you feel like it is good. Okay, you got it. Sorry. Catfolk Space Empire, Part 1 by the lovely Storm Talon. I'm just looking at my mixer. Okay. All right. Part 1. High Duchess Kavir, head of Imperial Intelligence and son-in-law to Her Imperial Majesty the Empress Fuera III, sagged in her chair desk, exhausted. Another long, fruitless day of poring over reported sightings and anonymous tips lay behind her. Another day of failure tainted the most important search she had ever overseen. Over a year had passed, and still Prince Purthin II remained missing. All she knew for certain was that he remained safe. Somehow, he had managed to send occasional messages to the palace. Kavir sighed in frustration. Even those messages had yielded precious little headway towards finding him. For a prince who had been most well known as a dilettante. I think I've heard that word, dilettante. I think it's basically like a rich brat. Is that right? An amateur, non-expert, or a person who does something fun rather than for a living. Okay. Really passionate about his hobbies of partying. Got it. For a prince who had been most well known as a dilettante and lover of wild parties, Purthin II had proven adept at covering his tracks. She didn't blame him for wanting to stay hidden. By his 13th summer, he had, through both luck and the skill of his guardian, managed to survive 3 separate attempts on his life. The first, when he was a mere 5 summers old. It was during the 3rd assassination attempt that he had vanished, slipping away while his guardian, Thessa, dispatched the assailants. The first security forces to respond had found Thessa leaning against the burnt-out husk of the Imperial hovercar that His Highness had often traveled in, her right arm missing at the elbow and a half-dozen bodies surrounding the wreckage. They found no trace of Purthin II, however, and all Thessa would say was that he no longer felt safe in the palace. Kavir had gone over those events hundreds of times now, with nothing to show for it. She stood and stretched the stiffness out of her limbs before closing her office behind her. As she strode wearily down an ornate hallway, she supposed it was rather convenient that she had secured an office close to the imperial residence. The only part of her that didn't display exhaustion was her tail, lashing back and forth, and announcing her annoyance to anyone who may have seen her. She opened the door to Her Imperial Majesty's apartments only to be greeted by the imperial heir. "She's watching it again." The princess's tone left Kavir with no doubt as to what it was. She turned towards the hollow screen. It displayed a date exactly 10 years previous. 2 cubs, maybe 5 summers old, sat strapped in rigid chairs in disintegration chambers. Princess Toldra and her father, Consort Delaire, looked over at her in resignation. Kavir sighed and turned towards her empress and Sana. "Farah, love, you don't have to do this to yourself," she said. "I did this," the empress said, a hint of tears in her voice. "This was my order." Lest you forget, the council pushed for this, Kavir said as she laid her hands on Farah's shoulders. Cut traitors down to the very roots. Tradition. They weren't going to let you make any other decision. She looked over at Delaire, but he just shrugged.
You know how she gets on this day, he said. I take it you've had no luck.
Oops, hold on. I pressed the page down. I told you I would do this. There you go. Kavir shook her head and let her ears droop a bit in defeat. She started to open her mouth to say something, anything, when Toldra interrupted.
Wait, no, freeze the replay. Toldra had broken out of her normally sullen mien without warning. Mother, freeze the replay! Palace, freeze it! The holo froze in a close-up of one of the doomed cubs. Kavir remembered his name had been Vanel, of the Catherine house. Of the two, he had been horrifically injured in the attempt on Purathan's life, and she'd always assumed that for him, at least, this had been a mercy. That for him, at least, this had been a mercy. Toldra walked over to the holo, stalking around it, staring intently. How in the makers did we miss this? She muttered. Look at his uninjured hand. Isn't that a seam? Like on a doll? As Empress Farah III sat straight up in almost shock, Kavir rushed over to where Toldra was pointing. It was faint, but she definitely saw a seam at the wrist. Guard captain, she said without turning around. Your opinion? Werch, captain of the Imperial Guard and Farah's personal bodyguard, strode forward from where she'd been silently standing. Huh, she said, her Trevistan accent coloring the single word. You've got good eyes, Your Highness. Werch chuckled slightly. This was meant to be His Highness's... Oh, hold on. Fira. Oh, this was meant to be His Highness's secret to reveal in his own time. I suppose that plan's done for now. Fira's voice shook. You knew about this. Why wasn't I told? At first, Captain Werch said, the concern was getting them to safety and making sure the illusion held so nobody who wasn't involved could know. Was His Highness's idea. Well, saving them was. The how of it all is on me, of course. My Bury did this? It was barely his 5th summer! It was, yes. But even by then, he'd worked out that what loyalty meant. And as far as he was concerned, they were unquestionably loyal. They'd both shielded him from that bomb with their own bodies, and this cub here, well, he took the worst of it. Werch nodded solemnly. The council had forced the decision on Your Majesty almost before the debris had settled, and as soon as the order was given, His Highness was standing before me, his fur still stained with their blood and his own, demanding I do something. But it wasn't fair, that his friend's loyalty should mean something. And, well, Your Majesty knows what loyalty means to us. Kavir watched Sanaa's face closely, relaxing a bit as Farah's emotions calmed somewhat. Fine. But you could have told me after I'd come to realize how wrong I'd been. Werch sighed. We could have, yes. But how do I put this? I'm not sure Your Majesty realizes just how close you came to losing him forever. If we hadn't been able to get them to safety, if they'd truly been executed, you would have. She paused for a moment before continuing. Thessa told me that as he got older, he was still angry. The council. Jew. He'd felt betrayed all this time, and so he ordered it kept secret. From the council to protect them, of course. From Your Majesty, well, I'm supposing it was his idea of a punishment. The Empress Farah III gazed at her guard captain for several minutes, composing herself. I can't say I deserve that. I'm going to be honest with myself. Kavir felt herself releasing a breath she'd not realized she'd held. Well then, Farah continued. They are, though where they are now and who they are now, that's truly His Highness's secret to hold and tell when he's ready. He's been so protective of them that he's not gone to see either of them even once. Too risky, he told me the one time I offered to take him to them. Werch shook her head slightly. Even now, he's probably avoiding them.
I'm beginning to realize I don't. Oh, wait. Hold on. This must be the queen, which is not worse, right? I'm beginning to realize I don't even know my own son. Your Majesty is not the only one. Only Thessa's seen him as he really is. And even she says she's not sure of what she knows him, how much she knows him. She is confident she'll never have to perform that duty at least. Worsh gave a reassuring smile. She's willing to trust him to come out of this fine. Farah sat back a while in thought, and Kavir watched her sort through a turmoil of emotions, each one visible in the cant of her tears, at least to those who knew her. I should talk to Thessa, she said. See my joy through her eyes. Though she's not been about the palace of late, has she? Worsh shook her head. After the loss of her arm, she retired to a family group on Travis. The last thing she told me before she left was that she needed to train a successor, someone to take her place at His Highness's side when the time comes. Vera smiled for the first time in what felt to her like days. It's past time my heir visited Trevist anyway. It's time you learned why we trust the Trevistan people to guard us and to keep us in line, daughter. Part 2. Toldra shifted impatiently in her seat as the Imperial family shuttle descended from orbit over the planet Trevist. Through a well-shielded window, she could begin to make out small landmasses dotting the vast ocean below. Trevist was an ocean world, with barely 10% of its surface having habitable land, and most of that consisted of archipelagos and a narrow band around the equator. Toldra, fuck, I forgot what voice I could use for her, sorry. Tessa's down there somewhere, she thought, and it is my duty as mother's heir to understand the bond we share with these folks. Does Puri know any of their secrets? I wonder. The shuttle executed a long, slow bank to the left, continuing to descend as it did so. I thought you might like a closer view of the ocean, Belair laughed. When Toldra didn't respond, he said, You are far too serious, daughter. After more silence, he sighed. He'll be fine, you know. Your brother. He knows how to survive. Of that, I am certain. You're probably right, Father. I just... Toldra paused, unsure of exactly how to say what she was feeling. I feel like I failed him, somehow. 8 summers from the first attempt on his life to the third, Father and I kept my distance, because I was scared. The last words came out as barely a whisper. You didn't fail him, daughter. I did. Empress Farah III's voice shook a bit. One decision, and I drove him away from all of us. He must not trust anyone now save Thessa. Toldra sat silently, then finally, Amat should be with us. Farah actually smiled slightly at that. Kavir has her duties back at the palace. As much as I miss my son there are times when our duties take us to different places. Besides, the one time she was here with me, she couldn't stop staring at the Trevistan males, and your father felt overshadowed by them. Is that so, Father? Delaire coughed slightly. Simply the climate here. Trevistan folks on their own world, well, they wear very little. Plus, they lead more strenuous lives than we do. You'll see. He said something else after, but it was so quiet that Toldra couldn't make it out. It did, however, start a genuine laugh out of her mother. The shuttle finally slowed to a hover and then descended through an opening in the jungle canopy, coming to rest on a simple worked stone landing pad. Toldra unfastened her safety harness as the rear doors of the shuttle opened downwards to make a ramp. New scents filled her nostrils as the atmosphere of Trevist filled the shuttle. Vegetation, unfamiliar flowers, fruits, animals. She felt her tail begin twitching back and forth in anticipation of finally seeing the world that Puri's Thessa, her mother's Roach, and her bodyguard Evern all came from. Evern had remained with the Imperial yacht in orbit. You'll not need me down there, she said. An older Trevistan matron stood waiting at the bottom of the ramp for them. My Empress, Princess, Lord Consort, I am Elder Revel. It is time to further Her Highness's education, I take it. Farah nodded. In part, but we would also like to meet with Thessa. There are things about our son that only she would know. Well, that should not be difficult. Thessia is... Well, she's where she always is. Her successor must be ready when His Highness sees fit to return to us. And so they train.
Is that all she does, Elder? Toldra had expected a different answer. Perhaps that Thessa had retreated deeper into the jungle, or was simply enjoying her family.
For the most part, yes. Her chosen successor is rather demanding. Reminds me something of Thessa at her age, and that is not something I thought I would ever say about an off-wilder.
Fira started a bit. Off-wilder? Travest is a forbidden world by imperial decree. Elder Raval smiled, and one ear twitched in amusement.
It is, yes. This one, however, has sworn the oaths and passed the trials, and pledged to all the duties we must perform, even the final one, if it ever becomes necessary. It is something that has happened only twice before. She is certainly dedicated. She is also beginning to form a family group around her. So much has she taken to our ways.
But why would an off-worlder even go to such a length?
I believe that is the question best answered by the girl herself, the elder sighed. Events surrounding His Highness are complicated things.
Toldra followed a few steps behind the elder and her parents, half lost in thought. An off-worlder pledging to become Puri's new god, she wondered. There has to be a reason. What kind of person are you, brother? As they walked, Toldra's gaze wandered about, settling on the occasional Traveston as they passed. She saw what her father had meant, as the males she saw were certainly far more athletic than any who frequented the palace. Also, less dressed, she noticed. In some cases, not dressed at all. I can just imagine what any highborn might think of this, she chuckled to herself. Then, perhaps for related reasons, she found herself wondering when she might find a Sanaa that she could trust. A difficult task among the politics at play in the palace. Maybe Puri has the right idea. He's probably being pursued by several Sanaa pairs by now. I just can't bring myself to trust the highborn. I'm certain it's one of them that's been after him all these years, but even Amat hasn't been able to uncover them. A familiar voice broke through her reverie. Shit. What voice was it giving Thessa? Was that her bodyguard? Oh, I think it was, and I think I had a deeper voice. Is that right? Excellent. Now again, she heard Thessa say, followed by the sound of wood clattering against wood. She looked up to see a sandy arena surrounded by vine-wrapped fence. Thessa stood in a fighting stance, blocking a simple wooden staff with her arm. The arm was also wood, a simple hand-carved prosthetic, replacing what she lost in the third assassination attempt. A gray-furred female, about Puri's age and naggingly familiar, Toldra realized, held the staff. In a quick move, she pulled back, spun the staff around her back, and then lunged forward at a new angle. Surprisingly, she forced Thessa to dodge rather than block this attack. She forced Thessa to dodge rather than block this attack. Good! Good! You're learning to vary your approach! Now, a rest, as we have visitors. Important ones at that. Thessa turned towards Empress Fira. Your Majesty, I am honored that you would seek me out. However, and she paused momentarily, I still truly do not know where my prince has chosen to hide. I'm not here to find out where he is. I can imagine that not only would he not have told you his ultimate plans, but that you would have instructed him not to do so in the first place, yes? Vera smiled softly, her ears relaxed. No, I am here to find out who he truly is, and you may be the only one who knows that. Thessa grinned. Now that's a question I've been waiting some time to hear, Your Majesty. But I must introduce my successor. She gestured at the girl with the staff, who had knelt as soon as she realized who had approached. Shiel, stand, would ya? We never need to kneel in the presence of our charges. Shiel rose to her feet at Thessa's urging. Yes, Mistress, Majesty, Highness, Lord Consort. Now, Shiel, while I answer Her Majesty's question... wait, hold on. Oh, no, okay, this isn't Toldra talking. Now, Shiel, while I answer Her Majesty's questions about our missing prince, take Her Highness for a walk and, show us some of the things to see here. Perhaps explain our ways, yes? Toldra was about to object when she saw Thessa also whisper something to her student, who nodded quickly. Shiel walked up, grabbed her hand, and laughed. This way,
Highness!
Toldra found herself pulled along at a rapid pace.
I can tell you nearly as much about my Princess Thessa can. She's made certain of that.
I think this may have been an autocorrect toolbar. That's probably Toldra, I'm guessing.
You have my attention,
Toldra said softly.
But why do this separately then?
Shiel glanced backwards and nodded to herself.
Out of earshot. Good. Well, Highness, it's because I'm fairly certain I know where he is as well.
Toldra stopped in her tracks, suddenly tense. Again, why separately?
Because Thessa's adamant that Her Majesty not be told. She worries that he'd be brought back if she knew.
Shiel paused.
Come, there's a waterfall this way. Less chance of being
house heard. Probably just being heard, I imagine? Being heard? Fine. But I will make the final decision on whether or not to tell Mother, Toldra said, somewhat tersely, as she allowed herself to be led further along the well-kept jungle path. Waterfall nearly failed to describe the cascade they eventually stopped by, a vast, roaring torrent of water from a wide river plummeting into a basin far below. Several benches were set back at more of a safe distance, and Shiel indicated that they should sit on one.
So,
she said over the roar of the water,
I have to explain some things first, myself most of all.
I'm listening.
I am the youngest daughter of the Lesser House, Thren. I first met His Highness somewhere around his 10th summer. Thessa had brought him to our house in secret to ask a favor of my mother, the Lady Ienrol.
What sort of favor would he want from a lesser house that he couldn't get at the palace? Shiel smiled softly.
He needed to set up a use name and decided that Mother was trustworthy enough to arrange it in secret for him.
She paused for a moment, then continued as Toldra stared in stunned silence.
Somehow he'd worked out that the lesser houses could be trusted and that I was considered to be the most loyal of them. I don't know all the details, but much of his discussion with Mother was private. But in those visits, I got to see a side of him that only Thessa ever knew. And young as I was, I realized that we were the only ones aside from her who ever got to see behind the mask he always wore.
He set up his use name at that age? Toldra found herself beginning to laugh a bit.
No wonder Amart couldn't find any registrations for the time he vanished. Makers, how far ahead did he plan these things? And at that age? I always had the impression that he hadn't actually been a cub for a very long time. Not since the first attempt in the 5th summer. Thessa's told me he grew very serious, especially after the execution, which,
Shiel trailed off, suddenly uncertain. We already knew about that. I spotted a seam in one of the doll's arms at the last time Mother forced herself to watch it.
Oh, that's what prompted this visit then. I'm right, yes?
At Toldra's nod, she continued.
He pretended to be a carefree cub after that,
she told me. Wait, sorry. Okay, wait, hold on. Are these quotations within quotations? He pretended to be a carefree cub after that, she told me, but it was an act he kept to himself. Okay, I think right. I think that is it.
Maybe? He pretended to be a carefree cub after that, she told me, but it was an act. He kept to himself when he could and found out about every hidden nook and cranny in the palace, so far as Tessa knows. He suddenly dragged her all over. Not long before the second attempt on his life, he found his way into the hidden library.
She paused, waiting for Toldra to react. I've only been in there briefly. Mother only introduced me to it a year ago. How much do you believe he read? Some things in there are... Mother says there are secrets there that we have to know, but which must be kept secret.
He read everything according to Thessa. Whenever he wasn't playing the role of the carefree prince, he was in there, studying, learning the secrets of the past and realizing just where the anger he couldn't suppress should be directed. She also said that she read something that scared him, but he would never tell her what it was. Just that he finally knew where his duties lay.
Whatever that means. He keeps secrets from everyone, doesn't he? Toldra found herself getting annoyed with her missing brother. Shiel nodded.
I don't know if I can blame him after everything he's been through. Still, there's one thing he told Thessa, a hint as to where he could hide. But she never figured it out. No, she never tried. She didn't want to.
Toldra sat straight up. Go on, then.
He told her he'd found a blind spot, somewhere that not only would nobody ever look, but that nobody would ever imagine they'd need to look.
No place like that exists. Toldra sighed in frustration. A dead end again. It had to be.
Amat has had her people search everywhere in the Empire for him, and they've come up empty-handed.
Not everywhere. Not the one place that I always dreamed of going. The one place that is forbidden to all highborn by the great houses. Not officially, mind you. They send their lackeys and tell us that it's beneath us, and that it would bring shame upon all the houses, and the pressure they bring is too much to bear, so we give up on our dreams.
Shiel let her ears droop a bit in a remembered disappointment.
But this is better, if I'm true to myself, yes?
And where is this place you always dreamed of going? Taldra asked in growing annoyance.
The Academy. Join the fleet, see the stars, protect the Empire.
Taldra found all her words fleeing from her as her annoyance evaporated, replaced by a battle between denial and sneaking suspicion that Shiel was right. She was certainly right about one thing. None of Kavir's people had been sent to search the Academy. Well, academies. There was a facility on each world in the Empire. If he had enrolled, he could be in any one of a dozen or more places among thousands of youths his age, all studying to serve on the ships that defended their people from pirates and slavers and the like. I want to say that he'd think it was too dangerous a path to take, but... Taldra paused briefly. He probably has an entirely different perspective on just what's dangerous, doesn't he? Shiel nodded.
I'd imagine so. Now, I have no idea which world he went to, but he has a use name and a way to hide his eyes, or so Thessa says. I actually don't know how you can hide that gold color.
Taldra found herself beginning to smile. There's a way. It's actually one of the only books in the hidden library I've managed to read so far. It was just lying on a table. I wonder, was that a challenge, little brother? She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Makers, you're right, you know. I don't dare tell this to my mother. Right now, there's nowhere safer for him to be. But she won't believe that. I think I need to find him myself. Talk to him. Shiel shook her head.
I don't think that's a good idea. If he's found out, he'll truly have no place else to go.
I have a few ideas. They won't give him away. Taldra grinned. I'll just have to make an official tour of all the Academy locations is all. That's the sort of thing the heir should do. Yes? Part 3. Ithia had been commandant of the Halzar branch of the Fleet Academy for nearly 30 summers. She had seen cadets get into just about every sort of trouble possible, and yet she'd never seen this before. Across her desk sat a cadet who had been an anomaly since his arrival at the Academy, but never one to cause trouble. Cadet Lieutenant Tuthka, you do understand why you've been summoned to my office, yes? The usual way cadets responded to that question varied, but most lost their composure almost immediately. The cadet lieutenant showed no signs of unease, only his ears showing any reaction, twitching forward to show his full attentions rested on her. Well, he started, likely because I've been keeping a few secrets. One of Ithia's ears twitched in mild annoyance. She reserved her deeper annoyance for the fact that this entire conversation would of necessity remain deeply classified, quietly triggering all of the anti-surveillance equipment in her office. You have an artificial lung and chose not to reveal that fact, she stated flatly. True. It has never impaired my performance or ability in any way, however. Ithia continued after a brief sigh. Additionally, your lung appears to be technology that was forbidden by the Makerist faction. I don't even know, nor do I want to know, where or how you would have gotten access to it. Tothka took the opportunity to sigh himself. I can give you an answer that leaves all of that out, but you'll likely wish you never knew. After all, my lung is the least of my secrets. Just out with it, Cadet Lieutenant! He responded with a silent, penetrating stare, his green eyes focused intently on her as their color began to change. The new hue crept in from the edges of each eye, swirling and converging on the vertical slits of his narrowed pupils, until his eyes had become a shimmering metallic gold. By our long-lost kin, Ithia whispered. You're... No sense in stating it out loud. Why? Why, by the gifts of the Makers, did you choose here to hide yourself? The Halzar Academy is the most punishing of all the fleet's training facilities, and the infantry training is the harshest of all. Why would... Her voice dropped to a shuddering whisper. Why would your highness of all people choose the infantry? You will be putting your life on the line every mission. Tothka, Prince Perthan II, gave a crooked smile. It's still safer than remaining in the palace would have been. People will be shooting at you! Ithia began to wonder just how dense he could be. Well, yes, but it will be at defined times and from known directions. That's funny. He thumped the left side of his chest with a fist twice. This I never saw coming. Thessa, my Traviston bodyguard, was only able to prevent this shot from piercing my heart and killing me outright. Before Ithia could interject, he continued. And no, this particular assassination attempt was never made public. Not even Her Radiant Majesty, the Empress Farah, my mother, was ever told of it. Before today, only Thessa, myself, and my surgeon and her team knew of this. And now, you do too. Ithia blinked as she realized just how deep she'd been dragged into this. Still, why here? Several reasons. Though the biggest is because this is the one place in all of the Empire where the great houses will never even think to look for me. I also have my duty to the Empire, to our people, and the fleet is where I have to be to fulfill it. Put plainly, we have maybe 10 summers before the Vril return. We have to be ready. What happened 500 years ago cannot be allowed to repeat. He paused, his demeanor becoming almost philosophical. Tell me, Commandant, what is it that every new cadet lacks? What are they all intrinsically missing? What did the Vril War steal from our people? And then, before Itholo Skorina could even formulate a response, he said, Hope. Ooh, very cool. Very cool. Love that. That was awesome. My mortal enemy, autocorrect. Hi there, Magnificent Man. Welcome on in. How are you? That was awesome, lovely Storm Talon. Fantastic work. Very cool. Sorry, in that first bit, there were a lot of characters, and I was like not sure what I had done with the fantastic world building. Loving it. Yeah, absolutely. That was great. I enjoyed it. Yeah, that was awesome. Oh, we got another one from the lovely the lovely Sweetest Saint Saturnus next, I do believe. I listened to Bach at night is this one. This one has content warnings for death, mourning, mentions of the devil, negative attitudes expressed by the narrator about the American occupation of Japan following World War II. This story takes place in Japan in 1950. Interesting. Okay, cool. Let me see how long this is real quick. 8 pages. Let's go on a quick break. And that way we won't have to like hurry off once we finish this. Let me see. Very well written. Yes, indeed. Do you think we got time for another one for 8 pages, though? I don't know. I'm all ears. Yes, Yuki, I'm very curious what you'll think of this one as well. Do you know how many more before mine's starting to get sleepy? Let me have a look, hon. After this, there's one more by Shimi, and then there's yours. Yeah, let's do an early break, cutie pies. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, and maybe go to the bathroom, donks. This is also a meds and wand in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'm gonna switch my arms when I get back and hold another book. Mwah!
Hello, I'm back. Sorry, I was hanging out in Sam's channel.
All right, let's continue to read. I'll bring you back over here. And we will start listening to the music that Strat has very kindly assigned.
Hi, hello, hi there, I'm back.
Let me turn this down and turn this up. Okay, that was very sudden, sorry.
B is for Ozzy.
Yeah, good Ozzy. Welcome back to the Solar.
Lovely la. Welcome back, Nix. Abis. Good Nixa. Precious Patricia. Uppies. Good Patricia. Yummy, yummy, Yuki. Abis. Good Yuki.
Just like that, I've already fixed the issues with my story. Hey, well done, Cutie Calne. Well done. So to see me,
Uppies. Yes, good see me. Lovely la. Uppies. Good lift.
Hi there, dearest Daddy Man. How are you? Radical Ryoka. It's so good to see you, darling. Welcome on in. Welcome back to the Strat. Okay. This will be interesting. So this, in case you guys did not hear, this story has content warnings for death, mourning, mentions of the devil, negative attitudes expressed by the narrator about the American occupation of Japan following World War II, and it takes place in Japan in 1950. This should be very interesting. I will turn the music down a tad. All right, here we go. Let me pull up. That's not the hand. That is not the hand. This is the hand. All right, let me switch the sides here. All right. Okay. You need to hit the hay? Oh, good, Cutie Conley. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for allowing me to read your amazing story. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for coming in. All right. Let me see here. I listened to Bach at night. Ginza was busy as per usual. It was also hollow. The type of place where the veneer looked promising, dare I say, even inviting. But at the corners, it was slowly rubbing away, like varnish on really old wood. The Diet could pour yen into cultural transfusions, new blood, as they called it, as much as they wanted. Trolley cars, American beer and tobacco. Yet, at the end of the day, it hardly mattered. Ginza was the epitome of the businessman's third beer. Nobody really wants it, but hey, it's there, might as well. Which wasn't surprising. I mean, it was the government's favorite little playground, the shopping center of Tokyo, or whatever the hell those tight-suited assholes postulated next. I was not here to ponder such things. Not that I even wanted to, really. I was here on behalf of Asahi Shimbun, here to celebrate the opening of a new bookstore. I wasn't a journalist, at least not by nature. With my press card firmly glued to my lighter, I lit up another golden bat, my second of the hour, and did it go down easy. It just about made the whole damn day bearable. I tugged lightly at the camera around my neck, the golden bat in my mouth bobbing up and down as I did so, toying with the lens. The damn thing was working this morning, and now, when I have the perfect shot, now of all times, decides to do this. Maybe that's why I never got many photos of Sumide. What do I know? I listened to Bach at night. I took a drag of my golden bat, the tip burning bright orange and soon crumbling to ash. As I exhaled smoke. Perhaps a few of my misgivings as well. I pushed my hair back, which by now was blessed with a thin sheen of sweat, and placed my cap back atop my head. One of those caps that screams, press. You know the one, I know you do. People mingled on the streets. The ever-joyful sounds of the trolley cars played on the air like a wistful promise, and the crowd outside of the new bookstore, east of Eden, was out the door, and everyone was packed so tightly, I was worried that nobody would even be able to move without shoving their knees so far up the ass of their neighbor. I snapped a couple of photos, plugging the development prints into my cap, dropping the smoldering roach of my beloved golden bat on the ground. As I moved closer, I spied a few too many Western men, comfortable as they were, leaning against our buildings, smoking our cigarettes in their horrid dog language. English, they called it. They had won the war, bombed 2 of our cities, and now they think they just can be here. So I, of course, snapped a photo of them,
Well, those of the uniformed men that were waiting in the countryside line, at least. That way I can say I was merely doing my job. Maybe that would strike a chord with those blue-eyed good old boys. Morning, gentlemen, I called, lighting my third golden bat. My English wasn't perfect, and I absolutely did not want it to be. I will not be attempting a Japanese accent, FYI, but my English wasn't perfect, and I absolutely didn't want it to be. I waved, and the uniformed John Does waved back. And for the first time today, I had the thought of stealing their pistols and gunning them down. Fucking murderers. Though what perturbed me now was how, despite the size of this building and the lack of other entry points, nobody was seen leaving. Yet the line moved and ambled along anyway. I snuck a finger under my cap and scratched my head. Though, to be frank, I didn't much care, especially with those American assholes walking into whatever disappearing act was going on. Though the journalistic instincts drilled into me by Asahi Shimbun demanded to know what was going on, so I snapped a couple of photos. Mostly of the crowd, the length of the line varying by 15 minutes, and the building itself. East of Eden, as it was called. It was odd, to say the least. Squat for a 2-story building with only lights on in the first story. The line got shorter and shorter, and soon it was just me on that corner of the street, listening to the world move on with its day behind me. People were chattering, jabbering about weddings or whatever the hell normal people worry about. The trolley cars dinged almost endlessly, rolling along their track, circling the city. Their trilling bell, a psychopump's call to the dead. Psychopump? What is that? Hold on. Psychopump. A creature, spirit, angel, or deity whose job is to guide newly dead souls to the afterlife. Like Hermes, Anubis, and the Valkyries. Cool! I'm learning so many new words today. I could truly see swaths of people going about their business, walking around, handling volumes, or setting them down again, and moving on to some other portion of the store. Yet no one ever came out. It was as if they were a living painting forever on display and blissfully unaware. And just like Dazai, they too were no longer human. It was suddenly 100 degrees hotter, and sweat purled on my brow. Before I wiped it away, it had rolled down my face, down to the tip of my nose, and fell, splattering on the pavement. "Fuck's going on?" I asked, whispering to myself, taking a small step towards the building and its garish green color. I'm not going crazy. I can see them, droves of them, right inside the building. Hell, I was somewhat relieved to see the bands of those soldiers huddled together. But why wasn't anyone leaving? I swallowed, took another step, and the trolley car bell dinged once more. It would be presumptuous, mightily so, to say I was ever in touch with reality. Well, there was a time when that was true, but when Sumire wasn't. Oh, I get it. Okay, sorry. There was a time when that was true, when Sumire wasn't... But I had gone through the gambit of small suicides that reduce a man to a husk in society, the good worker gauntlet. Alcohol, tobacco, opium, and 1,000 repressed regrets. Those small deaths made it easy for me to slip a mask on and slowly sink into the waters of my own mind undetected. Tanzaburo Tenpins Takeba never existed. He was just a character, strutting and fretting across a stage I had decorated with my sins. In the window, I could see Sumire. She was smiling, her soft hair billowing behind her, almost ethereal like Amaterasu Hagoromo. When Sumire died. When? Yeah, I was tore up. What kind of father would I be if I wasn't? She looked so normal now.
Oh, hey, 4-month sub.
Link, thank you so very much, Sweetie Pie. I really do appreciate the resub. Thank you for 4 months, honey. Thank you so much for your awesome support and generosity, darling. I'm so glad that you've been enjoying your time with us. Thank you, sweetie. When Sumire died. Yeah, I was tore up. What kind of father would I be if I wasn't? She looked so normal now, dressed in her school uniform, ribbon in her hair. That was my baby girl after all. What the hell was she doing in this bookstore? When last time I saw her, she was a carbon shadow in Nagasaki. The man I was may not have been real, but my baby girl was, and god damn it, I mourn her being her dad. I miss her every day. My baby was murdered. No, she was erased, a fucking shadow on the pavement of her high school. She was just going to school. She wasn't a soldier. But what do I know? I listened to Bach at night. Stepping past the threshold of the store made the living painting disappear, folded away, and in its place was darkness, as if I had accidentally stepped into an interstice between stores, if such a thing existed in the space. Stepping back quickly, a gasp shot from my mouth, along with the golden bat I was about to start smoking. It hit the ground with a smack and rolled before passing over the door's threshold and vanishing. I stepped into the store once more, and like clockwork, the advertised world seen from the windows slid away, mere set dressing being pulled off stage left. In its place now, a vast, fathomless ocean of wriggling something. It glittered, and it roiled, and it writhed, almost like it was breathing. I couldn't make out fully what this was, as if my mind was forbidding me from fully understanding the circumstance. It was that American dog Lovecraft, I think, who had said, "The most merciful thing was that the human mind is unable to correlate all of its contents and takes shortcuts when it can." The ocean stirred, and its large, voluminous mass reflected the now streaming lights of the stars above. My feet felt cold and wet, and quickly I stepped backwards, catching my heel on the threshold, and I went spilling backwards. Right before I made my third pass over the threshold, it stopped. Well, I love the fact you were so eager to join us. Please make up your mind, came a voice. So suddenly shocked and caught off guard, I stumbled forward and over the threshold. There before me stood a man, pencil thin, waifish, to use a big word I read recently, high cheekbones, black hair, and cold, calculating eyes that looked at home in the core of the earth, under all that pressure. He dissected me with a glance. Unlike most people, this guy's eyes held not even a shred of love, or anything I'd consider human. On another note, he looked as though his name would be Yamaguchi. I stepped towards him, or at least that's what I thought I attempted. But the reality around me twisted and went sideways, and next I knew I was staring down into an aisle of books. All of these books, barring covers with my face, some of these books I had never seen before. Gwyn Saga, 1Q84. Most of these titles, when I plucked them from their racks, made me suddenly, viscerally aware that I shouldn't be touching these, as something delicate could break if I read them. "Hey," I called over the head tall aisle. "Mind giving me some fucking answers? I'm just a journalist, not your enemy." "But are you not aware that you yourself are not your own enemy?" Yamaguchi said from somewhere. The aisles of books became tenuous, to say the least, and reality sifted through the fingers of my mind. The whole world slid and changed orientation like sliding around pieces in a puzzle. I scrabbled at the air, but it was all in vain. I was but a leaf caught in a maelstrom. Though that isn't to say the landing was any better. My face smashed hard into the ground. The impact alone made my ears burn and my eyes swim. Freshly delirious, I called out to Yamaguchi, hoping that he would at least explain something. Anything. In this new space of his own imagining, they stood two sides apart, observing one another over the border that was I. They briefly overlapped in the middle of the space where I resided, but they did not mix. On one end of this odd space, there was a class of students, heads devoid of features, replaced by crates overstuffed with writhing shellfish, mostly scores of lobster and bouquets of shimmering abalone. They sat as their teacher, a man whose whole head was a shaking, quivering, clawing crab trap, pointed at the whiteboard behind him, screaming. He must have been yelling for a while, for he was red in the face. As you can fucking read on your syllabus, attendance is 80% of your grade, Sensei explained. So if you see anything in town, some weird slit-mouthed woman or some weird balloons, don't follow them. Dying is more of a headache for me than it is for you. One of the snapping claws that jutted out of his cranium reared up and pointed, and I watched as his enormous black eyes shifted and settled upon me. He straightened. His eyes, those of which were ostensibly his, and not a part of the conglomerate of crabs, found me lacking. As he began to speak, I was unable to hear him. The proverbial rug was ripped from beneath me, and once more I was brought before Yamaguchi. The reality of his choosing this time was Tamer, a coffee shop, set on the stage of Shibuya at sunset. He sat with his legs crossed and a small glass pulled to his lips. Did you have fun walking off the path? He asked. His cold eyes pierced through me. He looked distraught and bemused, and he tilted his head, watching as his constructed sun dipped below the artificial horizon.
It's a funny thing. When I first offered my services to humanity, it was in the form of an apple. He snickers. Now it's all about escapism. I certainly don't blame many of you. This world is far worse than when I was first upon it,
Yamaguchi said.
What year is it currently?
He looked at me again. 1950, I say, tapping my pockets for the golden bats. Hopefully I'd at least get one more smoke before whatever came next.
Ah,
he nodded.
I see. Would you like to come on a small walk with me? I understand you have work to do for your newspaper.
He smiles, but his eyes show nothing behind them.
Come along.
He stands up, and the cafe falls away, as if we were standing in the midst of a child's diorama. First the walls, the floor, and then the small connective tissue known as perception. Then it was just us, standing amid darkness.
Do you have anywhere in specific you'd like to visit?
Yamaguchi turns to me. Instantly, the thought occurs to me. I could go back to where Sumire died. Tell her I loved her one last time. Hold my baby. My poor little Sumire. I can see her small, smiling, wearing that obnoxious rain slicker her grandmother bought her, and her favorite pair of boots. No matter how old she got, she was only ever this to me. Splashing through puddles, a little ray of sunshine running around. Yamaguchi tilted his head.
Are you troubled?
Nah. I pulled my cap over my eyes. Was I kidding? Could I really face my daughter's death day again? Especially smelling, nay, reeking of cigarettes. I want to go to the night my late wife and I met. Take me to Yokohama, 1924. Yamaguchi brayed laughter at this, slapping his thighs, and he snorted as he slowly gathered his laughter and his composure. He started walking towards the eastern end of the void. His voice seemed very loud now.
I can't control time, he said matter-of-factually. I can control space. I can give you a mock-up.
He nodded to himself, and we continued walking. As we ventured further and further, stars and galaxies appeared, and vast, swollen bodies of suns appeared. Slits in the negative space between these cosmic actors twisted with unnoticed intention like a harlot's smile. Something watched us, and we chose not to watch it. Hey, what was your name again? In my head, I've been calling you Yamaguchi, but that's not...
If that's what you wish to address me as, that's fine. I've had countless names. As it happens, I believe it was, King Solomon who first called me Satan.
I stopped dead in my tracks, clearing away my nascent nerves with a chuckle, hoping I had just misheard him. I beg your pardon? Satan?
Yes, you heard correct. I don't see what the issue is. It's a name simply meaning the adversary. It isn't my real name, he says with that affect as we reach the eastern end of the void, or space, or wherever the fuck we are. I don't know why I haven't thought to snap photos at all. My camera dangled on its strap like some horrid vestigial limb, utterly forgotten about. On the other side of the door Yamaguchi held open was Yokohama, as it had been when Megami and I first met. It was quiet, and the fireflies were buzzing around. I took out my pack of golden bats, astonished to discover I only had 2 smokes left. I could have sworn this was a fresh pack. Yamaguchi took a seat in his best replication of human behavior, and I, for some reason, sat beside him. I've been called the devil before. That was a long time ago, when I first offered my hand to humanity.
The apple thing? Yeah, you mentioned that. I lit up, and for some reason, I offered the last cigarette to Yamaguchi. So, what's with that bookstore? How come nobody leaves? I asked, as Yamaguchi snatched the vice from my hand.
They don't want to, that's all.
He nodded, munching uncomprehendingly on the cigarette.
They come in, and whatever tome they choose first gives me a window into their heart. Those that leave or return to their homes. Most often, my customers want to stay within their pockets of escapism. Musubi. I once heard that explained to me by Lucifer himself.
He nodded, spitting out the now tattered wrapper, some of the tobacco clumped into it. See. Hold on, who is this? I think this is still him? Yeah.
I see that word has no bearing in your tongue. Forget it. But alas, the human heart is much like a rose without suitable soil. Surely it'll grow, but it won't thrive. Those that walk into the East of Eden choose that soil for themselves, as you saw. But for you, it was different. You didn't even want anything, nor did you even want to be there. So the white lie, that is, my store fell away a little too readily. I believe at one point you may have seen my true form.
Huh?
This is a little over my pay grade. I chuckled with a great smoky highlighted exhale.
My mind convinced me as Yamaguchi that the large writhing galaxy thing from earlier was just some trick of the mind and egregore birthed by the myriad of thoughts of the other patrons.
You could stay here, see your wife again, live a long, fruitful life with her and see your daughter again, avoid the atomic bomb that took Sumire's life.
That image of little Sumire came to mind once more. That bright yellow rain slicker, those obnoxious squeaky boots, smile on her face. My eyes burned with 5 years' worth of unshed tears. I cried, I shattered more accurately. Crying so fiercely, ever composed, Yamaguchi was taken back. I mourned my wife, my mother, my daughter, all gone. Only 2 of them have had proper burials. My cigarette had lost its taste, and it tumbled from my mouth as I rapturously lamented. At some point in my outpouring, I had gone to my knees, my camera leaving an imprint in the soil.
Did I do something wrong?
He asks. No, you haven't. Boss.
I understand. I have seen it countless times. Adam mourned Abel, after all. Eve mourned Adam. Cain mourned the life he could have had.
But I curled my fingers, digging into the soil. It slid under my nails. One day, all the pain will be replaced by love, bright and warm. Even if it hurts like hell right now. One day it'll be worth it. I don't want to stay here, Yamaguchi.
I figured.
He snapped his fingers. Yokohama settled down, comfortably, quietly, but the memory of meeting my wife would always live on in my heart. Then, we were deposited outside of East of Eden. The trolley car bells were tolling, and the surround sound of conversations flitted back into prominence. Yamaguchi shook my hand and smiled, but he truly meant it this time, and then he turned and went back inside East of Eden. I guess I met the devil. What do I care? I listened to Bach at night. Oh, that's so fucking sad, dude. It's really great. That's so interesting. Yeah, that was beautiful and so sad. Thank you so much, hon. That was so good. Wow. What did you think, Yuki, as well? That was really beautiful. Very sad. Very sad. Such an emotional story. Very well written. I loved it. Interesting choice of year. 1950 was when the Korean War began, as you may know, and that pretty much started the end of the occupation of Japan as many of the divisions were moved back into action. Right. Interesting. A great journey through grief. Well done. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Back for more stories. Hey, Suda Sudita, I'm glad you're back. All right, let me see. Who is next? We got Shimi next, followed by Solar. Let me react to this one. Shimi, Nixie the Pixie. On that note, enjoy the rest of the stories. It's bedtime. I'll catch the VOD when I wake up. All good, Suda Straka. No worries, hun. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you for coming in. Okay. All right, let's see. This next one is Shimi, Nixie the Pixie. Is this a short? Not too short. Okay. This is Nixie the Pixie. Australia was the last country occupying Japan to withdraw in either 59 or 60. Oh, it was a really good story. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, that was beautiful. That was very emotionally impactful. For me as well. I really, really liked that. That was really beautiful. Technically the US Americans are still there on Okinawa where they still have a base. There's a lot of American bases all over Japan now. Still. I read 2 omnibus sets of Noragami. This series is goated. Fuck yeah. I'm so glad you agree. Yes, Link. Yes, it's so good, isn't it? All right. Here we go. Nixie the Pixie. They're also Americans, not Japanese bases. It's true.
Gonna be AFK. Oh, all good, sweet stuff. We'll see you soon. Most are shared bases, though, as a part of the Pacific Treaty. Okinawa. Oh, is the Okinawan base U.S. only? I actually didn't know that. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, no, it's definitely joint. Yeah. I won't go into how I know that, but yeah, definitely am aware of that. Thank you for the lurk, hun. All right. I'm gonna work with this hand again. All right. Nixie the Pixie. Let me put the, yeah. Okay. This is by Shimi. Nixie the Pixie. One day, Shimi, Ami, and Bea were, it was Bea? B? B. I think it was B. You told me this last time. I forgot how to pronounce it, but I think it's B. Let's see. One day, Shimi, Ami, and B were heading out of their realm, which is a dangerous thing to during actual arcade operating hours because you have to know your way back before it closes in search for inspiration for the arcade. Oh, I forgot everyone's voices. I think I might remember here. What do you guys think we'll find on our little excursion? B asked. Well, Shimi started to reply. I, for one, would like to have a fighting sim so I can practice my blade work. Okay, B said as she turned to ask Ami the same question. What about you, Ami? But before Ami could reply, she noticed a little speck buzzing around B. Hold that thought and don't move a muscle, she finally said with her hands opened and ready to close like a trap. Gotcha, Ami said excitedly, cupping her hands so as not to squeeze her captive. Got what exactly? Shimi asked with a confused expression on their face, to which Ami replied, This is a phase sprite, more specifically a pixie. Oh, Shimi said with a sudden realization. I've heard of the Fae beings, but never seen one in person. Let me go this instant, you vile vixen! The little pixie demanded. You're lucky I decided to cup you in my hands instead of swatting you out from the sky, Ami lectured. You mind telling us how you wound up outside your cabinet? Shimi said, snapping out of their bewildered daze. Well, I was actually exiled, if you can believe it, and it was all because I didn't like the fantasy outfit they tried to make me wear, the pixie shouted at the top of her lungs. So, I'm looking for not only a new family, but also a new home. Well, if you can provide something and are okay with living with a family of misfits, we'll gladly take you home, Shimi said, confused. Nixie, a rebellious face sprite who can both talk and rip your ears off, is excellent at reconnaissance. As for me, am I okay being adopted by a band of misfits? You bet your shiny metal ass I'm okay with being with a band of misfits, she said, emphasizing the last bit of her sentence. Okay, putting your remark about my ass aside, Shimi starts to say, you found your new home. Also, they added, the vile vixen has a name, and it's Ami. Ami bows down to signify welcoming Nixie to the family and also as an apology. And the bunny girl over there, Shimi points to B. That's Beatrice, but we call her B for short, and she actually likes it when you do that. B waves at Nixie as a greeting. What about you? Nixie said, now focusing on the tanuki, whose hand she was sitting in. I am Shimigami Nukimura, but everyone calls me Shimi, your non-binary femme-presenting tanuki android, agent of death, tour guide to the grid, and owner of Purgatory Arcade and the grid, which is now your new home. They said with pride as they put Nixie in between their boobs. What? Why? Can't wait to see Mina and the twins' reaction once we get back, Shimi said as the group began their walk back home. Just getting lots of groups of friends, huh? Thank you for the submission, Shimi. That pixie voice is awesome. Thanks. I'm glad you like it. Okay, next is Sweetest Sofa. Convenient Fae holders. Catching a booba fairy. Exactly. All right, let's see. This next one is Within Hubris, Your Best Friend. This is a submission from Sweetest Solar. Let me turn some music on for him. And let me pull this up. Ooh, thank you for the care package. Hold on, I gotta find out who did this generous thing. I have to click over here and find out. Oh, it was Ozzy. Thank you, Ozzy. The perfect seat, if I do say so myself. All right, let me see here. Zoom in more. Yeah. Okay. Also had images to see later into it. What do you mean? So like you have pictures that you want me to look at? Is that what you mean? Or is it like images are in it later in the story or? Oh, wait, sorry. I read that weird. Okay. Also had images to see later into it. Got it. Okay, yes, yeah. So there are images later. Cool. Okay, awesome. All right. This is Sweetest Solas. Within Hubris, Chapter 1. I see the sola! The flowing time, the expanding space, and the forgotten reality. I will make it all mine one day. But for you, you shall become mine. Rin snapped awake with a gasp, twisting quickly in pain before falling back into the soft cushion behind her. Struggling to gather herself through the pain, she took a moment to recompose and assess where she was. The room itself was moderately empty, white walls and sheets on a bed she did not recognize, with some of the only sources of color being a clear vase full of larkspur, the greenery from the window which could barely be seen through the cracks between the blinds, and the few monitors beside her. She took another glance at the screen, but her body hardly was able to keep her up while she pushed herself into a sitting position. The faint beeping echoed in the room in rhythm to her heart, the machine tracking all of her vitals while recording them. Another screen only held notes of her condition, which had remained unchanged for almost an entire month. Reading the data on screen caused her heart to sink. An entire month? Rin thought, falling back into the bed after seeing that the wires and IV were tied into her. The visions of her past kept blurring into one another as the girl tried to make sense of everything that happened. The 3 people that had chased her, the attacks that had sent her bike off a cliff, the orbs she was transporting, and the sudden sensation of standing on air. Her thoughts were cut short as the door to the room opened and an old man walked in.
Good to see you're finally awake,
the man said in a gruff voice, moving over to the machines to read while taking notes. Rin turned her head towards the man, squinting as rays of light peeked through the curtains at her. The figure was old, looking somewhere in his later years, but not so old that he was struggling to move like she had been since she had awoken.
I was beginning to think you might never recover,
the man remarked, putting the clipboard back on the wall. Where? Rin croaked as she tried to speak, her voice failing due to dryness in her throat.
My lab and clinic, the man replied. I am Nathan Rowan. My aide found you floating close to the shore of Lake Verity in a very terrible state. Your body was heavily beaten and nearly drowned when we had pulled you out.
The news itself seemed to bring forth new levels of dull pain over the girl's body as she tried to sit up once more, only to fall back, groaning. The man seemed to be a bit shocked that she was trying to move so quickly and was swift to keep his hand over her to deter movement.
Please, try to relax a bit. Your muscles have degraded without use over time. If you're not careful, you'll just end up putting yourself in a worse condition,
Rowan warned, though he helped Rin sit up straight. He poured out a glass of water and handed it to her. The girl took the cup, opting to stare into the cup instead. The girl's reflection stared back at her. For what thoughts passed her mind, all she could think now was that she looked like shit and was in need of a shower. Her attention was, however, diverted back to the man as he spoke again.
I'm sad to say we couldn't find any means of identification on you. While I would usually allow you more time to rest, I would like if you could answer a few inquiries I have, the man said, pulling a clipboard from the wall and taking up a chair to sit beside the bed.
Rin nodded weakly as she took a sip from the cup, coughing as the chill entered her parched throat. Rin recounted her events leading to when she had fallen unconscious. She could still feel the rush of wind and flood of water in her ears from the fall and the river. Her mind had burned the glare from the pursuers, the sound of the Pokeball as it was shattered, having failed to release the power that was inside. Her reminiscence made it feel like she had taken each hit again and racked her body with heaviness. The man would pause every so often from writing, asking questions regarding descriptions of the assailants,
where she might have gone while trying to escape, and when she realized she was being followed. The story concluded after an hour as an assistant came in to take measurements, followed closely by a small Pokemon.
It truly is a miracle you've survived, Rin. I would normally rush your guardian know what has happened, but since the last call they had between all three of us, he's been unreachable. We were beginning to think you had run off with our delivery yourself, Rowan stated, waiting for his assistant to finish documenting the girl's vitals. Seeing as we have recovered you, I shall continue to attempt to reach him, but for now I think it's best if we focus on your full recovery.
The assistant sighed in a bit of frustration as the tail of the Pokemon smacked against his hand again. As it clawed and struggled to get onto the bed, it forced him to discard the sheet and start anew. After much struggle, it finally managed to make itself comfortable and sat, staring intently at Rin, a bit of smile forming across its face in anticipation. Rin looked curiously at the small monster, taking a moment to identify it as a small Charmander. A bit of confusion had broken over her as she had trouble recalling how common the lizard Pokemon was, especially in this region. Her attention was then brought to the wagging tail and the purple flame that sat atop it. Professor? This Pokemon. Rowan looked at the Charmander, his face becoming stern and causing the flame tail to stop wagging.
This is a Charmander we found clinging onto you when you were found. Is it not yours?
Rin shook her head.
Huh. How unusual,
Rowan remarked, giving the Charmander a pat on the head before proceeding to pick her up and place the flame Pokemon back on the floor, despite the constant struggle. He sighed as he watched her to almost immediately attempt to climb up once more.
This little one has rarely left your side since you got here. We thought it might be yours, but we couldn't find a Pokeball on your person. We couldn't be sure.
No, I haven't owned any Pokemon in quite some time. The last one I had... Rin trailed off, looking down to avoid the old man's gaze. She attempted to avoid the feeling of some judgmental stare. It passed away. Rowan took no notice as he scratched his chin, still focused on the Charmander who was staring back at him.
I see. Well, this little one seems to have grown quite attached to you for one reason or another. Maybe you should take her in as a favor for her looking after you. I have a spare ball or two lying around the office somewhere. It would do you well to not travel alone, considering what happened to the one you borrowed after arriving in Sinnoh. This would give you protection once you leave my lab, as well as maybe help you in your rehabilitation.
Rehabilitation? I need rehab? The girl asked, confused, unsure of what to make of that remark.
But of course, Rowan answered. After an entire month without using your body, I'm honestly surprised you're able to sit up this well and hold a cup. You're quite the strong-willed girl. Though even with that level of strength, I'm sure that if you tried to get out of bed now, you'd end up on the floor.
He gave a bit of a chuckle at this before taking the notes from the clipboard, then hanging the board itself back on the wall.
Yeah, let's just take the good graces that we have today and start your recovery process tomorrow.
Rin couldn't reply, her voice failing as she felt sheer exhaustion wash through every nerve within. She barely managed to set the cup back down on the table before gravity pulled her eyes closed, forcing the girl back to sleep. The fire Pokemon climbed back into the bed, bringing her tail into her arms as she lay beside Rin to keep her warm. The professor looked at the two for just a moment longer, theories swarming his thoughts. He closed the blinds, leaving the two in dark except for the illumination of Charmander's violet fire. The next few weeks were full of rehabilitation treatment. Rin spent the mornings catching up with local events, news, and attempts to contact her boss with no success. Even without contact from Solar, she didn't feel as if anything bad had happened to him, as the business was still delivering on schedule, and Solar had always been rather reclusive. The fact that orders were still coming in was enough to keep her mind off the no contact. The afternoons were met with treatment for her legs and muscles. Things weren't too difficult at first, but it became apparent that her stamina had dwindled massively over the month of not moving her body. By the time night would roll around, Rin was too exhausted to do more than take care of the Charmander that was now in her care, along with small amounts of cooking for herself and the professor. Rin was thankful that her body was not so weak to the point of being unable to do simple chores, especially since it seemed Rowan was unable to cook anything that wasn't instant. With his assistants leaving before nightfall, Rowan had never taken much care into his own health and well-being into his research.
Than his research. I was like, the young girl's presence changed his priorities a bit into focusing on her recovery, which in turn meant his own. As time passed, however, it did lead him to question her one day during her afternoon therapy.
Rin, can I take a moment of your time?
Rowan had called out as he walked into the courtyard with a few items under his arm. That's fine, Professor. Just let me take care of her real quick, Rin called back, pulling her Charmander out of the bush for the 4th time today. The two had taken to doing exercises together over the last week, and the lizard seemed to find it more humorous to run into the bushes rather than jump over them or avoid them altogether. She got a cloth and wiped down the flame Pokemon's face before sitting down at the table. Rowan put down what he was carrying and placed them before her. Rin was able to recognize one of the devices almost immediately, the sleek red design and shape of the Pokédex. It was something very familiar that The sleek red design and shape of the Pokédex was something she was very familiar with, given all the deliveries she had done prior for numerous other labs in Kanto and Johto. The Sinnoh Dex had been more round on the sides, along with the compartments for assorted upgrades. She could recall some of the perks being not only a translator, but also a health checker, to see how healthy a Pokemon was, and even a metal detector for treasure hunters. I think that might be... Hold on. This is not the same song. There we go. Oh, I need to, hold on, I gotta loop this one. There we go. Okay. She could recall some of the perks being not only a translator, but also a health checker to see how healthy a Pokemon was, and even a metal detector for treasure hunters. The other gadget was something Rin actually didn't recognize.
I'd like to help you out a bit now that you've just about fully recovered. I know you're planning to go after those thieves, and while I'm against it, I know you aren't one to be deterred.
Rowan explained as he handed her the Pokédex.
As such, I'd like to help you to the best of my abilities, and I think my research here might be of use.
He held up the other object a bit more clearly, which looked more like some sort of ruby jewel held on a silver chain. Rin's eyes fixated on how the internal color changed as if some sort of flame was residing within. It had taken a moment for her to realize the flame was being created by a miniature machine within, expanding her curiosity of the device. She was only brought back to her senses as the Charmander climbed out of her lap and onto the table to try and grab the gem, only to be denied by another stern look from the elder professor as he pulled it away. "What is that, Professor?" Rin asked quizzically. She was very certain she had never seen anything similar to that jewel before.
This is a synchronization orb, used for Pokemon synchronous fusion,
Rowan proceeded as he put it back down on the table in front of Rin. He tapped the device with his finger, making it flash and spooking the Charmander, who ran back into the girl's arms.
As you know, my field of Pokemon study was an evolution of Pokemon. Originally, that study was in learning if evolution was a means to become a more complete form, or if it was just to show the maturity of a Pokemon as a species. Some number of years back, we came across the act of a Pokemon splitting into two as an evolution in the form of the Nincada line, as well as the fusion of two Pokemon with the Slowpoke evolution line. Following these traits, it was theorized that there might be a way for humans to combine their powers with Pokemon in even greater ways. What you see here is just a bit of my research.
Okay, what does that have to do with helping me? Rin questioned, unsure what to make of all this information given.
I wish for you to have and take this with you. I've checked the results with what data I've gained about you while you've been recovering here. You should be able to utilize this on your journey to track down those bandits and take them on an even footing,
Rowan replied, pushing the gem into Rin's hand as well. The girl looked unsure as she held the glowing rock in her palm. She couldn't help but feel as if some unreasonable weight had just been placed on her, causing the stone to feel as if it was pinning her hand on the table. Rin looked down at Charmander on her lap as if asking for advice. The fire type only smiled at her with a strange confidence. Do I need to use this? And is there anything I should worry about with this fusion thing? Rin muttered, still feeling as if things had happened way too fast to make a proper decision.
There have been said to be side effects in using fusion if one does not adhere to certain rules,
Rowan warned, his voice still stiff.
I, however, believe it will have a greater effect in aiding you as opposed to doing without. The added effect would be that if you can manage to utilize synchronous fusion, I can probably discharge you immediately.
Rin's mood perked up a bit hearing this.
Trust me, the fusion alone would be enough to help your muscles get back into shape within a day. I've already documented it with one of my other assistants, an older boy named Bane,
Rowan remarked, though his mood did seem to shift a bit in mentioning the assistant. The girl paid no attention to it as she took the jewel back into her hand and gave it a better once-over. How does it work? Rin asked.
It works very similarly to how Pokeballs teleport when sent to a lab for safekeeping,
Rowan replied, taking the Pokédex and going down a command list until it stopped on a line labeled Fusion.
By selecting from here, the ball containing the Pokemon or the Pokemon that is simply attached to the ball's code is transferred into the orb. From there, the process in Fusion begins. Without the orb, the command simply does nothing. There is plenty of other mechanics to it, but I won't bore you with the specifics.
Yeah, no offense to your research, I just don't think I have the capacity to understand it, or the patience, Rin muttered as she got back up to her feet and placed the device around her neck. Rowan handed her the dex and took a few steps back in caution. The girl looked at the small flame Pokemon one more time and took a deep breath. Her finger hovered over the screen for a moment, frozen in time until she exhaled and felt her skin press down on the glass. A deafening shriek resounded behind the lab as Charmander was transformed into phosphorus light and entered the crystal. The girl's body began burning up as she clenched her teeth. Feelings of flames had engulfed her body. The stone glimmered and shone, encasing her figure in an eerie light. The feminine body silhouette became much more simple as the light faded, unveiling a significantly smaller girl. What was once skin, now a set of scales that matched the Charmander. Fingers had turned into a mixture of claws. Even her pupils had turned into slits to match her lizard partner. A heavy breath escaped as she released a puff of flame, shocking herself to cover her mouth in shock.
Remarkable. Regardless of how much I see it, it never ceases to amaze me,
Rowan remarked, circling around Rin and noticing the violet flame from the now-formed tail.
How interesting. I was wondering if the traits of the fused Pokemon would transfer over. I should document this phenomenon later.
Rin gave herself a look over as well as the shock wore off slightly. Everything moved as it had before to her thoughts. She took a few steps, noticing how easily she could move and the lack of dull pain in her leg. Her body lowered to the ground, and she took off in a light sprint, building up speed easily and kicking off a tree into the air. Even the height amazed her as she landed back on the ground without injury after bouncing higher than the tree itself.
This is incredible!
Rin called out, clawing the air wildly just to see how fast she could move.
Wow, I didn't think I...
Hold on. Oh, interesting, okay.
Wow, I didn't think I could do things like this,
a younger voice said. Rin spun around to locate the voice, only to see the professor behind her, still impressed by the girl's display. Where did... Rin began to ask, but before she could get the words out, she found herself letting out another fireball. The burning sensation in her throat caused her to cough, though her tail seemed highly pleased as it swung almost wildly back and forth.
Yay! I can breathe fire now!
The voice continued in glee. Rin's body hopped around in joy for a moment before the transformation became undone. The two girls split, leaving them both on the ground and confused as to what happened. Though it was Rowan's clapping that drew their attention, he helped Rin up to her feet and gave a sympathetic pat on the back.
I'm going to guess that was due to your Pokemon. As the name implies, everything is done from a synchronous fashion when you use fusion. When your synchronization fails, the merger will usually end, Rowan said, his tone sounding like the concept was simple to grasp.
That voice, though? Rin began to say before Charmander shouted and cut her off. The flame Pokemon was looking towards the garden and yelling in anger. Small wisps of light kept coming out of the lizard's mouth with each yell before it would breathe heavily in frustration. She looked back at Rin, clearly upset with what was happening as it waddled back over and hugged her leg.
It has been documented that people that use Pokemon synchronous fusion are able to feel the Pokemon's thoughts and voices. I expect that what you heard was her voice, sharing your vocals, of course.
Rowan continued on while taking a seat once more.
I'm certain the two of you will be able to master this skill in a short amount of time. And once you do, you are free to do as you like.
Thank you, Professor, but I don't think I'll be able to go as far as you think. I don't exactly have the funds to go out on a vendetta, even if I want to. Rin mused as she took her seat again across from Rowan. Travel alone would take multiple days, and she no longer had a bike.
Without even looking into her account or wallet, she knew that there was a large debt for the destruction of a company vehicle and was certain that insurance was not going to cover her.
I have already thought ahead on that foreseen issue. Tell me, Ren, how much do you know in regards to Pokemon battles?
Rowan inquired, his gaze staring intensely at Rin, who looked confused at the question. Most of the standard stuff, I guess. Like type matching, strengths, weaknesses. I know there are close to 500 or so documented Pokemon currently, with more being discovered all the time. There's always talks about how to be a stronger battler back home, and I guess I've kept up with that much, Rin replied, listing her knowledge off the top of her head.
No, Rin. I'm asking what you know in terms of how to fight with Pokemon,
Rowan reiterated, folding his hands onto the table and leaning into them.
When was the last time you truly battled?
Rin looked down at the table, knowing well what the old man was asking of her now. She spoke quietly as she answered. I haven't battled.
Ever?
Rowan asked gruffly. Rin simply shook her head. The last time I tried battling, the partner I had died, Rin replied, her voice becoming hollow as the memory resurfaced in her heart. The figure of a small bird stood with its back to her, charging down a feral, black-bodied weasel. The sound of claws tearing and breaking through the bird's wing before the snapping sound brought her back to the table. I've attempted to fight again since then, but my mind and body seize up or black out when I use rentals. This last time, though, when I tried, I thought it'd be fine since they were people. But then they used that strange machine to disable the Pokemon I was borrowing from my boss. The professor scratched his chin and leaned back into his chair. His thoughts grew deep as Rin tried to find words to describe her feelings, which only came out as audible breaths. Finally, he pulled out another ball and placed it on the table in front of Rin as she sunk into the chair.
I won't force you to take this path, Rin. It is long, potentially dangerous, and full of struggles. The trials you would face will push you to the depths of your strength. But if you want to set down this path, then I can definitely prepare you to the best of my abilities. The funds themselves are easy enough to acquire if you take the Pokemon League Challenge. And with the increased rewards for synchro battles, I have no doubt that you'd be able to afford what is needed,
the professor affirmed, his face hidden from view by the ball so that only his eyes could be seen by Rin.
So, what choice will you make, Rin?
Rin stared hard at the ball in front of her, thoughts circling around her brain like a dense fog that she could nearly see. Shadows of answers hung just out of arm's reach and slipped through her fingers like sand when she grasped. She wanted nothing more than to be able to travel with Pokemon properly, regardless of what would come to pass. But if her body wouldn't react like before, self-destruction was waiting to take a hold from that same darkness. What if it wasn't the Pokemon that would die next time? It could easily be someone else. Or even herself. The dangers seemed to pile higher as the moments continued to pass.
Hey! Hey! You shouldn't doubt your own heart!
Rin looked around, recalling the voice so well. The Charmander was looking into her eyes. A piercing, determined gaze locked her in place as the voice called back into the girl's heart.
I remember what you want to do! I saw it in your heart when we were one!
The flame Pokemon cried out, shaking its arms as it spoke.
If you'll stay with me, stay my friend, I promise we can do it. Trust in yourself and in me.
Rowan looked quizzically at the Charmander, but Rin simply gave a soft giggle and sighed. Doubting herself was something she had done for way too long. Now, she wanted to live a little bit. All right, Professor, you've got me interested. Show me what to do and I'll handle the rest. I still have a package to recover and deliver, and I haven't failed to complete a shipment yet, nor do I plan to. Ooh, such cool world building. I love it. That is so silicon. Absolutely awesome. Also, lovely Zomboy, thank you for dropping in. Appreciate you. Hope you sleep well. Have the sweetest dreams. That was so cool, darling. And Precious, hello there, Precious Politely. How are you? Cutie Kappa. It's good to see you as well. So interesting, because having a Pokemon human fusion seems like it would be more of a primal technique that requires high compatibility. Yeah, it is interesting. Would recommend checking out those images now. Okay, 1 second. I gotta go find them. Solar. Aha! Oh my god, that's so cute! It's got long hair. Oh, it's so cute. I love it. A little Charmander with long hair. That's so precious. I love it. That's so cute. Doing well, Cutie Kata. I hope you're doing super well too, and I hope you have really good sleep. All right, let me see who's next. Those are very cool, Solar. I like those. All right, let me see here. All right, so that was Solar. Our next one is The Trickster by Precious Patricia. Only content warning for this one, mentions of death and loss. Okay, some portions of this song get loud. Let me just make sure this is on the lower end of our... Okay. Is this somewhat based off of the now defunct manga Pokemon Burst? Is that what it's called? The other is Rin's Game Sprite. That's so cool, hon. It looks awesome. I love it. Doing my best to stay awake, boss. Hey, well done, Swedish Shadow Princess. But if you gotta sleep, that's totally cool. The VOD's gonna be up. The VOD will be up. All right. Okay. Let me see how long this one is. If it's not too long, we can do it now. No, we will definitely go on a break first. It's 14 pages. So, I will, we're going to go on a quick break. And then when we get back, we will read Precious Patricia's story. It's an Ace Combat fan fiction. So that should be fun. All right, you guys, we got to go on that quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, dogs. This is all CMS in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Holy shit, you guys, we only have like another, basically an hour, about an hour and a half left. We are probably not going to get through all of these, unfortunately. But what I will do is I will forward the ones that we don't get to, and then those will be the first ones that we read, anything that we don't get to today. Because we're actually not even halfway through. We're not even halfway through, and we've been doing this for 5 hours, and even though we're still going for another hour and a half, which puts us squarely at like 6.5 hours of stream, there's still a lot that we haven't gotten to hit, unfortunately. And I do apologize for that, but don't worry, you will be included. My estimate was way off. Oh no, that's okay, right? I talk a lot and I'm voice acting and stuff. Yeah, it's a lot of stories. It's a lot of them. Okay, cuties, let's go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. Darlings, this is all CMS in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I will give you guys a little bit of a boss battle, a little bit of a snivy song, a little bit of a word search, and I'll see you in 3. Mwah!
Hello, sweethearts. Welcome back. Right. Let's hop back over here. And let me just hold on. Yeah. Okay.
Hi, welcome back to the parties.
And well done on the boss too.
Excellent work. Let's see. Abby's for Yuki. Let me not give you paper cuts. Abby's for Yuki. Good Yuki. See the sauce. Welcome back, awesome Aussie uppies. Yes, good Aussie. Welcome back, precious Patricia uppies.
Yes, I'm excited to read yours too. Welcome back, Swedish Shadow Gun. Welcome back, Swedish Starat. Welcome back, Nick. Swedish Slice Down Slice Abby's.
Yeah. Good Nixa. Lovely light. Welcome back.
Gotta get to bed. All good, Swedish Solar. I hope you sleep wonderfully well. Have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for sharing your awesome story with us. I'm looking forward to the next chapter as well. Terrific Talon.
Uppies. Yes. Good Talon. Incredible Eisen. Uppies. Good Eisen. Hi, precious politely. Welcome back, gorgeous. Cutie Kappa. Welcome back, uppies. Yes. Good Kata. Dearest Daniel. Uppies. Yee. Good Daniel. See the Shadow Princess. Uppies. Yee. Good Shadow Princess.
Help, work is so busy. Oh no, Liv, I'm so sorry, honey. Oh, that's terrible. I wish I could take something off your plate. I'm sorry, honey. Okay. Let me see. Let me turn our beautiful snivy music down. Let's press play on our intense war music. And wrong hand. All right. Voice acting? You got it, hun. Okay. As you wish. Let me just spread this out. Precious Patricia, I'm very excited to read this, and I am gonna do it. But can you do me a favor and just in the future, can you space out your paragraphs a bit more? There's like big blocks of text, and it does make it a little bit harder to read. So mean, Tao. Poor Lith is busy, and now you want to steal stuff from her plate too. Wait, no, I want to help. The bar is packed, and the liquor store is lined out the door. Oh my god, hun. I'm so sorry. That's crazy. Speaking of sleep and work, I'll have to join the lurking crew for the rest of the stream as I have a night shift later and need some sleep first. But of course, I will let your beautiful voice and the pal's awesome stories carry me off to dreamlands. Oh, it's an honor to do so, sweetie pie. Uppies for you. May you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, lovely Yuki. Have a good shift later on as well, and thank you so much for spending so much time with us. I did that with the following parts I've written since. Oh, that's all good. Thank you, Patricia. Appreciate it. All right. You're right. It's all Tao's fault. It's all my fault. What can I say? Blame me. All right. I always fuck this up. Wrong hand. All right.
One more time, restart this war music.
Okay, here we go. Ace Combat, Embers of Truth, Part 1. Chapter 1, A Situation of Great Gravity. A presidential address and special parliamentary summoning on behalf of Madam President Martha Amsbury is what our invitation letter said. The press gallery overlooking the Parliament chamber was packed from end to end, with other reporters standing practically shoulder to shoulder, most within arm's distance at least. Some with dedicated camera crews, some with only a camera operator like me and Sam, and some just recording themselves on their phones. It was strange for a presidential address to be occurring this time of year, with no special events or significant anniversaries taking place for another 2 months or so, let alone a fully fledged special parliamentary summoning, which is only reserved for anniversaries of the 2016 war or for national emergencies. It didn't take a genius to figure out what... Hold on. It didn't take a genius to figure out that whatever was going to be announced was significant, major even. What with all the reporters from countless news networks from across the country and the world. I was a long way from home that day. Erusia is my homeland, always has been. But I had been the Erusian News Network, ENN's Emerian correspondent for going on 5 years as of the week before Wells's address. I had an apartment in Gracemeria, just down the road from the Parliament building, so it wasn't too hard to get there. Sam was a bit of an odd case. Their parents were originally from Belka, but immigrated to Erusia in the 2000s. They always had this happy-go-lucky air about them. I think they were more at home behind a camera than in the real world. Maybe that's what being born for the job really is. Sam and I were making general conversation about our families back home and how we hoped that the truce between Satola and Erusia would remain in place and that they wouldn't press on if the FCU was defeated. The only silver lining we could glean from the whole conversation was that it's good we were 2 continents away from the war in Usea. Before we knew it, it was time to go on air before the president came out to do her speech. I could hear the studio host, Jeff, in my ear, and Sam gave me the thumbs up as I prepared to say what I had rehearsed in the car park. Jeff was an older man, in his 50s or 60s. He had a posh sort of voice, which often came across as quite stern. He was speaking about the developments in the war between Satoa and the FCU before coming to the topic at hand. American President Martha Wells is due to address a special parliamentary summon today on a matter that has been left quite mysterious. We now join our American correspondent, Chloe Barton, from the American Parliament building. Good morning to you, Chloe. And good morning to you too, Jeff, I said to the camera. I was quite younger then, had more energy, had more of a resting smile than I do now, and sounded like you. Not sure what that means, but, Now, Chloe, we understand both that special summonings of Parliament are a rare occurrence in America, and that the matter of President Amsbury's address this morning has been left intentionally vague. Is there anything you can tell us that we don't know? He always did have the same intonation when he asked those questions. It always twanged with that same vague concern. It wasn't out of place when discussing things like war correspondence, but could be quite humorous when he seemed to present the same amount of concern about a conflict as he did on whether or not a player had been disqualified from an international golf tournament. Well, Jeff, it's like you said. The details have been very scant, even for us reporting to you live. The only apparent indication is the notification we received, which described the address as being on a matter of American security and defense. Notably, this comes after alleged airstrikes within Satoa yesterday, which, as you said at the time, the FCU has not claimed responsibility for. Tying into that, something that was pointed out to us by an Ocean reporter prior to this broadcast was that correspondents from Satoan State TV are actually missing from the press gallery. But whether these things are connected still remains to be seen, and President Amsbury is due to give her address any minute now, and we'll be back to you and everyone watching at home as soon as it is finished. Despite having no idea what the address was about at this time, I knew that it was going to be something major, but could only hazard a guess as to what it could be. By the time Jeff and I had said our further pleasantries, and he asked some minor follow-up questions that I answered as well as I could, we were off the air as the channel moved on to the next show or story, or whatever was on. And it was at that moment that President Amsbury walked out from a back room on the lower floor and took the stand from the president's chair. She wasn't much older than me, 40 or so, but was still Ameria's youngest president, and its first female one, too. She was wearing a blue suit, no tie, which she became somewhat famous for during her presidential campaign. On her left breast pocket, she was wearing the medals she had earned during her time with the American Army. Her hair was short, chin length, and deep brown in color. She cleared her throat, and the room went dead silent as reporters and parliamentarians alike gazed up at her, waiting to hear what she had gathered them all there to hear. She looked down at her address, up at the crowd, and took a very deep breath before finally opening her mouth to speak. Chapter 2, The President's Speech. Mr. Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, members of the lower and upper houses of American Parliament, members of the American public, and members of the press. We are all gathered here today to speak on a situation of great gravity. For the first time in many years, Ameria's hand has been forced, and she is now at war with a foreign power. The last time this happened was 13 years ago, the 2016 Slovakian War, when Ameria and her people faced total destruction. But during this, our darkest hour, the Federation of Central Usea, despite being under no obligation to do so, was one of the first states to throw their aid behind Ameria and ultimately help us in our victory over the Federal Republic of Slovakia. We would not exist as we are today without the materials and supplies that the FCU graciously gave to us. As everyone in this chamber knows, the FCU have since been embroiled in their own war, and are facing down total annihilation at the hands of the Republic of Satoa. Yesterday, in the early hours of June 28, 2029, strike aircraft of the American Air Force's 4th, 5th, 15th, and 28th Squadrons conducted a series of airstrikes on oil refineries, production facilities, and military bases in Satoa's eastern desert administrative region. These air raids were conducted in support of the Federation of Central Usea's war of defense against Satoa, and was in retaliation for systemic and intentional war crimes conducted and committed by Satoan forces in their illegal war and invasion of the FCU. The American pilots and support crews that participated in the operation over Satoa, dubbed Operation Royal Flush, suffered no casualties and were all able to return home unscathed and without injury. The targets they struck and successfully destroyed supplied fuel, equipment, and a base of operations for Satoan forces deploying across the RMC to wage war on the peaceful people of the FCU. This operation was personally authorized by me following the advice of the Joint Chiefs of Staff from the American Armed Forces, and was conducted following intelligence provided by the FCU and the Ocean Federation. At 10 p.m. local time, operating from an American Air Force base in the Republic of Karuga, the aforementioned EAF squadrons departed to destroy or incapacitate their designated targets in eastern Satoa. All aircraft departed Karugan airspace without incident, but one plane, I'm told an F-2A Viper, operated by the 15th Fighter Squadron, suffered mechanical faults partway into the journey and had to turn back. Following a successful journey over the Gulf of Tomorio, the American planes flew under the Satoan radar facilities undetected with the help of jamming aircraft of the EAF's Electronic Warfare Squadron. Okay. Oh, thank you for the care package. Thank you. All right. Let's see. My throat made a funny sound. Following a successful journey over the Gulf of Tomorio, the American planes flew under Satoan radar facilities undetected, with the help of jamming aircraft of the EAF's Electronic Warfare Squadron. Sorry. Following their arrival in Satoan airspace, the 4 American squadrons separated from one another to attack their designated targets, codenamed as objectives Jack, Queen, King, and Ace, designated to the aircraft from the 4th, 15th, 5th, and 28th Squadrons respectively, all located either on the Tomorian coast or further inland. I have been told by the Chief of the Air Force that the mission was executed perfectly, with all targets successfully destroyed, no American aircraft being shot down, and no injuries being sustained by any Americans involved in this operation. Now, I am not blind to the fact that this measure was drastic, and that this move will be seen as controversial. But as Americans, we have an innate sense of justice. When we see terrible things occurring elsewhere in the world, Ameria is the first to condemn aggressive action and provide aid to those that are suffering, as was the case 13 years ago when the FCU came to our aid. But now, the example we have followed in all of those years since has come under attack. And as your president, who was elected to speak on behalf of all Amerians, I thusly believe that I am not alone in the belief that Ameria will not stand idly by and allow our most sacred of friends to suffer and wither in their hour of need. As such, I am here to announce, if it is not already clear, that by the nature of Satoa being at war with the FCU and having done so for many months, we are, by extension, at war with Satoa. The only thing I can truly hope for as an end result of this intervention is that the FCU shall never again fear the destruction at the hands of foreign powers. Thank you. Chapter 3. Same as it ever was. The chamber erupted into applause and cheers and whistles from across the political spectrum down there in their seats. As the president took her seat, she wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead. The press gallery, on the other hand, was mostly a mix of quiet journalistic indifference and mild concern. with some interspersed claps and cheers, most notably from the FCU film crews, who were clearly grateful for the support their nation would now be getting. Sam and I were part of the group exhibiting concern. Sam was younger than me, but we both had experience with the war firsthand. Sam's parents fled Belka in the lead up to the Balkan War of 1995, not long before the then government of Belka essentially nationalized the pogrom. Hold on. The pogroming. Pogrom. An act of carrying out or participating in an organized violent attack or riot against a specific ethnic or religious group. Ooh, bad news bears. Okay, pogroming. Nationalized the pogroming of minority groups and arrived in Arussia just in time for it to begin its own radicalization and the invasion of its neighbors and later all of Usea with the 2005 Continental War. After that, when Arussia was defeated by an international coalition, things were fairly peaceful. That is, until 2019, when Arussia tried again during the Lighthouse War and nearly collapsed in the process. But we bounced back. We always do. After the Lighthouse War, the monarchy abdicated their positions and resigned control to the Arusian legislature, and Arussia has only ever been involved in peacekeeping ever since. Exposition you have learned in a history class aside, Emiria is not a conquering nation, but every population group in any state after the declaration of a popular war always reacts the same. And the things I saw in the streets of the capital of Grissimiria, in the days following the declaration mirrored the things I had seen in Arussia in 2005 and 2019, and elsewhere during my time as a journalist. More people were waving or hanging the Emirian flag from apartment balconies, flash mobs were forming in the central square that would sing the national anthem, and of course, there was a surge in recruitment. Young men, women, and people of all other genders also wanted to serve their country and defend what they saw as a just cause. Anti-war protests are quite a common sight in Grace Emiria, but hardly any occurred in response to Emiria's new involvement in the war. And the ones that did had hardly any people in them, but people would throw a mixture of rocks, cans, and obscenities at them. The more that behavior went on, the more that those protesters decided that it wasn't worth it anymore and slowly desisted. It did always strike me as strange that Emiria would get involved during Amsbury's presidential term. She ran her campaign on a platform of reduced defense spending and more investment in working-class Emirians. But she, like most people who were above the age of 16 in 2013, was a veteran of the Estevakian War. She understood the nature of conflict, either in regard to wars between other states or standing up for others in person, far better than most of her colleagues and contemporaries. Internationally, Emiria's declaration of war was met with a mixed bag of condemnation, concern, support, and celebration, namely from Satoa, Estevakia, and the Ocean Federation, and the FCU, respectively. It wasn't long before I became the most contacted foreign correspondent on ENN, as the nation craved information on Emiria's new war effort. Sam and I traveled across the country, seeing troops and supply ships leave ports bound for the FCU, and seeing transport planes take off in droves to deliver manpower and equipment to the front line. I'll never get over it, that melancholy feeling. Seeing people smiling and waving, people throwing flowers at them and cheering for them, and knowing that so many of them won't be returning home to their families. That this will be the last time that so many of them see their loved ones again. But it was during one of those shoots that I saw out of the corner of my eye a group of fighter pilots talking with a mechanic in a hangar. One of them stood out to me. A woman a few years younger than me, in her 30s by the looks of it. She had blue eyes, her face had a few freckles, mostly around her nose and cheekbones, and her auburn hair was styled in a nice, well-kept mullet. She was wearing her flight suit and had a leather bomber jacket over the top of it. She had a relaxed pose, with one hand holding her flight helmet and the other tucked into her jacket pocket. Her nickname was printed on the side of her helmet, Lucky. Our eyes met for just a split second, but I could tell, and I think she could too, that this would not be the last time we saw each other. Ace Combat, Embers of Truth, Part 2. Hey, beautiful bees, honey. Thank you ever so much, darling, for the very, very generous and determined 20 streams 3 con. I do appreciate it. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you, thank you. Let me see here. I'm gonna have another care packet.
All right. Let me see. Yeah.
Yay, thank you for more care package.
I'm not sure if we're gonna get through the whole story here. I think it might be a little bit long, and I don't know about reading all of the call signs unless I give everybody like a specific voice, but there's a lot of characters. And I kind of only have you guys, there's still about we are barely through halfway of this. I'm actually gonna have you guys vote and let me know if you're enjoying this a lot. Or if you want me to try and get another story in here. I am concerned about how many things we're gonna get through. Keep reading. Ace Combat. Yes or no? Like I said, I think we've been at it. How long have we been reading this? I think it's been about half an hour. So there's probably at least another half an hour to go based on like page count at least. So please do vote. Let me know if you want to keep going or not. You can just do narration if you want to. Yeah, I mean, I could do that. It's just, there is still, we're not quite halfway through, is all. So please do vote, you guys. Our next, thing after this will be, oh, it's Tsaritsa's. Tsaritsa's is next. Followed by Strikers, followed by Cute Cat, then Shadow Princess VT, then Aspen, then Gray, then Red, then Dime. Yeah, we won't get through all these, unfortunately. I'm so sorry. But like I said, we will read through them. We'll prioritize those for next time. Okay. Oh, you guys, it's 50-50. Don't tie this shit up. Don't tie this shit up. I'll tell you what, if it's tied, we will keep reading it. So you better decide what you're doing. You got 10 seconds left. We have 3 yeses, 4 nos. If it's tied or a yes, then we are reading it. If it's no, then we will move on. You okay, we're gonna stop. All right. Surprised when you wrote this one, you didn't do the radio chatter brackets. Yeah. Okay. That was really good though, Precious Patricia. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. It's just long, and I'm cautious of a lot of pals who are also waiting for me to read their stuff, and we did read a good like half an hour of that. So I hope you're okay with it. All right. Our next one is The Trickster from lovely Tsaritsa. Oh, nice and short one, this one. All right. Let's see. It's called There's Always Next Time. It's true. Perfectly okay. Thank you, Precious Patricia. I appreciate you. And Valos, thank you so much for contributing to the Fighting Game Challenge. If I had known how pressed for time you were, I would have submitted one part. No, that's okay. I didn't know. I kind of had a feeling with how like long the thread had gotten, but I also did not know, how popular this was going to be. And we're probably going to have to, crack down on more submissions. You can probably hear it in my voice. I did a bunch of, I talked for, 8 hours yesterday during stream. Did some, quite a bit of voice acting today for about 5.5 hours. And then tomorrow we're going to be doing more VA and more talking and stuff. So as much as I would love to just be like, we can start making these 12-hour streams, I don't think my voice will function if I do it for that long. But okay. Let's see. The only content warning for this one, mentions of death and loss. This is by Sweetest Tsaritsa. All right. I need sufficient voice for my rest. Yes, voice for my rest. But no, Patricia, not your fault at all, honey. Okay. This one. This is the hand. I got it right this time. All right. Tsaritsa, the trickster. You want to hear a little joke? Play a little prank? Well, my friend, you've come to the right place. So many faces, so many names, so many masks. Which shall I don for you? No. This is all wrong. I pride myself on doing things properly. Let me first ask, who is the lucky soul we shall be making dance? Is it a god? Oh, I love tormenting gods. Oh, we could fill a bag with fine meats and, one with rotten offal and switch only the top layers. The Olympians weren't fond of that one. Even better. I could turn myself into a beautiful horse and distract even the most divine steeds. Oh, on second thought, not that one. Asgard never let me live that one down, among other things. No? Then am I to assume you wish to use my cunning on a mortal man? I am not a mere jester. Very well. You did go through the tremendous effort to actually find me. I could take the form of a fox and leave them a small fortune in cash that turns to be dried leaves in their wallet. Just humor me. Who was it you wished to set me on? Your friend. Why? You are aware that my services typically end in someone's misfortune, right? They call me Prometheus, Loki, Kitsune, whatever, but I am ultimately no more than a very whimsical pot stirrer. Do you not love this person? Do you not cherish them? Would you risk their wrath like Zeus did to poor Sisyphus? Would you risk them to go mad like Hodor and end the world? Or worse, would you risk their death like the countless who got lost after a fox leads them astray? To make them smile again. I am sorry, friend. I truly am a fool. I've become so accustomed to the cruel jokes that I play that I'm not used to using trickery to make laughter. But that, my friend, is the purest and noblest form of mischief. Very well. I have a joke for you to tell your friend. It begins like this. Why did the chicken cross the road? That's fun. That's fun. I like that one. I want elaboration on that one, Saritsa. That's cute. Oh, hey there, fabulous Fina. Hello there, gorgeous. How are you? It's so good to see you. Professional narrator reads our stories. I got a 2-word horror story for you. Carpeted kitchen. Why would you come in here and say that? This is a trigger-free space. Why would you do that? Why would you do that, Veda? That was great. The music's perfect. Yeah, good job, Strat. Strat found the music. It's so good. Thank you so much for the 3 stream streaks, City Pie. Stay out of that carpeted kitchen. It is cursed. That was very fun, Saritsa. Thank you so much for that. That was a good one. Let's see. Okay, we got a script now. This is from Striker. Striker is one of my classmates from my VA class. This is written in script format. So let me go get the right music. I grew up in a house with a carpeted kitchen. Why is it horrifying? Storm. That is how you get ants and stains and stink. Carpeted bathroom? I don't love that either, but I feel like that's actually less prone to spillage in a general household than what happens in kitchens, no? Yeah, I love that story, Saritsa. Well done. Whoever made that house is evil. Damn, tell me how I really feel. Sorry, I think the music's a little loud. Okay. All right, let me see here. Let me get the episode 1, protection. All right, so interior, base of a powerhouse. This is written in a script format, by the way, so it's gonna be kind of radio play-esque. I'm not gonna read the characters' names. I'm just gonna differentiate through voice acting, okay? I need to decide who is what, though. I think I'll write in Strat's chat here. Interior, base of powerhouse. We follow Fred, walking to Jake in the computer room, where Jake is at the computer. Panning shot, Wolf standing on the cliffside. All right, hold on. Let me get a vibe for these characters real quick. Actually, it's just 3 characters. I can probably keep up with 3 characters. I got Jake, Fred, and Wolf. I do see a HQ voice. HQ voice is gonna get my
We want different accents? Different accents would probably be good, huh? Yeah, okay. All right. Let me think. Jake is getting my mobster voice. Wolf is getting my British boy voice. Fred is getting my... I gotta write these down. Jake mobster. Wolf is boy British. And Fred will have Arthur. Arthur Morgan. Arthur Morgan. Cool. Okay. I had to decide. Oh, amazing. Come on and thank you for the head pack and the care package. Think of the mold. Yeah, I would be concerned about the mold in anywhere where it's carpet and water. Thank you, thank you. All right. I wish I could print this script out and write it down. All right. Let me see. I'll get used to these in a couple of seconds, but okay. Well, it has been about 5 years now, and still no sign of any threats. 5 years of just the three of us in this base guarding something. I don't even know what that something is. Wolf, get over here! I just wish someone would let us know what it is. What are we protecting? Is it something here inside the base, or is it one of us? And who are we protecting it from? Cut to Jake and Fred at the computer. HQ just sent us a message. Yeah, they told us we were gonna be getting a shipment. A shipment of what? Fred turns from the computers. You know the headquarters, they never tell us anything. All they said is that the shipment will come in the next few minutes. Wait, shit, did I get that wrong? I did that wrong. Fuck, I've already not used, fuck, shit, okay. Fred is Arthur Morgan. I'm gonna put these in order of appearance. He has no idea how much I mark up my scripts when I get them. This feels naked to not have markups. Okay. Wolf, British, Fred, Arthur, Jake, Mobster. Okay. You know headquarters. They never tell us anything. All they said is that the shipment is gonna come in the next few minutes. I just hope it's as good as the last one. Remember the last shipment we got? How can any of us forget that shipment? Cut to the bridge. Yeah, it took out our bridge. Cut to the door. And it shorted out the door, so now it won't happen. It won't open. Wait, I cannot get this, I keep on mixing up my, you may want to avoid the cut too. There's a lot of it going forward. Okay, you know, actually, I think you did mention that. Okay. All right, I will just try and do it this way then. I'm gonna move my chat with you over here so I can see this better. That is crazy that I can't remember the three voices in the midst of this. Okay. And it shorted out the door, so now it won't open. Now, Jake, what did we learn from that? Never open shaken soda right away after it's been dropped from 200 feet in the air. Good. I just hope that the order for the turret comes soon, so we have a little more protection. Yeah, so I can use it on Jake when he gets out of line. Okay, I get it. I'm not allowed to touch anything anymore. You launch a couple of billion-dollar missiles and you come a hazard to the base, whatever. That's what's gotten us kicked out of our old base at High Ground in Halo 3. You also blew a hole in the roof of the dorm, trying to rewire the microwave. Not to mention that I had to repaint my armor from said explosion. And killed the only TV we had because you got mad at a video game.
Honestly, I think we should just send Jake back to HQ and just have them send him over to the guys we're fighting. This fucking war will end in 2 seconds. Then we can all go home. You know what? I fucking hate both of you! I'm going to see if our package came. You ever asked yourself, why are we here? No, Simmons, I haven't.
Hey, don't jump down my throat for just asking a general question.
I know... I know where you were going with it. I do have to say one thing, though. At least I'm stuck with these 2 ass monkeys while stationed here at Fort Glory. Otherwise, things would be a little dull around here. Episode 1. The external shot of a powerhouse cliffside. We come down from a high spot of powerhouse to see Wolf standing on the cliff with the package in front of him. Red versus Blue reference, dude. It's been so long since I've seen Red versus Blue. I should probably watch that. Has it aged well? Finally, our package is here. And look at that. It's the turret that Fred ordered. Well, once he gets it assembled, I can show Jake how much I love him. What do you think is going on with the war we're in? I mean, do you think we're winning or getting our asses handed to us on a silver platter or... You know what? That is a good question. And a question like that coming from you. I have my moments. Seriously, though, we've been out here for how long? And HQ hasn't let us know how our own army is doing. Makes me wonder what we're doing here. Didn't I just ask you that in the last episode? I like a fourth wall break. Love that. That's great. Define well. Is it offensive? In today's current sensibilities. You had no reason to ask that question. You just blurted it out. I had a reason to ask it because of what you asked me. Plus, sounds better when I ask the question. Fred, get over here. Fred leaves and Jake is still next to the mongooses. You're still an asshole! You would think after 5 years I could have thought of some better comebacks than just calling them assholes all the time. Ugh, let me think. Guess what finally came? So many insults, so little time. Wait, what am I thinking? I have all the time in the world. Say one word and I send Jake to hurt you. And you know he will without even trying. Shut up now. Wait, is that... Yes, the turret. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I waited all this time. And they sent us... an empty turret case! How the fuck can you screw that up? We didn't screw up your order. How is it not your fault? I put in an order for the turret and I get an empty case! Well, the turret itself is on back order. The case wasn't. Therefore, we figured we'd send you the case so you could have something for when the turret comes. What a strat! What a strat! What good is sending us the case when we need the turret to defend ourselves? You know the kind of situation we are in and the condition of our base. Well, unfortunately, we had to cut our budget somewhere. That means we had to cut back on ammo, guns, repairmen. So that means we're getting our asses handed to us on a silver platter in the war. We are not getting our asses handed to us. We are being force-fed our asses. We didn't even start fighting yet. What do you mean we didn't start fighting yet? You know those missiles you guys reported that were launched by computer malfunction? Well, they hit our armory. Hence, you only got a turret case. The enemy said they wouldn't start the war until they could have a fair fight. I can't believe they took pity on us. Well, keep up the good work. Do you think they will ever find out if it was Jake that launched the missiles? Let's hope the guys in Investigating High Ground don't look at the video footage. If they do, we can kiss our asses goodbye. So, what do we do now? Technically, we still have a job to do, so that's protect the base. And technically, we still don't know what we are protecting. I knew I forgot to ask something while we were talking to HQ.
Well, once we get the other shipment, which most likely they will screw up, then I guess we'll ask. What do you think they're sending us? Ugh, maybe someone to replace Jake. Hey, Fred! You're a needle dick! What did he just say?
I think he just said you have a pretty dick.
I always knew he was gay.
Oh my god, this is very red versus blue. I'm remembering this humor now.
Let's see. Episode 3, Trust. Ever since we found out that Jake was the cause of the greatest destruction to our own army, and because Jake is the reason the war hasn't even started yet, things have been a little slow around here. Who am I kidding? I live in the same base as Jake. Nothing is ever going to be slow and dull around here. Speaking of Jake, I should check on him.
I still can't believe a 20-ounce bottle of soda could do that much damage. What do you mean, a bottle of soda? I only opened one bottle, remember? Yes, I know you only opened one bottle. But do you remember how many were in that case we got? Or did the impact of the explosion make you a complete drooling monkey? I don't know. I didn't look. I just grabbed one and I opened it. There were hundreds of bottles.
Still talking about the soda we lost.
Yes. You see, our friend Jake here can't seem to grasp the fact that a carbonated liquid in a sealed bottle has pressure buildup after it's been abused. Once the bottle is open, bad things come along with it.
Well, either way, let's just be glad that the explosion happened on the outside of the base, and not by our storage. Speaking of which, we should check to see what we have, just in case we need to order anything else. Okay, Jake, I have one thing to say to you before we start checking everything.
All right. What is it?
Go away.
What? Why should I leave? Do we really have to remind you what you've done here? No, you don't need to remind me. You know, I'm part of this army too. I want to be treated fairly. I'm tired of being treated like some kind of drooling monkey. He does have a point, Wolf. I mean, it's not like he did that stuff on purpose.
I guess you're right. You can help us, Jake. Come on, let's see what we've got here. Okay, Jake, to be fair, and to show you that I'm going to treat you like I treat Fred, I'll let you check everything in here. Fred, you check the medical storage. I'll take the rest. Now, Jake, just to remind you, and I'm not telling you this because I don't trust you, it's more of a safety procedure, but those batteries and propane tanks, they are very sensitive. The slightest touch can set them off.
Actually, I didn't know that. Thanks for telling me, Wolf. Not to get off the subject, but why do we call you Wolf?
I'll tell you that in another episode. Now, let's see what we've got. I'll just be on the other side of the room. All right, where do we put the ammo again?
Oh, God. This is off screen.
Achoo!
And then a big explosion.
Okay, let me see if I have this order right. You need 6 propane tanks, 6 batteries, and 3 pallets.
That sounds about right.
And all of these things got destroyed by a sneeze.
Yep.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Who sneezed?
That would have been Jake.
I'm fine, by the way. Thanks for asking. I was just in the middle of a huge explosion. It's okay. I don't need any kind of medical help.
Oh my gosh, that's pretty funny.
This is a great wholesome relationship between these boys. Oh my God.
Once I got my voices down, that was pretty funny.
Well done, Sweetest Striker. Thank you so much for submitting that. Feel free to submit more adventures. I'm fine, bleeding on the floor. Don't worry about me.
Exactly. Okay, that was fun. Let's see. I think Strat, can you confirm this? Last time did we finish up at about 15
think we might, depending on the length of these last few here, we might be able to hit that too. We have some poetry by Cutie Cat next. Let's see. That was great. Good job. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. I hope you liked it as well, Sita Striker. I know you're watching the VOD, so thank you so much for submitting it. Please consider submitting another. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm gonna call it a night. Oh, absolutely incredible. Ison, no worries, darling. Can't wait to see you back here tomorrow for some Persona 5. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, Griff plus Caboose equals Jake. Are those like the two most chaotic? All right, let's read some poetry. Hold on, collection of poetry. Okay, I'm gonna let's do four poems, okay? Oh, wait, I think these are the same. Is this the same list, Space Cat? I don't know actually if Space Cat's here still, but I think this might be the same set of poetry as before. I have to head out. Good night. Oh, all good, Valiant Bellows. You and Shadow Princess, I hope that both of you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow for some Persona. And thank you guys so much for those of you who have submitted your stories. Have a good one, Patricia. Thank you for dropping in. Appreciate it. We did enjoy your story. Thank you so much. Slowly surrendering to sleep. And it is so well deserved, darling. Absolutely. We are only going for a little bit under 1 hour from now as well. So good night, Sweet Shadow Princess. In fact, probably want to let me put a 30-minute timer on here. I forgot to get coffee. Oh my God, I would die if I had coffee at almost 4 p.m. Okay. Okay, I'll pick like four of these, I guess. Four, wrong hand. I will pick 4 little stories randomly that I don't think we have read. And then we will move on to our next one. Let's see. So this is for a lovely Space Cat. Okay. Tiefling. Tiefling may I be, but harmony I sing. Singing may be gone, anew to strumming. Bard I be along with tiefling humming to my lyre. Singing no longer. Tiefling I be, friends I make with others. Strumming my lyre, we sit by the fire. Cute! Let's see. The lost. Not all who wander are lost. Those who find their way lead others this day. To be alive, you must strive. Strive for something. Live a life as if you're lost, but beware the cost. The cost of friends, far and near, sometimes gives way for fear. The cost of time is long and dark. Watch those who stray leave the way, for they have truly lost the day. To be alive is not to wonder. Lead unto others away. Strive for the day. The cost is nothing but a worry. Put aside and take the journey. That's 2. Let's see. We have some storms in the chat. Let's read storms. When storms seem common, you rest with ease. When the storm is gone, set out to the seas. Peaceful it may be, but quiet seas are fast. Danger lurks in a corner, hiding from sight vast. Watching every eye with all of its might. Beware of what lies in waves of light. The air, it's still with memories of the past. What happens in darkness must be lit, or the storms of shadow will consume it. Stick with others to brighten the way. Paths are not always straightforward. Sometimes darkness leads the way. And our last one, let's do cider. Warm or cold, fizz and bold. Like a jazzy song, a groove to dance along. A fire bass and chill keys, a drink like the 70s. Vibes from the decades, summer of 2000, a kid with Kool-Aid, aesthetics of the groovy days.
Music has life, and as long as someone listens, it can never die. So grab a drink, young or old, dance away to a sweet, fizzy song. Cute. Always enjoy a little bit of poetry from lovely Space Cat. Thank you very much for that, honey. I wasn't sure what we had and had not read, so I think those were the ones we hadn't read, but I could be wrong. This next one is for, this is from lovely Shadow Princess. This is okay, but why my beer? I can't wait. This is gonna be very funny. Okay, but why my beer? Let's see. All right. This is a fun one. I'm excited. All right. Cool. All right. Chapter 1. Okay, but why my beer? Brett sighed as he took another sip of his beer. Nothing like a magically chilled beer after a hot, sweaty day killing monsters in the dungeon of Osium. You'd think that being underground in dark stone tunnels would keep the oppressive heat of the summer away, but no. Dungeon's probably having a laugh at us. Brett grumbled in his head. He wouldn't dare say anything aloud. While the gods demonstrably hadn't interfered with mortal affairs in recorded history, fate, on the other hand, loved dropping extra work in a person's lap. And Brett had a pretty cushy job so far. As a third child of a minor mage family, Brett's duties were light, and all that was expected of him was to contribute to culling the forces of the dungeon and bring back whatever treasure he found auto-generated by the dungeon. How a corrosive lurker, dangerous on even the most enchanted of metals, somehow auto-generated a pristine greatsword such that it was left behind when the creature was destroyed, he would never know. Brett looked over to where his latest haul was leaning against the bar, ready to be turned in once he finished his lunch break. But it did. With a mental shrug, he gave up, for the umpteenth time, and trying to figure it out. The high-end casters, the Mage Council, did know how it worked, and that was enough for him. Brett fingered the stiff leather of his gloves, having set them on the bar before ordering his beer, which he now morosely stared into, more than half of it already gone. He had been nursing it along, and the bartender was starting to give him that kind of look that suggested that he either ought to finish his drink and leave, or order another one soon, or he'd be politely asked to do so. Made sense to Brett. It was about to be prime drinking time, what with the shift change happening soon for all the guard posts around the dungeon entrance. As Brett was just contemplating if his finances could stand to order another round and a sandwich, the worst possible thing that one could hear in a bar occurred right behind Brett. A belligerent and slurred call of, "Oi, you!" It is universally agreed that no matter what follows, this is never a good way to start a sentence. With a sigh like a world-weary man twice his age, Brett slowly spun around on his bar stool. Standing behind him was perhaps the single hairiest man he had ever seen that wasn't an actual beastkin. Looking up and up and up at this belligerent intruder on his afternoon repast, Brett was met with perhaps the second most striking feature of this man. Ogre or troll, maybe? His startling lack of dental hygiene. It was like a thicket of calcified spears sticking out of his foul gums, and even worse than the graying gums was the odor. As this interloper leaned down to get face to face with Brett, his noxious breath washed over Brett's head like an acid cloud spell. Brett's eyes watered, and he coughed as it stung his nostrils. Clearly, dental hygiene is a foreign concept to you, Brett thought, but he didn't say it aloud. That would start a fight, and by the judge of his bulging muscles, getting hit by this man would put a good portion of his week's earnings in the hands of the local healer's hall. "Can I help you, sir?" Brett's upbringing coming in during his time of duress. Always be polite. Can't hurt, and it might even resolve issues otherwise impossible. He tried for a winning smile, but given that he was doing everything in his power to keep his mostly liquid lunch down, it probably came across as a grimace. "Yeah," came the gravelly voice of this thug. "That's my seat you're in, and that's my beer you're drinking."
Brett looked at him in confusion, and then at the rest of the bar. Even during the beginning of the shift change rush, there were still at least a half-dozen bar stools free around him.
Sorry, friend. Let me move then.
So saying, Brett made to shift down a stool.
That's my stool too!
Brett raised an eyebrow, but shrugged and made to go the other direction.
That one too! All of them are mine! Nobles ain't welcome, so get!
Oh, one of those kinds of days. Brett internally sighed again. Brett held up his hands in surrender.
Listen, friend, I'm hardly a noble. I work for a living, yeah.
This attempt at rapier wit humor would have worked on a lot of people. Nobody liked the upper nobility and their sense of entitlement, especially not the other upper nobility. On this man, it felt flatter than a dropped cloth.
And your friend! Get out of here before I make you, and once you're gone, don't come back, you hear?
He stood up and flexed his muscles like he was trying to intimidate a fellow bodybuilder. To be fair, it was intimidating, if for nothing else, in the sheer amount of muscle on him. A pack of wolves would eat like kings on him for a week, Brett thought. Brett, still trying desperately to avoid a conflict, reached into his wallet and placed the fee for his beer and another 2 silver coins for the trouble that was likely going to happen. This man did not seem to be the kind to be mollified, and damn it, Brett liked this tavern. The beer was tasty and always cold, and the sandwiches were made with homemade bread. He reached for the greatsword to make a hasty retreat, but in his rush, he forgot to put on his leather gloves first. Worse, his hand moving to his dungeon loot drew his aggressor's eyes to it. With the inevitability of a setting sun, the muscle-bound idiot saw this going on and drew the worst possible conclusion.
Go for your sword, eh? You nobles are all the same. Use force on us common folk to get what you want,
he said, in possibly the least self-aware manner possible. Even less than that if the bar could go that low.
Hey, listen, man, I just want to...
Brett never got to tell what he wanted, because his attacker took this time to grab the closest thing to hand, Brett's still half-finished beer sitting on the bar, and threw it at Brett's head. Of course, Brett thought resignedly. He let out an audible groan as he ducked down to avoid the mug, but was still showered with beer as the mug swung about wildly in the air. It slammed into the doorframe, its metal handle deforming like soft wax. It bounced off, hit the floor, and rolled under a table. I hope this is easy to get out of my tunic. Brett was immediately forced out of his thoughts to hop back as the man, now even more enraged that he hadn't taken Brett's head off with that thrown mug, charged and drew his truly huge studded club from his back and swung down at Brett. Please don't. Please no. Please no. Just stay unclaimed. Brett repeated in his head like a mantra as he drew the only weapon he had to hand, the greatsword he was going to sell, and he hoped and prayed that it didn't bind to him. Brett had never had good luck. He felt the bond snap into place the second he channeled even the barest of mana through the blade to prepare for combat. Being a Blade Soul war mage made wielding weapons, even huge ones like this, child's play for him, along with a powerful set of skills that allowed him to essentially solo clear entire sections of the dungeon. But it had its downsides. Whether through some genetic quirk or magical defect, Brett kept binding to weapons that he channeled his magic through, making him completely useless to anyone who wasn't him. Of course, the upside of the binding taking hold, which he could feel even now, is that the blade felt light as a feather, and he knew from experience that it would also be sharper and harder to break just from having his mana running through it. Sadly, that also meant that at least 7 gold coins was now not going into his pocket. Nobody would buy a greatsword they couldn't use. This is a really interesting story. I love this world building. As an MMO player, I love this world building. Brett resigned himself to a very skimpy dinner, or if he got really desperate, even popping in for a visit to his parents' estate. Almost without thought, he ran through the somatic components of his usual suite of buffs one-handed, the incantations flashing through his mind at the speed of thought. As he finished, he brought up the greatsword, one-handed, to block an overhand swing sure to cave in his skull and shatter his spine. He stopped it with no more effort than a small child catching a pillow. Say what you will for his hurried training by the family-hired tutors, but those buffs were top-notch.
But those buffs were top-notch. With a philosophical attitude, he swung his new greatsword flat first at the man's calves, its feather-light weight making him able to swing it much faster than ought to be possible, even with 2 hands. He scythed out the man's legs from under him, and as he fell, Brett lifted a boot and kicked him squarely in the chest, ensuring he'd fall just so. His assailant landed squarely on his back, and as he recovered from the disorientation of his rapid change in position, he found the tip of Brett's greatsword pressed to his throat. Listen, all I wanted to do was eat some lunch and then go sell off my loot. Now you've cost me 7 gold, you vile man! We just call it even and go about our days? The man, in response to this incredibly reasonable request, hawked up an unhealthy green wad of phlegm and spat on Brett's boot. Brett, now thoroughly over this entire day, pulled back his green fluid-covered boot and smashed it into the man's temple. With the force of his buffs behind it, it knocked the brute out in a single hit. Thank you, steel-capped boots, Brett praised in his head. He threw an apologetic look at the bartender, but he waved Brett off. He had seen that Brett had tried to de-escalate at every chance and wasn't going to hold this hothead's actions against him. Brett gave him a thankful nod and made his way out of the bar towards his townhouse. All in all, nothing to write home about, especially compared to his parents' much larger 3-story house. Compared to that, his 1-floor townhouse, which consumed the lion's share of his income, was a veritable font of modest living. Its one upside, and the reason for its high cost, was its convenient location within walking distance of the Grand Market. And from there, a few minutes' jaunt to the dungeon entrance. Less if used as buffs, but he preferred to conserve his mana before the start of a dive. Brett leaned his new sword against the wall as he drew a bronze key from the string around his neck and slotted it into the lock. He kicked off his boots on the front step and then clapped them against the walk a few times before putting them inside the entrance off to the side. Brett took his new greatsword down the hall, passing the few paintings of landscapes or sketches of dungeon-bred monsters he had managed to scrounge up during his time here. The small touches of personalization that turned it from a house into a home. Brett lifted up his greatsword and slid it, and the short sword that he hadn't had time to draw and the short sword he hadn't had time to draw in the bar, into the open top of a barrel full of small but eclectic armory of weapons. Swords, daggers, a few unstrung bows, a glaive, heck, even a candlestick that he'd had to block a blow with that one time. He went over to his cabinet, pulling out one of the varied assortment of mugs, all also attuned. From within, and opened his cold box. He found some cheap hard cheese and sausage to snack on, and a bottle of magically pure water. One thing that living over the top of a magical dungeon of unknown depth and abilities taught one was to be extremely careful about consumption of well water that you weren't absolutely sure about. Sure, it cost a few silvers a week to keep him in purification potions from the alchemists, but it was better than meridian deviation from impure foreign magic running through his body while in a life or death fight. As he went over to his favorite chair near the window to people watch, he remembered wistfully of his parents' estate and their fancy well pump. It's ruinously expensive enchantment to automatically purify foreign magic, metals, and other contaminants that ran through it. He missed it fondly. Brett set his snack and mug down on the windowsill, picking up the book he had left sitting on a side table. Also, ironically, bonded to him when he'd had to brain a pickpocket trying to steal his pocket. And hadn't that cost him a pretty copper? He still winced every time he thought about how much that little accident bonding had set back his savings. As he pulled up his book, he took a sip of water, opening it to the bookmark. A dessert dry treatise on the founding of the Zacratian Empire, but he tried to shoulder his way through at least a couple of pages a week. Might as well get his money's worth out of it. Just as he was found his place and was getting back into the... just as he found his place
and was getting back into the astoundingly dull details of its second unification, he was interrupted by, if possible, the worst sound he had heard today. The breach alarm bells were ringing, their magically boosted sound carrying across the entire capital. He groaned as he closed the book and grabbed up the plate of food. It didn't matter if you were off duty, retired, or half dead. If the alarms rang for a monster breach, you came running. Nobody wanted their homes trampled by a horde of ravenous monsters. Please, oh please let this be a drill, Brett fervently hoped as he belted on his sword belt again, stuffing a few daggers into his belt, and after a moment's consideration, grabbing that greatsword as well. You never know. Of course, Brett's luck had never been that good. He'd have to eat his sausage and cheese as he ran. He bolted out the door, only just barely remembering to turn and lock his door while juggling a greatsword, half a cold sausage, and a wedge of cheese. Considering the pillar of smoke coming from the center of town, Brett decided that this was not a time to spare his mana and recast his speed and agility enhancing buffs, few though they were. His steel-shod boots kicked up sparks in the cobbles as he accelerated an appreciable portion of a blur of speed towards the smoke, and the breach alarm bells still rang. Dude, I love that. Shadow Princess, give me more of that. That's awesome. I want to know more about what's happening in this world. Hey, lovely Lucy. Welcome on in. It's good to see you, hon. That was great. I really like that. I love the world building, and I love the like subtle humor as well. Oh, thank you for the care package. Much appreciate. Oh. Yeah, very D&D style, but like with the functions that you would expect to be like, you know, just kind of like meta rules as a integral part of the universe. Very, very cool. Awesome. Okay, let's see. We have about 30 minutes, slightly under 30 minutes probably ish remaining. Yeah, it was great. That was very good. I really like that one. Shadow Princess, give me more, give me more, give me more, give me more. Please, please, pretty please. All right. Our next one is Aspen. Let me see here. The Songs of the Altar. Ooh, I wonder if this is different from her How to Train Your Dragon one. Or if it's the same. It felt like Delicious in Dungeon as well. Oh, I could see that. Yeah. Okay. Our next one is by Aspen. This is called The Songs of the Altar. It's different. Ooh, I'm excited. Let's see. Oh, it's the Percy Jackson one. Oh, yes. Okay. Yep, I know this one. Okay. Percy Jackson based fan fiction. There's a lot of back and forth. So we got Percy Jackson, Annabeth Chase, Nico D'Angelo, or Angelo probably, Will Solace, Leo Valdez, and then OC's Vesper, the daughter of Hephaestus, and Esmere, daughter of Artemis. Hey there, Magnificent Merly! How are you? It's so good to see you. Might have to turn up the background music a bit. Oh yeah. Thanks, Pat. Let me see here. Marley, I hope you're having a great one, darling. All right. Prologue, The Song Before the Flame. Book. I'm great. I'm so happy to hear it, darling. Absolutely awesome. May things be even better as the day goes on. Also, Panda, welcome on in. Thank you for the hello. Okay. Prologue, The Song Before the Flame. Let me just okay. And in the hour where the bot clings to the earth, when the sky is neither dark nor light, there came a song, not sung by mortal voice, nor carried by wind alone, but woven into the bones of the world, a quiet, trembling note that stirred the root of ancient trees and whispered through forgotten stones. It was the song of awakening. Long had it slept, buried beneath time and darkness, hidden where even the gods had ceased
to look, sealed not by chains, but by neglect. For what is not remembered may yet endure, but the earth remembers, and so it stirred. Beneath tangled root and unmoving rock, the altar waited, cracked with age, veined in shadow, breathing once more in the language of power. A pulse, soft as a heartbeat, then another. And with each breath, the world bent slightly closer. Two shall hear it first, one born of fire, with hands that shape and mend, whose spark burns quiet, yet unyielding as the forge. One born of moonlight, with sight that pierces shadow, whose silence speaks louder than any cry of war. They will stand where others fall. They will see what others cannot. And they will answer the song, whether they wish to or not. 5 more shall follow, the tide-bearer who laughs in the face of storms, the mind of battle, sharp as the edge of a blade, the shadow walker, who knows the weight of darkness, the healer of light, whose warmth defines the night, the maker of flame, who builds even as the world burns. Together they will be drawn, not by choice, but by fate's quiet hand. For the song does not call gently. It pulls, it binds, it remembers what was forgotten, and awakens what should have slept. And when the final note is sung, the forest shall burn, the sky shall fracture, and the line between shadow and fire shall cease to hold. Chapter 1. When the horn sounds. People always imagined Cabin 9 to be loud. They pictured roaring furnaces, flying sparks, and children of Hephaestus shouting over the clang of hammers against bronze. Most days, they weren't entirely wrong. Today, though, the workshop was quiet. Well, quiet enough. The steady ticking of bronze gears echoed through the rooms as I leaned over my workbench, tightening the final screw on a device no larger than my hand. Come on. I nudged a tiny spring into place. The gears locked together. A soft whir hummed through the mechanism. And then 4 tiny bronze legs unfolded beneath it. The little machine stood on my workbench, tilted its round body towards me, and let out a tiny chirp. I smiled. There you are. It took 3 wobbly steps before stripping... Wow, okay. It took 3 wobbly steps before tripping over a screwdriver. We'll work on that. A knock sounded against the open cabin door. You talking to another invention? I looked up. Leo Valdez leaned against the doorway with his hands shoved into the pockets of his grease-stained jacket. His dark curls stuck out in every direction, and there was a fresh smear of soot across one cheek. You know, he continued, most people talk to pets. They don't answer. They also don't explode. Usually. Leo grinned. I missed hanging out with another engineer. I'm not an engineer. He stared. You built a mechanical spider. It's technically a reconnaissance automaton. You named it. I absolutely named it. I knew it. I sighed, reaching for the tiny machine before it wandered off the edge of the table. I haven't decided on a name. You'll get there. He wandered into the workshop without waiting for permission, which wasn't unusual. Leo treated Cabin 9 like it belonged to everyone, especially if there were interesting inventions lying around. His eyes landed on the half-finished projects scattered across my bench. A collapsible shield, a pair of spring-loaded climbing hooks, 3 bronze spheres, a compass with far too many moving parts. You've been busy. I couldn't sleep. So you invented instead? I invent when I'm thinking. Leo picked up one of the bronze spheres. What does this do? It doesn't. Meaning? It isn't finished. Oh. He tossed it gently into the air. I caught it before it hit the floor. It really isn't finished. Leo raised both hands. Noted. For a few moments, neither of us spoke. The workshop settled back into its familiar rhythm. Tiny gears clicking, tools scraping against metal, the forge crackling softly in the corner. It was peaceful, the kind of peaceful that made Camp Half-Blood feel like home. "Have you seen Esmeralda this morning?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Leo smirked almost immediately. "Maybe." I frowned. "What?" You asked about her before saying good morning." "I already said good morning." "To me?" "No." He folded his arms. Interesting." I rolled my eyes. "She's helping the Apollo cabin with target practice." "I thought she trained alone." "Normally." Leo shrugged. "Will convinced her." That sounded like Will. He had an uncanny ability to get even the quietest campers involved in things. I nodded absent-mindedly. "Oh." Leo watched me for a second. "You should probably go say hi." "I'm working." I am." "You've looked at that door 4 times." "I have not." 5. Before I could argue, a sharp whistle echoed across the camp, and then another. The conch horn. Not the breakfast call. Not the dinner call. The emergency signal. Leo's grin disappeared. "That's not good." Outside, voices erupted across camp. Cabin doors flew open. Campers sprinted towards the central green. I carefully placed my newest invention back onto the workbench before grabbing my leather tool belt. Bronze spheres, compass, wrench, celestial bronze knife. Everything was where it should be. Leo was already halfway out the door. "Hurry! I'm coming!" The morning sun had barely risen above Half-Blood Hill. Camp looked almost beautiful in the golden light. Children of Hermes raced across the cabins. Demeter campers hurried from the strawberry fields. Ares kids were already carrying weapons larger than they were. By the time Leo and I reached the green, nearly every camper had gathered. Chiron stood at the front in his wheelchair, his expression unusually grave. Beside him, Mr. D leaned against a tree with a Diet Coke in one hand. Product placement? He looked bored. That worried me almost more than Chiron's expression. When everyone settled, Chiron spoke. "An hour ago," he began, "satyrs patrolling the western forests encountered monster activity unlike anything we have seen in many years. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Multiple species working together. Organized." Annabeth stepped forward from the front of the Athena cabin. "That's impossible." "Ordinarily," Chiron agreed. "Yes." Percy appeared beside her, resting Riptide's pen behind one ear. "So what's changed?" Chiron hesitated. "We do not know." A silence settled over the campers. Finally, Nico spoke from near the back. "I felt something." Every head turns towards him. "The underworld," he said slowly. "It went quiet." Even Mr. D looked up. "Quiet?" Nico nodded. "As if everything was..." He searched for the word. "Listening." A chill ran down my spine. Without thinking, my eyes searched the crowd. I found Esmeralda standing with the campers from the Apollo cabin near the archery range. She wasn't looking at Chiron. She was staring towards the western forest, completely still, as though she could hear something no one else could. Our eyes met. For the briefest moment, her calm expression faltered. Not fear, recognition. Then she looked back towards the trees. My stomach tightened. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Chiron stood. "The senior campers will investigate immediately." He looked directly at Percy, Annabeth, Nico, Will, Leo, and then me. "Vesper." I blinked. "Sir?" "I would like you to accompany them." Around me, several campers looked surprised, including Leo. Before I could ask why, Chiron turned his attention to the crowd once more. "And one more." His gaze settled on Esmeralda. "You as well." She inclined her head once. No questions, no hesitation. Just acceptance. I will give you a for the product placement joke. Thank you. Thank you. Hold on one second. I am gonna turn off our raids. I did see this. Here we go. Void, lovely Void Runner. Thank you so very much for the follow, sweetheart. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in, my dear. It is a pleasure to have you. Thank you for being here. 7:34 on a cool 35 Celsius night. Hey, good job, Precious Politely. I'm impressed. And thank you for the care package, lovely Lucy. Appreciate you.
And? Okay. There. The emergency party assembled quickly. Weapons were checked, backpacks tightened. The gates of Camp Half-Blood creaked open. As we stepped beyond the magical borders, I glanced back one last time. The camp looked peaceful beneath the morning sun. Safe. I had the strange feeling that it wouldn't look the same when we returned. If we returned. Ahead of us, beyond the lines of pines, a column of emerald smoke rose into the brightening sky. No one spoke. We simply walked towards it, towards the forest, towards the song that none of us had heard. Yet. Chapter 2. The Forest Holds Its Breath. The walk should have taken less than 20 minutes. Instead, it felt as though the forest wanted to slow us down. No one talked much at first. The only sounds were boots crunching over fallen pine needles and the occasional clink of celestial bronze against armor. Sunlight filtered through the trees in long golden beams, warming the path ahead. It would have been beautiful, if not for the silence. I frowned. Something wasn't right. Forests were supposed to be alive. Birds should have been calling from the branches overhead. Insects should have buzzed throughout the undergrowth. Even the wind usually carried the rustling of leaves. Instead, nothing. It felt as though every living creature had vanished. You hear that? Percy looked over at me. Hear what? Exactly. He tilted his head, listening. A few seconds later, his expression changed. Huh. Told you. Leo looked between us. What? The forest's too quiet, Percy said. Leo shrugged. Maybe everything's asleep. It's nearly 9 in the morning. So they're sleeping in! Annabeth sighed.
I don't think squirrels take weekends.
Will chuckled. They should. Even Nico cracked the faintest smile. I support that. The moment passed almost as quickly as it came. Ahead of us, Esmeralda stopped walking. Instantly, everyone else did too. She hadn't drawn her bow. She simply stood perfectly still, her head tilted slightly towards the trees.
What is it?
Annabeth asked. Esmeralda didn't answer immediately. She closed her eyes. The breeze shifted. And then, do you smell that? I inhaled. At first, all I caught was damp earth and pine, and then something else. Smoke. Not campfire smoke. Something sharper, like burning metal. Percy noticed it too. There. He pointed through the trees. Far in the distance, a faint ribbon of emerald smoke curled out into the sky. Leo frowned. I've never seen green fire before.
You shouldn't have,
Annabeth replied. We continued forward, but the closer we came, the stranger everything became. Trees leaned at impossible angles, their bark covered in thin black cracks that hadn't been there moments before. Flowers bloomed out of season, the air felt heavier, even the sunlight seemed dimmer beneath the thick canopy. I reached into my belt pouch and pulled out my bronze compass. The needle spun lazily and then stopped. South. I blinked. That couldn't be right. We'd been walking west. I tapped the glass. The needle jerked east, then north, then nowhere at all. Leo noticed. Broken? It was working this morning. He looked at it curiously. I've never seen one do that. Neither have I. I slipped it back into my pouch. I didn't like not understanding my own inventions. We climbed over a rocky ridge. The forest opened into a shallow valley, and everyone froze. The grass had turned black. Not burned, just simply black. As though all its color had been drained away. Dead trees circled the clearing, their branches twisted towards the sky like skeletal hands. And in the very center, a single stone pillar stood half buried beneath tangled roots. Ancient, weathered, covered in symbols too far away to make out. Annabeth's eyes narrowed.
That's definitely Greek architecture.
No, Esmeralda said quietly. It isn't. Everyone looked at her. She had gone pale. I've seen Greek ruins. She swallowed. This feels older. Much older. A low vibration passed beneath our feet.
not strong enough to shake the ground, just enough for us to notice. Will frowned.
Is that an earthquake?
Nico shook his head slowly. No.
What then?
The earth. He looked towards the stone. Breathed. Silence settled over the group. Percy broke it first.
I officially vote we leave.
No objections here, Leo agreed. Annabeth folded her arms.
Denied.
Figures.
She stepped towards the clearing.
We didn't come all this way to turn around.
Before anyone could follow, a branch snapped. Not behind us, above us. Something dropped from the trees. It landed between us and the clearing with a heavy thud. Scales. Bronze armor. Yellow eyes. A Dracana. It hissed, bearing rows of venomous fangs, and then another landed beside it, and then another. Within seconds, dozens of reptilian warriors emerged from the trees, forming a semicircle around us. None of them attacked. They simply watched, weapons ready, waiting. Percy slowly uncapped Riptide. The pen grew into a celestial bronze sword in his hand.
Please tell me they're just being friendly.
One of the Dracana shrieked. Every monster charged at once.
Guess not!
Leo shouted. The forest erupted into chaos. Cool. Do you know I never did get into Percy Jackson, but I don't know why, because this sounds like a sick fucking world, and I do believe Asmund is doing a great job with it as well. Hi there, dear Straza. Welcome on back, sweetie pie. And precious Persimmon. Hi, lovely Persimmon. How are you doing? All right. We definitely are sadly not going to get through everything today. I do apologize. But like I said, if you weren't here earlier, if you weren't here earlier, I did mention that I think we are just getting to that size as a community, which is a great thing, by the way. We want to celebrate this. I'm so glad to have more and more precious pals amongst us. But those of you who have not had a story read today, I am gonna wait a second. Hold up a sec. I do have like 10 minutes. So I'm just seeing how long this one is. I think this one might be a little too long. I'm so sorry, lovely light. But yours will be the first one we read next time, okay? I promise it'll be the very first one that we read next time. And then Red, yours will be second. Let me see. Dime, I'm just looking for a short one is the only thing. Just because, yeah, I got 10 minutes. Okay, we can read this SCP. We'll read this SCP entry. And actually, it wasn't quite as bad as I thought. We actually are only missing 2, which I feel terrible about. But we are only missing Lovely Gray and Lovely Red. Okay. Quick question, Tal. I'll ask you after you finish reading. Okay. All right. Let me get this and Lovely. Like that just means, hey, that the next time that you guys fund this, which I would not be surprised if it's in early, not early August, but like before the end of the month. I bet you. Just based on how much you guys love this stream. You better get in early if you want to hear me do it, because yours will be the very first one that we do. Okay. All right, let me read this real quick. Can I still make another story though? Yes, of course, absolutely. I don't want to handicap anybody because I don't have enough time. You know what I mean? Of course you can, sweetheart. You can also elaborate on that story if you want to. If you decide to write more to it, and then you're like, hey, Tao, I want to, submit this bit of my story. I do kind of actually want to give you an advantage if I haven't read your story today. You know what I mean? So like, for example, even if it takes you until let's say that you do want to elaborate on the story you've submitted, right? And it takes you until the day before our next story time stream, right? Where that hypothetically would be behind, 15 or 20 stories. I will let you that's at the very top, okay? The continuation of the story you've already written would be at the top, all right? Whatever you write afterward, will have to be wherever it is in the queue. But if it is related to and a part of this story that I'm missing out on today, you will get your you will get preferential treatment, priority treatment. That goes for you as well, Lovely Red. So if you decide that you want to write another chapter, we'll read both of those chapters first thing next time. Okay. Oh, I answered your question. Perfect. Excellent.
Excellent. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's only fair. It's only fair because, I mean, you guys contributed to this. I want to make sure that you guys are actually able to thank you. No worries. I'm just really sorry that I can't stick around for longer. Stopping in to say hi. Gotta go to bed. Oh, good, lovely. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. I was concerned if I should write another chapter or not because it would double the time I take up if I did. No, that's fine. I want that. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that sweet, sweet red writing. Thank you for the care package, Elsie. All right. Let me read our last one here. This is for Dime. And again, Dime, while last, this is just the shortest one, and I just don't have the time at the moment to read, because I do have to leave in like literally 10 minutes. So, I apologize. But like I said, you get priority access. I don't want anyone to feel like they're, you know, being ignored or taken advantage of. All right. SCP-015. Object Class Euclid. Sorry, the dog is barking. He's so loud, sorry. SCP-015 is impossible to move and is contained on site. A gap of at least 2 meters, 6 feet, needs to be maintained around the entire structure containing SCP-015 at all times. Sorry, normally I would mute for this, but... Dude, would you believe that my door's closed? This is with sound dampening. Damn. Okay. Around the entire structure containing SCP-015 at all times, and no structures of any kind are to make contact with SCP-015's current containment structure. Exploration is permissible, but only in teams of 3, with full safety lines and GPS tracking. Any protrusions from SCP-015 must be capped and sealed immediately, with the new site recorded and logged. No aggressive action is to be made within SCP-015. No hand or power tools are allowed anywhere inside of SCP-015. No repairs or maintenance are to be made anywhere on SCP-015. SCP-015 is a mass of pipes, vents, boilers, and other various plumbing apparatus, completely filling a warehouse in the pipe. Hi, hold on. Okay. One second. Okay. The pipes appear to grow when not under observation, attempting to connect to nearby structures via sewer systems and underground plumbing. SCP-015 contains, at current estimate, over 190 kilometers or 120 miles of pipes, ranging in diameter from 2.5 centimeters to over 1 meter. Some pipes appear new, while others are rusted and leaking. Pipes have been reported as being made of bone, wood, steel, pressed ash, human flesh, glass, and granite. No pipes composed of lead, PVC, PVC plastic, copper, or any other traditional material for the production of pipes have been found. SCP-015 reacts to tools and aggression. Any personnel acting violently, carrying tools, or attempting to damage or repair SCP-015 in any way will trigger a reaction. Any pipes near the subject will burst, spraying on the subject for several seconds before the flow suddenly stops. Pipes have been reported containing oil, mercury, rats, a species of insect not yet identified, ground glass, seawater, entrails, and molten iron. Pipes will continue to burst around the subject until death or retreat. SCP-015 was cut back to its current structure after attaching to 11 other structures in the area. Currently, 11 personnel have been killed, and 20 more are still missing. Reports have been made of banging and screaming coming from within SCP-015. Do you guys like flesh pipes, exactly. Do you guys like the smiley corporate soulless voice that I get to use for SCP? I always find it really funny. I don't remember reading this one, Storm. But you cutie pies, thank you so much for joining me today. Once more, I do apologize. I wish that I had another like hour-ish. I think with probably one more hour, I probably could have done this. You do well with the monotone voice. I would not call that one a monotone voice, but I would call it it does sound AI, doesn't it? It's a new one? I think I've done it many times. That's my soulless fits with SCP. I like the SCP voice. Awesome. That's a Keter class SCP. You better watch out. You better not cry. A save! Door defiance, barking through containment structure. Hi, sweetest. How was your stream? We are gonna finish up now. Oh, that's so sweet. Save as rated into Umbra. Thank you for rating into the lovely Umbra, sweetest Save. I hope you had a great time streaming. Oh, that SCP is a new one. Oh, I was gonna say, I think you've been here before when I've used that. But yes, that makes sense. That makes sense. Let me see here. I think we might go and see. I was gonna actually rate into Save, but Save has rated out. Oh, Kira, it's been a long time. I very rarely get to raid Kira. Maybe we will see Kira. Today was a little rough, but hopefully the weekend will be a good start to the month. I certainly hope so, sweetest. I might let you guys vote on this. We have Kira, who is a long time Final Fantasy streamer. We can either go see someone just chatting, doing Final Fantasy, or I also have an ASM artist if you would like that. All right, I will put those. We get a lot of freedom when we do our special events. Who to go see? We have just chatting, we have FF14, and we have ASMR. I know that a lot of people also used this stream to kind of fall asleep too. Also, massive thank you to Gorgeous Greg, our one and only raider, who we very much appreciated and was a freaking angel. Thank you so much. You guys, please do vote. You have less than 1 minute. We only have 1 vote so far. Please let me know. Do you want ASMR? Do you want FF14? I normally wouldn't put ASMR on there, but I know that this is the closest to ASMR that we get until we get our new mic. Let's see. Also, massive thank you so very much to my amazingly generous and super kind highest tier patrons. Thank you for my forehead kisses tier patrons, which are lovely Red Tempestas, incredible Hiyuki Yurino, amazing Umberkit 31, Cutie Catashax, lovely Lavender Rose 26, and the radical Ryoko Stara. Thank you so much, guys. I really do appreciate the incredible support. And, oh, it's close. You got 10 seconds left. Just chatting wants 4. FF14 is 5, and ASMR is 3. What do we want to do? Okay, FF14. We're gonna go and see Kira. Kira is in Dawn Trail, so I won't be able to stick around super long. But let's go check them out. I did not copy his name properly. Hold on. Kira uses any pronouns, just so you know. All right. We're gonna go see them. And my darlings, you won't have to wait very long to see me, which means I won't have to wait very long to see you. Thank God. What would I do? What would I do? Turning those lights back on. But I will be seeing you guys tomorrow for some delightful Persona 5ing, if you would like to join me. Once more, the 2 people that we didn't get to the stories of today, which is Red and Light, you guys get priority next time, 100%. If you guys add more to the stories you submitted today, we will read them from the point that you have elaborated upon them, okay? No matter what point you submit them at. It can be at the very last minute if you need to. But yeah. Okay. All right, cutie pies. If you are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon. Less than 24 hours. Mwah, 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 mwah. Ciao, sweethearts.
Bye bye. Bye bye.